Chapter 311. Swoosh. Two figures darted out from the mountains and blocked Mu Ning's path. Mo Tianba was tall and sturdy like a bear. His mace seemed to have the strength of 10,000 kilograms. Dual Spear Protector was like his name. He held two spears, one of water and one of fire. Two perfected Dao domains circled around his spears. Both of them stared at Mu Ning with a grim expression. Their original plan was to lure Jiang Xi over and kill Jiang Xi. Then, the two of them would fight. That way, they would have a chance to fight for first place and avoid fighting Mu Ning. They did not expect to lure Mu Ning over. They would rather fight Jiang Xi than Mu Ning. Mu Ning's methods were too strange. It was impossible to guard against. Jiang Xi, stop hiding. Mu Ning was about to play his bamboo flute when he suddenly chuckled. Mo Tianba and Dual Spear Protector's expressions changed. They did not notice Jiang Xi. Whoosh! Not far away, there was a sudden fluctuation in the empty sky. Jiang Xi appeared. He used the wind to hide his figure. Nice move, Jiang Xi praised. He did not mind being discovered. My ears have been good since I was young. Mu Ning smiled innocently. His eyes were bright and clean. One each, Jiang Xi said again. He was naturally referring to Mo Tianba and Dual Spear Protector. No, I'll fight the three of you. Mu Ning smiled. Haha, Jiang Xi sneered. Their conversation infuriated Mo Tianba and Dual Spear Protector. They did not feel good being looked down upon. How dare you? Take two of my spears. They attacked. Mo Tianba's heavy mace suddenly enlarged. It was like a mountain as it came crashing down. Dual Spear Protector's dual domains of water and fire were also unleashed. The two completely opposite domain powers collided at high speed, producing a shocking force. Boom, boom, boom. Their targets were Jiang Xi and Mu Ning. Jiang Xi laughed. His sword flashed. Accompanied by a gust of wind, it whistled toward Mo Tianba's mace. Clang, clang, clang. The immense power flowed along the sword and into Jiang Xi's body. What a powerful force. Jiang Xi was shocked. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and dodged to the side. At the same time, the Gale Sword shadow stabbed out. Dong! The aftermath of their fight seemed to compress the space around them, and a muffled sound echoed through the sky. At the same time, Mu Ning's bamboo flute began to play a melodious tune that drew people in. It seemed to be able to penetrate deep into one's soul. The invisible power of the domain of life spread out in this space. The dual gun protector that was attacking him paused for a moment, and the dual domain of water and fire immediately dispersed. Dual gun tycoon's eyes were unfocused, and his expression was ferocious. He was still struggling. Suddenly, the pitch of the flute rose a few notches. Dual gun tycoon's body fell from the sky. His aura disappeared without a trace. He was dead. Fuck this freak. Jiang Xi had already used the power of the Gale domain to protect himself. The whistling wind covered the sound of the flute, but the pervasive power of the domain of life was trying to penetrate his body and mind. Gale, parting fire. The power of the two domains quickly circulated in his body and blocked it. This is my chance. At this moment, Jiang Xi saw that Mo Tianba's eyes were also a little unfocused and confused. His speed reached its peak, and he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. Slash! The killer shadow sword pierced through Mo Tianba's forehead. At this point, the third and fourth place in Division 101 were all dead. Only Jiang Xi and Mu Ning were left. Their latest points were Jiang Xi 12. 4 billion. Mu Ning 12. 5 billion. There's only a difference of 100 million. But at this moment, this 100 million was no longer important. The two of them would definitely fight to determine the winner, and the winner would be first. Outside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in the major galaxies of the pale blue star region, trillions of people were watching this battle, and everyone's emotions were already at the peak. Such a battle for first place was too exciting and exciting. Pale blue stars Jiang Xi, forgetful river planets Mu Ning. There were many supporters on both sides, cheering and shouting. Songyun Sect. Sect Master Wu Kuei and the Essence Soul Elders were also completely attracted by this battle. Sect Master Jiang Ci has a high chance of winning first place in Division 101 this time. Dual rare Dao domains aren't necessarily worse than a special domain of life, Grand Elder Mu Chuan said with a smile. Although Jiang Ci and Mu Ning were both participants of the Pale Blue Star region, Jiang Ci was from the Pale Blue Star region. Of course, they supported Jiang Ci. It still depends on how they perform in the battle. With the strength of these two, either one of them could win. Wu Kuei shook his head and smiled. He had to be rational. Elder Mu, when this battle is over, go visit Jiang Ci and recruit Xian Tian and Li Baibai into our Songyun sect, said Wu Kuei. Ah, that's right. I didn't expect the three of them to know each other. Mu Chuan laughed loudly. They had already found out that Jiang Ci, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai lived in the same manner on the Pale Blue Star region. The only doubt was that they couldn't find out what Jiang Ci and the other two had experienced 10 years ago. It was as if they had appeared in the Pale Blue Star region out of thin air. Wu Kuei and the others suspected that the three of them came from some mysterious family or faction in the Dao Alliance. Otherwise, how could they be so talented? In Division 101, Jiang Ci and Mu Ning stood opposite each other. I've never liked fighting and killing with others since I was young, so it doesn't matter if I get first place or not. Mu Ning chuckled. Jiang Ci, you don't like fighting and killing? Don't you know how many people you've killed? Then let me stab you. I want first place, said Jiang Ci. How can there be such a good thing? Although I don't like fighting, I've never been one to admit defeat since I was young. I've met so many opponents, but you're the only one who blocked my dream-seeking song last time. So this time, I'm going to show you my full moon song. Mu Ning was excited and excited. Come on then. Jiang Ci raised his long sword and condensed his aura. Swoosh! The sword's shadow pierced through space and directly attacked Mu Ning. Strike first and gain the upper hand. However, Mu Ning turned his body and stepped on the void barefoot, easily dodging Jiang Ci's sword. It was as if the world was closer to him, making it easier for him to control the environment around him. A soft and ethereal sound of a flute sounded. It was the sound of the full moon song. Almost instantly, it penetrated deep into Jiang Ci's soul. It was like a lullaby. Jiang Ci's head was dizzy, and he wanted to fall asleep. Oh no! Jiang Ci shuddered and suddenly woke up. Whoosh! The wind whistled, and he disappeared on the spot. Boom! Almost at the same time, a huge foot landed on the spot where he had been standing. A huge, thunderous aura spread out in all directions, making one's heart tremble. If Jiang Ci was a step slower just now, he would have been trampled into a meat patty. No, I have to fight in close combat. If I'm restrained by him like this, I won't have any chance at all. Jiang Ci's expression was serious. The wind turned into armor and protected his body. Then, he crossed the void and approached an extremely fast speed. Wind helps fire, leaf fire. A dark red leaf fire sword shadow suddenly shot out under the power of the Gale domain. Jiang Ci was confident that even an early-stage Essence Soul Realm cultivator would not dare to take this sword head-on. Chapter 312. However, Mu Ning was still standing in place, and the sound of his flute was still fluttering. However, a strange life domain power, accompanied by the sound of the flute, suddenly transformed into a giant palm and shattered the distant fire sword. Jiang Ci's expression did not change. He took advantage of this opportunity to approach Mu Ning. He instantly swung his sword. This time, with the true intent of the sword as the core, gale and fire spiraled. The wind aided the fire, and the fire aided the wind. The power of the two domains seemed to have merged into one, and the power instantly increased. The surging sword made Mu Ning unable to maintain his composure any longer, and his expression changed slightly. The sound of the plenilune immediately accelerated its tempo, and the life domain power condensed into countless huge feet. It kicked towards Jiang Ci's sword. Boom! Boom! The explosive impact swept through the entire planet of Zone 101. As for Jiangxi and Mu Ning, under this kind of impact, they remained unmoved. After everything calmed down, Mu Ning's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If your Plenilune song is only this powerful, then you will definitely lose today. Jiangxi was expressionless as he struck out with his sword again. You can actually fuse two rare domains, and its power is comparable to a special level Dao domain. Looks like the Plenilune song won't work. Listen to my fourth song, Mu Yun's song. Mu Ning took a deep breath. There's a fourth song. Jiangxi's expression changed. He knew that Mu Ning's Dao technique was a special Dao domain. According to his judgment, the Plenilune song had perfectly unleashed the full power of this special Dao domain. If there was a fourth song, it meant that this person's Dao technique realm had already surpassed the domain stage. The Dao of heaven and earth. Mu Ning said, "My Mu Yun song was comprehended when I was herding cows. Unfortunately, I've only completed 30% of it. If you can block it, I'll admit defeat." As he spoke, he began to play with his flute. Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed the Dao of heaven and earth. Don't even think about it. Jiangxi shouted coldly. If he let this guy play, he would have no chance. Immediately, sword shadows rose, turning into a sword curtain that blotted out the sky whoosh. Whoosh! It was as if 10,000 swords were fired at the same time. There was a hum. However, there was an invisible heaven and earth binding coming from all directions. Riverward discovered that he seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. The speed boost provided by the Gale domain also lost its effect. This was the difference between their cultivation realms. It was indeed the Dao of heaven and earth. Jiangxi felt bitter in his heart. As the sound of the flute rose, the clouds rolled and dispersed. The curtain of swords in the sky vanished into nothingness. In an instant, Jiangxi was immersed in the sound of the flute. He could not resist at all. Even with the protection of two domains, he couldn't stop Mu Ning's Dao of heaven and earth. They were no longer on the same level. Jiangxi's consciousness disappeared into the mountain and river diagram in a daze. Finally, the only person left in the sky above the mountains was the shepherd boy, who was wearing a straw hat, a short shirt, and bare feet. Mu Ning, on the other hand, was stunned for a long time before he let out a long sigh with a complicated expression. This fourth song was supposed to be reserved for the finals, but you forced me to use it. Mu Ning, admit that you are the strongest opponent I've ever met. There were countless races in the universe, and the Dao Alliance's 9-star zones occupied by the human race were the most fertile territories in the vast universe. The Dao Alliance's heavenly court, which ruled over the 9 zones, was located in the middle of the 9 zones. It occupied an enormous star zone that was no smaller than the 9 zones. At this moment, in a hall surrounded by stars in the Dao Alliance's heavenly court, 2 middle-aged men sat across from each other in the starry sky. One of them had disheveled hair and wore only a green robe. The other had a handsome face and was covered in armor. In the center of the hall, the mountain and river diagrams rainbow light flowed. The situation of the first stage of the 3,600 star zones was displayed in front of the 2 of them. Pale blue star zone, zone 101, is quite interesting. The green-robed man waved his hand. The mountain and river diagram in front of the 2 of them spun and displayed the scene of Jiangxi and Mu Ning's battle. Oh, this kid has already mastered 30% of the special Dao of life. He has the strength to enter the top 10 in the finals. The armored man was also interested. Moreover, he has mastered it very well. He can completely integrate the Dao of life into his music. With such attainments, once he perfects the Dao of life in the future, he can directly perform Dao integration, said the green-robed man. In comparison, his opponent, the other kid, has terrible luck. He can think of using Sword True Intent as the core to fuse 2 rare Dao domains. With such strength, he could have taken first place in the zone. The armored man laughed. He could be considered a good seedling. If he's lucky, he might be able to enter the top 500 in the finals. The green-robed man shook his head. Clearly, they were more interested in Mu Ning. Soaring Rainbow Planet. Yuan Zhangshuo was alone in a luxurious palace. He was in a deranged state. Good death. Good death. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. The Flying Rainbow Star Trade was an important source of wealth for the Flying Rainbow sect, and he had managed it for so long. He had been in charge for so long, so he was naturally not a simple-minded and impulsive person. Yuan Zhangshuan knew the current situation very well. Even if the Nine Zones Genius Tournament ended, he would not be able to deal with Jiang Ci. In fact, he had to avoid him. Furthermore, he was worried about something else. If the competitors for the position of sect master in the sect knew that he had a conflict with Jiang Ci at that time, he would be in a passive position. Damn it! Yuan Zhangshua gritted his teeth and growled. Pale Blue Star region, on a remote Tier 2 planet. There was also a Skirich mountain river diagram in the sky. Patriarch Qing Xian was like an ordinary person. He hid in the secular world and paid attention to this grand genius tournament. Although the first stage of the round-robin tournament had yet to begin, he was already certain Jiang Ci was the genius ranked second among the participants of the Pale Blue Star region in terms of talent in Dao techniques. The first place was naturally the Shepherd Boy. Jiang Ci, dual rare Dao technique at the domain stage and a special Dao technique at the true meaning stage. Patriarch Qing Xian's eyes flickered. He had already obtained the blood chi spirit fruit that he had been guarding for 2,000 years. His strength could improve further. However, at this moment, seeing the Dao technique talent Jiang Ci displayed, he could not think of a way to deal with Jiang Ci. Pale Blue Star region, Lin Hai City, Daota Manor. Jiang Dudu, Xin Tian, Li Bai Bai, and the others were guarding outside the training room. Soon, Jiang Ci walked out with a frown. He did not seem to be in a good state. Brother, Jiang Daota shouted first, very worried. Next to her, the Wen siblings and Shun Wanzi also looked worried. Jiang Ci, you did very well. Xin Tian also comforted him. Yes, compared to us, you are ranked second in your division. You are much stronger than us. I am only ranked 855th. Big brother is a little better. He is only ranked 103rd in his division. Li Bai laughed. They had been through hundreds of battles and were much older than Jiang Ci. Their psychological endurance was strong. In the face of such failure, they naturally laughed it off. However, Jiang Ci was only 32 years old. He was too young. Although they were sworn siblings, in reality, Riverward was still a junior. The two of them were worried that Jiang Ci would be dealt a blow. This was because Jiang Ci had not encountered such an opponent for a long time. There was no room for him to fight back. He was completely crushed and miserable. Chapter 3:13. Hearing these comforting voices, Jiang Ci felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just second place. It's not like I don't have a chance." He frowned just now because he was reflecting on the battle just now. Only then did they feel relieved. Yes, there was still the round-robin competition. With the strength Jiang Ci had shown, there was no problem for him to participate in the round-robin competition. At this moment, someone came to Daota Manor and asked to visit. After confirming the identity, Jiang Ci did not dare to neglect and quickly invited him in. Because the person who came was Songyun Sect's great elder Mu Chuan, a late-stage essence soul cultivator. A late-stage essence soul cultivator, only one step away from Dao integration. In the entire Kanglan Star region, he was a powerhouse who stood at the peak. Jiang Dudu, Wen Yoxin, and the others saw the situation and knew that they had something to talk about, so they quickly left for other places in the manor. Greetings, great elder. Jiang Ci, Xin Tian, and Li Bai were left behind and bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. You are all the leaders of our Kanglan Star, the hope of the future. Especially Jiang Ci. You did well this time and spread the name of our Kanglan Star's cultivation world. Our Songyun sect is also happy for this. So, the sect master sent me to meet you, genius. Mu Chuan nodded and smiled. His gaze lingered on Jiang Ci for a while. The great elder of the Songyun sect was now full of emotions. This was because the strength that Riverward had displayed in the final battle of District 101 had exceeded their expectations. Although Jiang Ci was still in the nascent soul stage, He could imagine that soon after the finals of the 9 regions genius battle ended, Jiangxi's status would be almost the same as his, a late-stage essence soul cultivator. Thank you for your compliment, Great Elder. Jiangxi smiled. He had already guessed the other party's intention in coming. Xian Tian and Li Bai, on the other hand, were secretly laughing. They were all fake Blue Planet natives. Our sect master said that he hopes that you will continue to work hard and strive to break into the top 500 in the finals. At that time, our Tsangyan sect will also have a big gift to offer. Mu Chuan said again. Jiangxi, thanks sect master. Jiangxi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Only the top 500? He muttered in his heart, but his expression did not change. Was he that pessimistic about him? At that moment, Mu Chuan glanced at Xian Tian and Li Bai before teasing Jiangxi. Of course, I didn't come here uninvited this time because I'm not looking for you. Jiangxi thought to himself. Sure enough, Xian Tian and Li Bai also looked calm. Obviously, they had also guessed it. Mu Chuan laughed. Xian Tian, are you willing to become a disciple of my Tsangyan sect? You walk the path of the Saber Tao, and it just so happens that my master is an expert of the Saber Tao. Jiangxi and Li Bai looked at Xian Tian happily. Although Mu Chuan did not say it explicitly, his master was very likely to be an expert of the path integration stage. However, it was still up to Xian Tian to make the decision. I'm willing to join. Xian Tian was very decisive. He walked the path of the Saber Tao without a guide. If there was a knowledgeable person to guide him carefully, he would definitely improve faster. Mu Chuan laughed, very satisfied with Xian Tian's answer. As for you, Li Bai, Mu Chuan's gaze turned, and then he said, although the Tao technique you've comprehended is called the true meaning of fast, I've never seen it before. Is it convenient for you to explain? The true meaning of fast is a name I came up with myself because my Tao technique only strives for speed, Li Bai said. Speed? Mu Chuan was puzzled. Not only speed, everything has to be fast, Li Bai said simply. However, it made Mu Chuan even more puzzled. He did not look down on Li Bai, just because his ranking was the lowest among Jiangxi's trio. Therefore, although he was puzzled, Mu Chuan still said seriously, are you willing to join the Tsangyan sect? Although we don't have any powerhouses who specialize in this Tao technique, I can provide you with the Tao technique. However, I can guarantee that the sect will provide you with the best cultivation conditions and help you cultivate to a higher level. Li Bai hesitated. Xian Tian joined the Tsangyan sect because they had a powerhouse who cultivated the Saber Tao. However, her joining the Tsangyan sect did not have much meaning cultivation resources. They had treasures dug up from various arcane realms on Earth and did not lack resources. Just as Li Bai was hesitating, someone else came to visit. Jiangxi let Xian Tian and Li Bai accompany Mu Chuan while he went to greet them himself. When he saw who it was, Jiangxi smiled. There were 2 people in total. He did not recognize the kind-looking old man in the white robe. The other person was a middle-aged man with a long axe on his back. He had seen him before and had even interacted with him before. Greetings, Lord Earth. Jiangxi bowed and said. The middle-aged man was Earth, the commander of the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court's Planet Kanglan Law Enforcement Department. Earth was the one who helped the Mountain Sea Star trade when it was suppressed by the Flying Rainbow Star trade. He said it was to repay the favor of destroying the Azure Mystic sect, but Earth had helped a lot after all. Haha, Jiangxi, congratulations. You're famous in all the major galaxies in the Kanglan Star Zone. Earth laughed heartily. You must be joking, Lord. I'm only second. Jiangxi chuckled. Don't be modest. Everyone has seen your performance. If you were placed in any other competition zone, you would be number 1. It's a pity that you met Mu Ning. With his strength, he has a chance to enter the top 10. Earth shook his head and felt sorry for Jiangxi. Only a chance to enter the top 10? Jiangxi was surprised. He thought that with Mu Ning's strength, it was certain that he would enter the top 10 in the finals. That's right. Based on the experience of the previous 9 zones genius tournament, it's common for geniuses with perfected Tao of heaven and earth to appear in the finals. Earth sighed. Jiangxi was speechless. perfected Tao of heaven and earth. He was leading by a large stage. Don't be surprised. Take Mu Ning, for example. He comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth before reaching the nascent soul stage. He can easily become a Tao reunion cultivator in the future. What's more, he comprehended a special Tao technique. Once he succeeds in the Tao reunion, he will be at the pinnacle of the Tao reunion, Earth exclaimed. After saying that, he saw that Jiang Xi was a little stunned. Only then did he realize that these words seemed to be a big blow to Jiang Xi. Therefore, he smiled and said, "You're not bad yourself. With your strength, if you perform well, you can enter the top 500. If you're lucky, you might even enter the top 300. Only 3 to 500? Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. He was a little unconvinced. Muchuan had said the same thing just now. However, he didn't express his dissatisfaction. This time, he had obtained a huge amount of experience points. He had to pile up his Tao techniques first. Then, Earth shook his head and smiled. I've digressed. Actually, I have another purpose for coming here this time. With that, he introduced the white-robed elder who had been smiling but hadn't said anything to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, this is Lord Mo Qian. Lord Mo Qian? Someone exclaimed. It was Muchuan, accompanied by Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai, who had walked out of the manor. Muchuan looked very surprised, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 314. Aha, looks like someone is one step ahead of us. Earth laughed. The elder in gray robes called Mo Qian shook his head. Timing is better than being early. Luck has nothing to do with time. Greetings, Lord Mo Qian. Muchuan took a few steps forward and bowed solemnly. Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Bai Bai were all stunned by this scene. Muchuan was a late-stage primordial soul cultivator. Could Lord Mo Qian be in the Tao integration stage? Let me introduce you. Jiang Xi. This is Lord Mo Qian from the Tao Alliance Heavenly Courts Time Hall. Earth smiled at Jiang Xi. The Tao Alliance Heavenly Courts Time Hall? Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai were confused. However, Jiang Xi was shocked. He had learned about the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court from his master, Taoist Go. There were a total of 36 halls in the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court, and the Time Hall was one of them. Those who could enter were at least in the Tao integration stage. You're wrong. I'm not in the Tao integration stage. Like Earth and Muchuan, I'm in the late-stage primordial soul stage. Mo Qian smiled faintly, as though he could see through Jiang Xi's thoughts. I wouldn't dare to compare myself to Lord Mo Qian. Although you're in the late-stage primordial soul stage, your strength is no different from a Tao integration stage cultivator. Muchuan hurriedly said respectfully. Earth also bowed to show his respect. All right, let's get down to business. Mo Qian shook his head and said to Li Bai Bai, You're Li Bai Bai? Li Bai Bai was still in shock. Hearing this, she nodded blankly. Are you willing to be my disciple? Mo Qian asked. Li Bai Bai was stunned. Since when did she become so popular? Lord Mo Qian is Li Bai Bai's Tao technique. Muchuan was shocked. However, it's related to time. Mo Qian nodded. No wonder the sect leader, and I couldn't tell the origin of her Tao technique. Muchuan was enlightened. He persuaded Li Bai Bai. If that's the case, Li Bai Bai, it's most suitable for you to be Lord Mo Qian's disciple. Let me remind you, once you enter the flowing time hall, you won't be allowed to leave unless you've reached a certain level of cultivation. The Tao technique that you are cultivating is very difficult. You might not be able to cultivate it successfully even after 100 years or 1,000 years. Mo Qian said Li Bai Bai didn't hesitate this time. She was also a decisive person. She immediately agreed. Good. Mo Qian nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian looked at each other. They were both pleasantly surprised for Li Bai Bai. Now, the future of the three of them was settled. Needless to say, Jiang Xi would become a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect once he entered the top 3,600 in the finals. In the entire human race of the universe, other than Taoism, Buddhism, and Sword Gate, the Purple Heaven sect was the strongest. Now that Xian Tian had become a disciple of the Sangyan sect, He had the opportunity to become a disciple of a Tao integration powerhouse. Although the Tsangyun sect was not comparable to the Purple Heaven sect, it was still a top immortal Tao sect that ruled over a star region. Since Li Bai could become a disciple of an expert from the Tao Alliance's Time Moon Hall, his future would definitely not be too bad. They seemed to have stepped onto a new starting point and started a new journey. Although the three of them didn't say it out loud, they all had the same belief in their hearts. While everyone was pursuing a higher cultivation level, they also wanted to protect Earth. In the past, Xian Tian and Li Bai had protected Earth from the monsters. Now, it was Jiang Xi who was protecting Earth. Xian Tian and Li Bai, on the other hand, had fallen. Given their personalities, they naturally didn't want to put such a heavy burden on Jiang Xi alone. They wanted to prove that they weren't too bad either. Finally, it was time to leave. Mo Qian was going to return to the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Therefore, Li Bai had to leave with him. No one knew how long it would take for her to return. Although there was an interstellar transportation array, Mo Qian had said that she couldn't leave the Time Moon Hall unless she succeeded in her cultivation. Li Bai's departure saddened Jiang Daodu the most. This was because Jiang Daodu had worshipped Li Bai since she was young and saw her as a role model. You should cultivate well, too. Don't cause trouble for your brother. Li Bai intimately pinched Jiang Daodu's face. She chatted with Jiang Daodu for a while before turning her gaze to Jiang Xi and Xin Tian. Big brother, third brother, don't slack off. Don't let me overtake you if you're not careful. All right, let's see who's more powerful in 100 years. Xin Tian was also very heroic. Jiang Xi smiled but didn't say anything. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to cultivation speed. Li Bai valiantly waved her hand and left. Xian Tian also followed Mu Chuan to the Tsangyun sect. Daodu Manor once again quieted down. Big brother and sister Bai are already working so hard. I can't slack off either. Jiang Xi collected his thoughts and returned to the cultivation room with a determined gaze. He first thought about the battle with Mu Ning. Using the sword intent as a medium to facilitate the fusion of wind and fire, the power of that sword surpassed the simple superposition of the previous domains. Unfortunately, it's still too far away from Mu Ning's path of life. If I had the Gale path or the path of fire or the sword domain, I definitely wouldn't have lost so miserably. The path of sword was also a special Tao technique. It was not inferior to the path of life, and it was better at fighting. Even if he was only at the domain stage, it would still greatly increase his strength. With this thought, Jiang Xi opened the experience panel. Cultivation, Nascent Soul, Late Stage 1. 06 million/1. 06 million, Tao Technique. Gale Domain, 5 million/5 million. Fire Domain, 5 million/5 million. Sword Intent, 1 million/1 million. Amplitude, 100 Deduction, 10,000 experience points per time cultivation method. Purple Cloud Sword Scripture, Peacock Visualization experience points, 37,468 million. 7 billion points. Finally, I don't have to be stingy when it comes to deductions. Jiang Xi laughed. Deducing once would cost 10,000 EXP. 100 million experience points could only be used for 10,000 deductions. Gale and Fire Domain were rare Tao techniques, and the Path of Sword was even more special. Whether it was to deduce the Path of Gale, Fire Domain, or the Sword Domain, the difficulty was very high. For the past 10 years, he had not succeeded in deductions. In addition to the high difficulty of deductions, the number of deductions was too low. The round-robin competition will be attended by the 2nd to the 100th place in the 360 divisions, a total of 35,640 people. One-on-one, each person will have to fight 35,639 battles. 36 battles a day, which will last for nearly 3 years. In this way, I still have a chance to improve my Tao techniques. Let's begin the deduction. No matter what, I have to make a breakthrough. If he made a breakthrough in any of these 3 Tao techniques, his strength would improve even more. Mu Chuan and Eartha's words were still echoing in his mind. Could he only make it to the top 500 in the finals? Jiang Xi did not believe it. Use the purple cloud sword scripture and sword intent to deduce once. Use the gale domain to deduce once. Use the fire domain to deduce once. He repeated the words in his heart without stopping for a moment. His experience points were rapidly depleting. The feeling of success in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 315. While Jiang Xi was deducing Taoist methods, the first round-robin of the 9 regions genius competition was also going on. A total of 35,640 people in the Kanglin Star region were competing for the remaining 3,240 spots in the finals. Compared with competing for the first place in the division, the chances of qualifying for the finals in the round-robin were much higher. For example, the strong contestants who were eliminated in Division 101, Mo Tianba, Wang Jingyuan, Double Gun Tycoon, and the others. In such a competition, if there were no accidents, they would all qualify for the finals in the end. Jiang Xi would certainly have no problems. After finishing the 36 matches a day, he spent all his time on cultivation. Such a competition was very easy for him. The competition that others needed to do their best was just a place for him to hone his Taoist methods and moves. In addition, Jiang Daoda knew that Jiang Xi was looking for a breakthrough, so she didn't disturb him. Instead, she took the initiative to take on more responsibilities. For example, she occasionally went to Earth to help Jiang Xi patrol. Then she worked hard to develop the Mountain Sea Star trade and try to become a powerful helper for Jiang Xi. Just like that, time flew. 3 years passed in a flash. On May 5th, the 110th year of the New Moon era, the round-robin competition in the Kanglin Star region finally came to the last day. There was only one picture left on the map of the Sky-Span Mountain hanging in the sky. It was the last match. In the picture, Jiang Xi, the star contestant of the Kanglin Star region, was fighting with another contestant. Now 3 years had passed. Jiang Xi's name had already spread to all the planets of the major life galaxies in the Kanglin Star region. He was even more famous than the young shepherd boy, Mu Ning. Especially on the Kanglin Star, Jiang Xi had to wear a disguise mask to go out. Otherwise, he would be surrounded and asked for his autograph. At this time, in the main hall surrounded by the starry sky in the Zixiao Star region of the Zixiao domain, a man in a green robe with disheveled hair and a man in a suit with a handsome face. They were still sitting opposite each other in the starry sky. The two of them seemed to have not moved in the past few years in the center of the hall. The colorful light of the Sky-Span Mountain was flowing. "Old Chu, look at this little guy. He has made a lot of progress." The man in a green robe was a little surprised. He waved his hand, and the round-robin competition in the Kanglin Star region appeared on the map. The unlucky little guy from 3 years ago, didn't he see it last time? With his strength, he can at most break into the top 500. The man in armor felt a little bored. "Just watch." The green-robed man smiled. The armored man's eyes narrowed, and he began to take this matter seriously. Although their mission was to supervise the entire 9 zones genius battle, the two of them didn't have the same mission. However, the Immortal's authority was greater than his. He had some ability to control the heavenly mountain river diagram. Through the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram, he could see the specific situation of the participants. In the cosmos of the Sky-Span Mountain River diagram, on a giant meteorite, Jiang Xi and a disdainful, handsome young man stood opposite each other. Both sides exuded powerful auras and Taoist rhymes circulated. Suddenly, the handsome young man took the initiative to attack. The full moon scimitar in his hand drew an arc, wanting to cut Jiang Xi in half. However, the moment he made his move, Jiang Xi merely chuckled. The area within a radius of 1,000 kilometers was covered by an invisible domain. A sword shadow, like a fish, shot out from the void behind the young man and pierced through his body like a bolt of lightning. The handsome young man's expression froze, and he stopped breathing. Jiang Xi won. His attack was clean and tidy, completely crushing the opponent. In the Starry Sky Palace, The green-robed man, the immortal, smiled and looked at the armored man, Chu Xian. How is it? Sword domain. And it's a perfect sword domain. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. That's not all. Think about his sword realm 3 years ago. The immortal smiled. See, what a terrifying speed of improvement. It had only been 3 years. Of course, Chu Xian remembered. This little guy called Jiangxi's sword realm back, then was the true meaning of the sword. And now, not only had it become the sword domain, but he'd also cultivated it to perfection. This Jiangxi can enter the top 300 in the finals. Chu Xian stared at Jiangxi's figure on the screen and suddenly said, last time, he'd been lucky and entered the top 300. This time, he'd definitely enter. And the top 300 and the top 500 were two completely different concepts. The immortal only smiled and didn't say anything. What if this little guy had a breakthrough in the finals? Inside the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram, Jiangxi won easily. In fact, whether he won or not didn't affect him at all, because his ranking in the round-robin competition had already been confirmed as first place. He'd advanced to the finals of a 9-zones genius competition. However, Jiangxi didn't immediately leave the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. He seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, a teleportation force appeared around him. The Milky Way spun, and he appeared on a vast starry continent. On this continent, all the young geniuses who'd advanced to the finals were gathered. Including him, there were a total of 3,600 people. Jiangxi. In the distance, a young boy's figure flashed and appeared in front of Jiangxi. Mu Ning. Jiangxi nodded and smiled. You freak, it's only been 3 years. Your sword domain is perfect. Mu Ning's expression was exaggerated. Hey, let's not talk about who's freak. Even if my sword domain is perfect, I'm still not your match. Jiangxi said unhappily. Haha, at least you know your limits. Mu Ning laughed. It sounded very arrogant, but his eyes were very clean, not the kind that had malicious intentions. Jiangxi smiled helplessly. There was nothing he could do when encountering such a naive guy. At the same time, he secretly checked the changes on the experience panel. Sword domain October 10th, 10. Amplitude, 200. Remaining experience points, 2,815. 9 million. He was lucky enough to successfully deduce the sword domain a month ago. That was why he could easily win just now. In terms of experience points consumption, he had consumed more than 900 million. Of course, this included the consumption of the Gale domain and the Fire domain. The deduction of the sword domain alone had consumed more than 200 million experience points. The most obvious change this time is that the amplitude has reached 200 times, which is double from before. I just don't know how far away I am compared to that freak Mu Ning. Jiangxi calculated in his heart. While the two were talking and laughing, the other geniuses of the Blue Star region were also observing and discussing the two of them. Since Mu Ning did not participate in the round-robin competition, they had not seen much of him. However, Jiangxi was different. Every one of them had fought with Jiangxi and knew how terrifying Jiangxi was. Everyone understood that Mu Ning and Jiangxi were no longer on the same level as them. These two people were aiming for the top 3,600 in the finals. As for them, they were probably just going through the motions. While everyone was bustling with noise and excitement, a figure appeared out of thin air above this starry sky continent. It was a burly man with a long beard and a long saber on his back. His aura was very domineering. As soon as he appeared, an invisible pressure immediately spread out. Chapter 316. The 3,600 geniuses of the Kanglan Star region suddenly fell silent. Some of the weaker ones even turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat under this terrifying pressure. Is this the Tao integration powerhouse of the Sanyin sect who cultivates the Tao of the saber? Even a wisp of spiritual consciousness in the sky connecting mountain and river painting can emit such power. Jiangxi was also shocked. After Xian Tian entered the Sanyin sect, he once revealed information about the Tao integration grandmaster of the Sanyin sect. The Tao Integration Grandmaster of the Sungyan sect, Wei Sheng, is a Tao of the Saber. It is said that his actual combat power has surpassed the Tao integration stage. This was the slightest bit of information that he had learned. Beyond the Tao integration stage, Jiang Xi was fascinated. At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded in this starry sky continent. The young people this year are very good. The second stage of the finals will begin in a year. I hope you can continue to work hard and win glory for the Kanglan Star region. The dark-faced man's eyes were like torches as he swept his gaze over everyone. Then he disappeared. The big boss finished his lecture. The geniuses breathed a sigh of relief and left the sky connecting mountain and river painting. Jiang Xi, see you in a year. Mooning also waved his hand and disappeared. Jiang Xi nodded. When his spiritual consciousness returned to his body, he seemed to be able to feel the pressure just now. When he came out of the practice room, Jiang Daodu was waiting outside. The little girl smiled and said, "Brother, congratulations. It's still early. Congratulate me when I get first place in the universe." Jiang Xi was very arrogant in front of Jiang Daodu. "Huh, you only know how to brag." Jiang Daodu wrinkled her nose. "Let's go home and have a look. I haven't been back for 3 years." Jiang Xi smiled. The two left down a manor side by side. Soon, they returned to Earth through the interstellar transmission array. Although someone in the Sangyan sect secretly investigated Jiang Xi's background, they found nothing. Because the interstellar transmission array on the first moon of Earth had been marked by Taoist Go, the coordinates of Earth's interstellar transmission were encrypted Earth, Xiantian City. Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu appeared in a teleportation array. He had set up this teleportation array the last time he returned to Earth. Now that the situation on Earth had changed drastically, in comparison, Xiantian City was safer and more secretive than Paksun Province. Therefore, he destroyed the teleportation array in Paksun Province. The fewer people who knew about the teleportation array, the better. At this stage, Earth was still not suitable for connecting to the stars. Lord Jiang Xi, Hu Yin, Chu Zhe, and Qiu Hong, who had been waiting here for a long time, bowed respectfully. The three of them had now completely replaced the original responsibilities of Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Bai to guard the entire Great Xia Alliance. Hu Yin, congratulations, you've broken through to the nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi laughed. It's mainly because my lord nurtured me well. Hu Yin did not dare to claim the credit. Jiang Xi smiled. As early as 10 years ago, he had selected a cultivation technique from his inherited memories and passed it to Hu Yin. Now, Hu Yin had finally broken through and reached the early nascent soul stage. Hu Yin's breakthrough also made Jiang Xi feel more at ease. Because in the future, he, Xin Tian, and Li Bai would only return to Earth less and less frequently. The Great Xia Alliance had just been established, and it was not that stable internally. There had to be a cultivator who was strong enough to suppress everything. One nascent soul stage cultivator was enough. After that, Jiang Xi held Jingdu's hand and, like ordinary people, mingled with the passers-by and strolled around Earth. Compared to the cruel competition in the universe, Earth was like a quiet haven. In the blue sky, there was no sign of the Tongtian mountain river diagram. It was as if it was isolated from the universe. 10 years had passed, and Earth's environment had changed greatly. Brand new cities were built in the former wilderness. The trend of cultivation had become more prosperous. Everyone did not relax, just because the monsters were sealed in the Grotto Heaven secret realms. Instead, because of the rich resources, more and more martial artists were produced. Jiang Xi was very happy to see such a situation. Being strong as a whole was true strength. He believed that if this continued, in another 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, Earth would definitely not be inferior to the level 4 or even level 5 planets of the Tao Alliance. When the two of them came to the Dark Shadow Kingdom to patrol, Jiang Xi received a message in his communication bead. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that it was a message from Earth. After reading the content, Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. This Lord Commander had given him another great gift. Brother, what's the good news? Jiang Dudu asked curiously. Something good. Earth sent me some information about some young geniuses from other star zones that I need to pay attention to, Jiang Ci said with a smile. As the Heavenly Court's law enforcement commander in the Blue Star Zone, Earth had the means to obtain information about geniuses from other star zones. That's not bad. Jiang Dudu was pleasantly surprised for Jiang Ci. She had been running the Mountain Sea star trade for the past 10 years and knew the importance of information. Know yourself and know your enemy. It was the same in business and on the battlefield. Jiang Ci was about to participate in the finals. At that time, all the geniuses from different star zones would gather. If he did not know the strength of his opponents, he would be at a disadvantage. Next, the two of them traveled around Earth. Jiang Ci diverted part of his attention to read the information. Ji Wei, a young genius from the Thousand-Bird Star Zone of the Hunyuan domain, killed 1 billion contestants in the division battles. Jiang Ci was stunned by the first piece of information. There was also a scene of Ji Wei's attack in the information. He hurriedly checked it. He saw a cold young man with a lock of white hair on his forehead, facing more than 100,000 contestants. Suddenly, the space within 1,000 kilometers collapsed. The space seemed to have turned into glass shards. The contestants inside didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. A special Tao technique, the Tao of nothingness? He was even stronger than Mu Ning. The information stated that he possessed a special Tao of heaven and earth and had the strength to compete for the first place in the finals. Jiang Daodu was most familiar with Jiang Ci's expressions and movements. She could tell at a glance that Jiang Ci was frightened. What happened? Why are you so scared? Jiang Ci suppressed the shock in his heart and sent the information to her. Jiang Daodu was also dumbfounded after reading it. Then she turned her head and said, Brother, I think you'd better forget about the first place. You'd better fight for the 300th or 500th place. Jiang Ci took a deep breath and continued to read the information of other geniuses. Guanglang, the first place in the Juyo star zone of the Guanghan domain, has a special Tao of heaven and earth. Yin Jiufeng, the first place in the fire-splitting star zone of the Tianyang domain, has a rare Tao of heaven and earth. Shuetong, Wuji domain, Fenglu. When the two of them wandered around Earth, Jiang Ci also finished reading the whole information. The shock in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. In the information sent to him by Earth, there were 3 people who possessed a special Tao of heaven and earth. They were Ji Wei, Mu Ning, and Guanglang. 27 of them had a rare Tao of heaven and earth. 265 of them had an ordinary Tao of heaven and earth. There were a total of 295 geniuses at the Tao of heaven and earth level. Chapter 3:17. The 9 realms of the Tao Alliance were controlled by the 3 gates and 6 sects. The names of the realms also came from the 9 sections. They were the Tao realm, Buddhist realm, Sword realm, Zixiao realm, Guanghan realm, Hunyuan realm, Tianyang realm, Wuji realm, and True Mystic realm. While Jiang Ci was familiarizing himself with the information of his opponents, the geniuses of the 9 realms were also collecting information on the others through various means. Inside the famous Raging Sun Cave in the fiery split star zone of the Tianyang realm, Yin Jiufeng was the young master of this cave. She was wearing a fiery red dress and was lying on her stomach beside a fire pond. She was holding a jade slip and carefully examining it. The girl with a fair face and a good figure frowned, looked serious, and sometimes excited. Experts are as common as clouds. Experts are as common as clouds. After a while, she said to a woman in armor beside her, Why hasn't the Zixiao realm sent over the Kanglan star zone? The armored woman replied respectfully, The young cultivators of the Kanglan star zone have always been weak. In the past 50,000 years, the highest ranking in the finals was only 3,601. Our intelligence agency hasn't developed there, so it's not easy to collect information. Weak? Then forget it. It's boring. Yin Jiufeng waved her hand. At this moment, the armored woman's communication bead lit up. She quickly said, I've collected information on the participants of the Kanglan Star Zone. How many? Yin Jiofeng didn't even look up. She was obviously not interested. Just two. Then read them to me. The first one is Mu Ning. He has a special Tao technique, the Tao of life. He has the strength to reach the top 10 in the finals. The armored woman sounded surprised. Damn, didn't they say the young cultivators of the Kanglan Star Zone were weak? Yin Jiofeng got up from the fire pond and widened her eyes. What about the other one? She asked. The armored woman replied. The other one is Jiang Sai. He also has a special Tao technique. What? Another special Tao technique? How are we supposed to play? Yin Jiofeng interrupted her. Young master, it's a special Tao technique, the sword realm. According to the information, this person has the strength to reach the top 300 in the finals. That's good. You don't need to read the rest. Yin Jiofeng waved her hand. In a desolate galaxy in the Hunyuan region, it was dark and deathly still. A cold youth with a lock of white hair on his forehead sat cross-legged in the starry sky. The starry sky around him seemed to be fluctuating, shattering, and reassembling along with his breathing. He was also looking for information on geniuses from other star zones. Are there two other people with special Daos of heaven and earth? No one can stop me. Guanghan Domain, 9 Nether Star Zone. On a cold planet, there was a young man named Wild Waves. Even after reading the information of the geniuses from other star regions, he was still extremely arrogant. In the Black Mountain Star Zone of the Wuji Domain, in the middle of the sea of blood, mountains of corpses stood tall. A cultivator who looked like a child sat on the highest mountain of corpses, overlooking the entire Blood Sea. Zixiao region, Kanglan Star region. In the Forgotten River Galaxy, on a quiet planet with life. Beside a clear lake, an old water buffalo was strolling leisurely. The young shepherd boy, Mu Ning, was leaning against a willow tree with a green foxtail in his mouth. He held a jade slip in his hand and looked at it. Earth. Jiang Xi focused his gaze and regained his composure. According to the information, there were a total of 295 geniuses with Daos of heaven and earth. But he understood that there were far more than that. Those geniuses with special Tao domains are not inferior to ordinary Daos of heaven and earth in terms of combat power. For example, he had a special sword domain, and it was already in the perfected state. Through the experience points panel, he calculated. A perfected sword domain could provide an amplitude of 200 times. A perfected ordinary Tao of heaven and earth could provide an amplitude of 500 times. According to the degree of comprehension, a Tao of heaven and earth could be divided into 10 levels as special Tao technique. The sword domain was equivalent to 4 levels of an ordinary Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, he had 2 rare Tao domains, gale and fire. The geniuses of the universe gather. Jiang Xi's eyes became firm again. There was still a year before the finals began. It was not time to admit defeat yet. In the coming days, he would continue to deduce. As long as he could make a breakthrough in the gale and fire domains, his strength would be further improved. As for the sword domain, Jiang Xi did not dare to think about it now. As a special Tao technique, it would be extremely difficult to deduce the stage of the Tao of heaven and earth. Soon, another year had passed. New Moon Era 111, August 8th. The first stage of the competition in each of the 3,600 star zones had ended. The finals of the 9 zones Genius Tournament had begun. Jiang Xi rushed from Earth to planet Songlan. Waterfront City's teleportation hall. Guard Captain Gong Shi's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Xi. Greetings, Lord Jiang Xi. Gong Shi made an exaggerated salute. No need to be so polite. Jiang Xi only smiled lightly, then waved his hand and left. Gong Shi and Shun Wansi were good friends, and they had met a few times over the years. Thank you, Lord Jiang Xi. I wish you a great victory in the finals. Gong Shi's face was full of smiles as he sent Jiang Xi out of the hall. He looked at Riverward's back and muttered in his heart, Your Excellency, you must get a good ranking. After Jiang Xi left the teleportation hall, he wiped his face and changed his appearance. If he walked back to Doubt Manor with his real appearance, he would definitely be surrounded by people all the way. It would be the next day when he returned. He had no choice. He was too famous now. Now, the people of planet Songlan regarded him as their hope and glory. After returning to Doubt Manor, Jiang Daodu was busy with the mountain sea star trade, so she didn't stay on Earth for long and had already returned. She knew that Jiang Ci was going to participate in the finals tomorrow, so she had arranged everything in advance. For example, the defense array of the manor, the meditation array of the training room, and so on were all checked many times. She ensured that there wouldn't be any accidents on the way. Jiang Ci was quite satisfied with this. The little girl was becoming more and more considerate. "Brother, do your best." Jiang Daodu waved her fist, even more excited than Jiang Ci. "Just wait and see." Jiang Ci nodded vigorously. Then he closed his eyes and entered the Tongtian Mountain River, painting through the communication bead. It was the starry sky continent that he had arrived at the end of the last round-robin competition. Jiang Ci later learned the name of this continent. It was called Kanglan Continent. 3,600 contestants from the Kanglan Star region were gathered here. "Jiang Ci, over here." Mu Ning called out to him again. Jiang Ci walked over with a smile. This young shepherd boy wearing a straw hat and a short shirt looked very excited. "Jiang Ci, have you seen the information of the geniuses from the other star regions? There are many experts." Mu Ning asked. "Are you afraid?" Jiang Ci asked back. "What's there to be afraid of?" Mu Ning glared at him. Then he asked curiously, "By the way, you've improved so quickly. Did you improve again in the past year?" "No." Jiang Ci shook his head. "I don't believe it. Believe it or not." Chapter 3:18. Jiang Ci didn't want to explain. No means no. The Tao of heaven and earth was indeed difficult to deduce. Over the past year, he hadn't made any breakthroughs in the Gale domain and the Fire domain. However, the feeling of a breakthrough was getting clearer and clearer. Soon, while Jiang Ci and Mu Ning were talking, the other young geniuses of the Kanglan Star region were also full of excitement and anticipation. Even though they knew that their strength might be a little weaker, everyone still hoped to get lucky and get a good ranking in the finals of the 9 regions genius battle. If they were lucky enough to enter the Purple Heaven sect, they would have a meteoric rise. After a while, the burly man with a long beard and a long saber on his back appeared again in the sky above the Kanglan continent. "My name is Wei Sheng. I will lead you to participate in the finals of the 9 regions genius battle." His voice echoed on the continent. "Greetings, Lord Wei Sheng." Many geniuses immediately saluted. While Jiang Ci saluted, he thought to himself, "Sure enough, it's the Tao Reunion old ancestor of the Songyan sect." He also had a good impression of this burly man because Wei Sheng was now Xian Tian's master. They were family. Wei Sheng nodded slightly. His dignified eyes made people not dare to look directly at him. He fixed his eyes on Mu Ning and said, "Mu Ning, this time, among the 3,600 geniuses of the Kanglan Star region, you're the only one who has a chance to enter the top 10 of the finals. I hope you can perform well in the finals and win glory for the Kanglan Star region and wash away the shame of the Kanglan Star region for countless years." "Mu Ning will remember," Mu Ning replied respectfully. In addition, Wei Sheng glanced around and said, "Only Jiang Ci has the strength to make a breakthrough. As for the others, I hope you can perform better and do your best. Don't embarrass the Kanglan Star region." The geniuses present were immediately a little unconvinced. Although they knew that their strength was worse than Jiang Ci and Mu Ning's, it was uncomfortable to be said in public like this. Unconvinced. Very well. I hope you can hold your breath. In the finals of the 9 regions genius battle, there have been cases of sudden breakthroughs. If any of you can have a big explosion, I will personally reward him. Wei Sheng sneered as soon as these words were spoken. The eyes of the geniuses lit up, and they were filled with battle intent. Although Wei Sheng was expressionless, he nodded in satisfaction in his heart. The effect of the lecture was very good. "All right, it's about time. I'll bring you to the Purple Clouds continent." Wei Sheng waved his hand. and the Milky Way spun. In the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves in a different environment. He was standing on a green jade platform that was millions of square kilometers in size. And this green jade platform was located on an even more vast continent, Purple Cloud's continent. At this time, on the green jade platform, there was a sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see. Each of the 3,600 star zones of the Tao Alliance had sent 3,600 geniuses to participate in the finals. In total, there were 12. 96 million people gathered here. Just looking at the numbers, he didn't think much of it. But now that he saw so many people with his own eyes, the feeling was completely different. The geniuses of the Kanglan Star region were shocked to see this. How are we going to compete? Jiang Ci was puzzled. Or mix the people together, fight each other, and survive to the end? He shook his head. If it was that simple, it would be too lame. At the same time, the people of the Kanglan Star region arrived. The people of the other star zones immediately turned their attention to them. The people of the Kanglan Star region are here. Which one is Mu Ning? I think it's that young shepherd boy who doesn't wear shoes and a straw hat. Our sect master said that this person has the strength to make it to the top 10 of the finals. I wonder if it's true. Anyway, he's a strong opponent. I remember there's a guy named Jiang Ci in the Kanglan Star region. I heard that his strength is also not bad. He's SOSO. He's only in the top 300 or 500. He's not worth paying attention to. You're talking as if you can make it to the top 500. Everyone's attention was obviously on Mu Ning. As for Jiang Ci, as someone said just now, he was not worth paying attention to. With the mentality of watching a show, they would only look up and not down. Jiang Ci's expression was very indifferent. The other geniuses of the Kanglan Star region were indignant because no one paid attention to them. At this time, 3,600 geniuses from another star zone were transmitted over. It's Ji Wei. Ji Wei is here. Our sacred master said that Ji Wei's strength has already determined that he will be the first in this year's finals. What's his strength? On the huge green jade platform, exclamations rose and fell one after another. It was an uproar. An indifferent young man with a wisp of white hair on his forehead walked in front of the geniuses of the Thousand Bird Star region and came to the green jade platform. Jiang Ci and Mu Ning also looked over. He's very strong. He's even stronger than what the information said. He's the real freak. Mu Ning's expression was solemn. It's not time to admit defeat yet, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Of course. I'm not afraid of him. Mu Ning snorted. Then, the geniuses of various star zones arrived one after another. On this huge green jade platform, they were divided into 3,600 square arrays and arranged neatly. The Tao reunion experts of each star zone stood in the air above their respective arrays, waiting quietly. After an unknown period of time, two huge figures appeared in the starry sky. One of them was a man in a green robe with disheveled hair. The other was a man in a suit of armor with a handsome face. They were Immortal Yi and Chu Xian, who were supervising the 9 zones genius battle. My name is Iliang, the man in the green robe said leisurely. My name is Chu He, the man in the suit of armor said in a low voice. The 3,600 Tao reunion experts immediately bowed respectfully and said in unison, Greetings, exalted immortals. Greetings, exalted immortals. The 129. 6 million young geniuses also bowed along with the Tao reunion experts. But many people were confused, especially those who didn't have a master. They didn't understand what exalted immortals were. Exalted immortals? Were they immortals? Jiang Ci was only a little surprised, but he wasn't particularly shocked, because in the inheritance memory left by Taoist Gu, there was also an introduction to the existence above Tao reunion. Tao reunion experts had a lifespan of at most 10,000 years. Their lifespan could only be extended when their cultivation reached a higher level. And the realm after Tao reunion was tribulation transcender. There were 9 tribulations in total. One tribulation was 10,000 years. In other words, the lifespan of a tribulation transcender could reach up to 100,000 years. I didn't expect two tribulation transcenders to preside over the finals. After all, it's a battle of geniuses that covers the entire human race in the universe. Jiang Xi understood, just as this thought came to his mind. At this moment, another figure appeared in the starry sky. This figure was a middle-aged man with a resolute face wearing blood-red armor. This person seemed to be an existence of another level of life, and the entire starry sky faintly seemed to be in harmony with him. His iron-blooded aura spread throughout the entire purple clouds continent, giving people a kind of pressure that came from the depths of their souls. People couldn't help but tremble. He was too strong. What realm was this expert at? Chapter 319. Greetings, true monarch Iron Mountain. Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu, he were the first to bow to the middle-aged man. As soon as they bowed, the other Tao integration experts and geniuses did not dare to stop. Greetings, true monarch Iron Mountain. Orderly and loud voices echoed in the starry sky. Jiang Xi was truly shocked. True monarch. It was actually a true monarch. Those with such a title were definitely above the tribulation transcender realm. Tao, immortal. Above the 9 tribulations was Tao, immortal. This is ridiculous. The Purple Heaven sect actually sent a Tao immortal to preside over the 9 regions genius battle. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. There were a total of 3 immortals. This showed how powerful the Purple Heaven sect was. This was also one of the reasons why he did not dare to casually go to the Purple Heaven sect to deliver the inheritance. He could imagine if he told them that he had the Purple Heaven Sword Manual. With so many immortals in the Purple Heaven sect, any one of them who acted cruelly would be able to dissect his soul. Moreover, he might feel that such an act was cruel, but in the eyes of an immortal, he was just an ant. After everyone finished bowing, true monarch Iron Mountain looked expressionlessly at the 129, 6 million young geniuses, and his hoarse voice echoed throughout the Purple Heaven continent. In this 9 regions genius battle, I hope you will do your best to achieve good results and strive to become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Those who fail do not give up. Continue to work hard and contribute to the strengthening of the human race. We will remember your words, everyone said in unison. True monarch Iron Mountain nodded and disappeared. The pressure that lingered in the depths of his soul also dissipated. In the starry sky, immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu, he looked at each other in surprise. I didn't expect true monarch Iron Mountain to come personally. It seems that the 3 geniuses who comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth in this 9 regions genius battle have attracted the attention of the perfected monarch. Then, the 2 suppressed their surprise. Immortal Yi Liang said to the geniuses, "Let's first talk about the rules of the 9 regions genius battle." Everyone on the green jade platform immediately looked over. Immortal Yi Liang continued. In this final, there are a total of 129, 6 million participants in the 9 regions. Only 3,600 people can enter the Purple Heaven sect. First of all, the first stage is the Qingyun Dao trial. We have prepared an illusory space for each contestant. Every illusory space has 9 Qingyun paths. Each Qingyun Dao is divided into 9 trial spaces, each of which has a certain number of points. What you have to do is to go through the Qingyun Dao trial and gain points. The more points you have, the higher your ranking will be. Everyone only has one chance. Death is the end. After everyone dies, according to the final ranking, the first to the 360th can directly enter my Purple Heaven sect and become a disciple of the 9th heaven. From 361 to 13320, there are a total of 12,960 people. After 2 more rounds of the challenge tournament, the remaining 3,240 people will be chosen. These people can also directly enter my Purple Heaven sect and become disciples of the 9th heaven. As for the others, they're all eliminated. All eliminated. All eliminated. These words echoed throughout the entire Purple Clouds continent and the starry sky. All the geniuses were stunned. Jiang Xi was even more shocked. Just now, he was still thinking about how to compete in the finals. Unexpectedly, the rules given by the Purple Heaven sect were so simple and crude. More than 10 million people were eliminated in just one round. The top 3,600 people of the finals were selected. Suddenly, Jiang Ci was stunned. Qingyan Dao, 9 steps. Lingwan Road, 9 steps. They were so similar. Could there be a connection? Get ready. I will teleport you to your respective illusory space later. The voice of the immortal sounded again. The green jade platform that covered an area of millions of square kilometers was suddenly in an uproar. More than 10 million geniuses could no longer hold it in and started discussing. There are a total of 9 Qingyun Dao trials in the Qingyun Dao trial. The trial will definitely be more and more difficult. I wonder how many steps we have to pass before we have a chance to enter the top 13320. In short, the more we pass, the better. It seems cruel, but it's actually an opportunity. If it's really a battle royale or a challenge tournament, once we encounter those crazy people, we'll be eliminated. However, there are more opportunities in this kind of trial. Many geniuses who were previously just going through the motions reignited hope in their hearts at this moment. As long as they entered the top 13,320, they would be able to enter the next round. After 2 more challenge tournaments, they would be able to enter the top 3,600 and become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Ci, why don't we compete to see who has a higher ranking in the Qingyun Dao? Mu Ning raised his eyebrows. At this moment, Jiang Ci was still shocked by the relationship between Lingwan Road and the Qingyun Dao. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "No, I'm just giving it a try. If you win, I'll play you a new song. Come on, listening to your song will kill me." "Hey, I only have a few songs that can kill people. The rest are all good. How many more songs do you want?" Mu Ning insisted again and again. In the end, Jiang Ci couldn't dissuade the innocent young man and agreed. "Isn't it just listening to songs?" After a while, the immortal's voice sounded again. The Qingyun Dao trial begins. All of a sudden, the galaxy rotated and everyone disappeared under the power of teleportation. Jiang Ci appeared in a bright and boundless space. Although he looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. In this illusory space, there were 9 Qingyun Dao paths made of green jade. They were numbered 1 to 9. Each Qingyun Dao path had 9 giant stone steps. This scene was too familiar. There was such an illusory space in the heavenly pavilion of the second grotto heaven of the Jade Pool mystic realm. However, in the illusory space in the heavenly pavilion, there was only one Lingwan Road made of white jade. However, there were 9 Qingyun Dao paths made of green jade. Could it be that this heavenly mountain river painting has some kind of connection with the Jade Pool mystic realm? To be more specific, is it related to the heavenly pavilion? Jiang Ci couldn't help but think so. He still remembered the last words that the spirit of the illusion, Anai Shang, had entrusted to him in the illusory space of the heavenly pavilion. Anai Shang told him to return to the heavenly pavilion after he cultivated his essence soul. By then, there would be great benefits for him. The heavenly mountain river painting was the supreme treasure of the Dao Alliance. What was the heavenly pavilion then? Jiang Ci's heart raced, and he tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart. At this moment, a clear and crisp female voice sounded. "Trial taker, please pay attention to the rules of the Qingyun Dao trial." Jiang Ci took a deep breath and temporarily put aside the suspicions and shock in his heart. He looked at a stone tablet in front of the 9 Qingyun Dao paths. The specific rules of this trial were written on it. Each of the 9 Lingwan Road has 9 steps, and each step corresponds to a trial space. There are 100 trial targets in each level of the trial space. Kill all the trial targets, and you will pass the trial. If you survive for 30 days, you will also pass the trial and continue to the next trial. Chapter 320. Jiang Ci continued to read on, only to see that there was a way to obtain points at the end. The points of the trial taker are determined according to the trial targets killed. The more you kill, the more points you will get. The specific points are as follows. The first Qingyun path, the 9th trial space, 1 point will be awarded for each trial target killed, totaling to 900 points. The second Qingyun path, the 9th trial space, 10 points will be awarded for each trial target killed, totaling to 9,000 points. For each Qingyun path, the points of each trial target will be increased by 10 times. For the 9th Qingyun path, the 9th trial space, 100 million points will be awarded for each trial target killed, totaling to 90 billion points. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and pondered for a while. I just don't know the specific difficulty of the trial. According to Immortal Ilyong, just now, the final ranking will only be determined after everyone dies. In other words, none of the more than 10 million geniuses can pass all 9 Qingyun paths. Although Jiang Xi had the experience of going through Ling Wan Road on Earth, he was also worried that his experience would be wrong at this time. The rules of the Qingyun path and Ling Wan Road were similar, but it did not mean that the trial targets inside were similar. Hence, he did not let his guard down and instead focused 120% of his attention to take this trial seriously. He strode towards the first step of the first Qingyun path. Before he went up, Jiang Xi suddenly stopped in his tracks. In a flash of inspiration, an idea surfaced in his mind. There are 2 ways to pass each trial, either to kill all trial targets or to persist for 30 days without dying. Then what if I can last for a full 30 days in each level of the trial space and only finish off all the trial targets at the last moment? In that case, there will be 270 days in 1 Qingyun path, which means that there will be 9 Qingyun paths in 2,430 days. That's more than 6 years. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up as he saw new hope. With that time, he could continue to deduce Dao techniques. If he broke through, his strength would be improved. If I do that, my ranking in the early stages of the trial may be much lower or even at the bottom. However, once I break through, there will be great progress. Even if my luck is terrible and I don't succeed in my deduction, with my strength, as long as I don't die, I'll be able to catch up. Moreover, Jiang Xi's sharp intuition told him that he was about to succeed. After all, the deduction of the Gale domain and Ignis domain had already taken a long time, consumed a huge amount of EXP, and had been blackfaced so many times. If he still didn't succeed, it would be too unreasonable. With that thought in mind, Jiang Xi stepped onto the first step. He immediately used his spiritual senses and entered the first trial space of the first stage of the Qingyun Dao. First, there was a bluestone round platform similar to the one in Lingwan Road. Next to it stood a bluestone pillar. Words appeared on it. Participant, Jiang Xi points, 0 ranking, none. There was a line of words below, which made Jiang Xi even more certain that his assumption was correct. If you can kill them all or survive for 30 days, you will pass the trial. After that, it was the familiar equipment selection process. Jiang Xi chose the supreme grade spirit weapon, the Killer Shadow Sword. After everything was ready, the spirit of the illusion of the Qingyun Dao said, "Participant, please kill 100 dragon pythons of the demon race within 30 days. Dragon pythons? Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. I'm going to get the top demon bloodline right away? On Earth, he could easily defeat the dragon pythons. What about here? In the next moment, the space changed and a vast swamp appeared outside the bluestone round platform. There were dark clouds and black rain, while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Roar! Kill the humans, drink their blood, and eat their flesh. 100 dragon pythons with wings on their backs hovered above the swamp, emitting a monstrous, ferocious aura as they roared at Jiang Xi. These dragon pythons are all at the perfected nascent soul realm. Jiang Xi was slightly shocked, but he soon regained his composure. He leaped and took the initiative to rush out. The Dao runes emitted by the dragon pythons were not strong. Their Dao realm was very low, but their cultivation level was high. In addition, their bloodline power was definitely much stronger. However, when Jiang Xi used the sword domain to easily kill a dragon python, he was confident. Kill 99 of them first, and leave the last one alive. Yes, that's it. At the same time, in the Tongtian River diagram of the Purple Clouds continent, immortal Iliang and immortal Chuha had been standing in the starry sky, supervising the progress of the Nine Regions Genius Battle. Below, on the huge green jade platform, 3,600 Dao integration powerhouses were gathered together and chatting with each other. According to the rules, the Qingyun Dao trial of the Nine Regions Genius Battle would only be announced to the public with a simple ranking. The specific trial content was confidential. They would only continue to use the Tongtian River diagram to spread the news of the battle to the entire 9 regions of the Dao Alliance. However, the Dao integration powerhouses had the authority to check the situation of the various illusory spaces of the Qingyun Dao trial. 5 poisons. Your disciple is very impressive. He even entered the top 10 in the first trial space of the Qingyun Dao trial. A Dao integration powerhouse from the Qinyao Star region exclaimed in surprise. You flatter me. I can't compare to Ji Wei from the Qinyao Star region. That young man is really strong. Although the 5 poisons shook his head, his face was full of pride. It was true that Ji Wei came from the Qinyao Star region, but he was not the disciple of that Dao integration powerhouse. However, the 5 poisons disciple had temporarily entered the top 10, so the significance was different. Ji Wei is indeed impressive. Others are still working hard in the first Qingyun Dao trial, but he's about to enter the second one. He's indeed a rare genius of the Dao Alliance. The other Dao integration powerhouses also sighed and changed the topic to Ji Wei. On the other hand, the Dao integration powerhouse of the Kanglan Star region, Wei Sheng, remained silent and frowned. It's normal for Mu Ning to enter the top 20. But what is that little fellow, Jiangxi, doing? He stopped after killing 99 of them? He could observe the situation in the illusory space that Jiangxi was in. After Jiangxi easily killed 99 dragon pythons, he trapped the last dragon python with the power of his domain. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Wei Sheng valued Jiangxi very much. This was because his new disciple, Xian Tian, was Jiangxi's sworn brother. The two of them were also related by blood. Now, Jiangxi's passive attitude towards the competition made him feel a little embarrassed. All 96 million people were desperately trying to pass the trial, but Jiangxi was the only one who was leisurely. At this moment, the 5 poisons and some other Dao integration powerhouses came to Wei Sheng. Old Wei, I remember that the Kanglan Star region is known as the Star region with the best interstellar trade in the Zixiao domain. However, in the past 50,000 years, no one has been able to enter the top 3,600 in the 9 regions Genius Battle. This time, there are actually 2 people who have a chance to enter. That's really rare. The 5 poisons spoke in a strange tone. It was unknown whether he had good or bad intentions. Wei Sheng's face darkened. What he was afraid of had happened. Others might not be able to tell, but of course he could. This was malicious. Chapter 3:21. Wei Sheng's face was sullen. The reason being, he and the 5 poisons old geezer had a feud in the early years. It even developed to the point of a life and death duel, which was later resolved after the mediation of the higher-ups. The 5 poisons old geezer mentioned the shameful record of the pale blue star region in front of so many people because he naturally wanted to embarrass him. Let me see the ranking of the 2 geniuses in your star region. The 5 poisons old geezer went to check the trial situation of the pale blue star region. Mu Ning, not bad, he's ranked 19th. It's a pity that such a genius was born in the pale blue star region. Jiangxi, this little guy is really something. He's ranked more than 10 million. Old Wei, is this the genius of the pale blue star region? The 5 poisons old geezer looked shocked. Some other Dao integration powerhouses also laughed. Anyway, they were just there to watch the fun. Of course, they saw Jiangxi's trial situation. In the finals of the 9 regions Genius Battle, it was rare to see someone not working hard. As for the feud between Wei Sheng and the 5 poisons old geezer, many of the Dao integration powerhouses present knew about it. With a sullen face, Wei Sheng's body flickered, and he went somewhere else. This little guy dares to be passive and slack off in the finals. When the trial is over, I must teach him a good lesson. Soon, more than a month passed. In the illusory space of the Qingyan Dao, Jiang Xi was in the second trial space of the first Qingyan Dao. The trial space was a world of flames. The target of the trial was a strange life form, the flame giant, which did not belong to the demon race. A mature flame giant could easily eat a star and was extremely powerful. However, there were 100 flame giants who were at the perfected nascent soul realm and were not mature. Although they were stronger than most human cultivators who were at the perfected nascent soul realm, they were still no match for Jiang Xi. 99 of them had already been killed by Jiang Xi, leaving only one flame giant that was bound by the power of the domain and roaring continuously. Jiang Xi was silently chanting at the side, "Deduce, deduce, deduce." The deduction of the Gale domain and distant fire domain was carried out at the same time. Suddenly, in a trance, Riverward sensed that something had descended. However, it was not in the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram, but in the outside world. Blue Planet, Douda Manor, Training Room. The nascent soul in Jiang Xi's lower dantian emitted an invisible wave, which connected with the invisible wave descending from heaven and earth. A wisp of dark red leaf fire suddenly appeared in the nascent soul's left palm. He had broken through. You have comprehended the Tao of Fire. Experience points plus 10 million. At the same time, the EXP panel beeped. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't make any big movements on the surface. He knew that the two immortals and Dao integration experts could see the situation in the illusory space. Previously, I spent a huge amount of experience points and spent a long time on it, but I was still unable to succeed. To think that I would succeed in just a month. That being said, Riverward also knew that this was the result of a qualitative change due to a quantitative change. Deducing the Gale domain and Ignis domain has cost more than 2.6 billion EXP. That's 1.3 billion EXP on average. 1.3 billion EXP. This kind of consumption was not small. Besides, that was only one type of breakthrough. The Gale domain had yet to be broken through. That's not all. There's also the Sword domain, which is even more difficult to deduce. The Sword domain was a special level Dermic Dao. If he wanted to deduce the next realm, he would probably need a massive amount of EXP. He secretly opened the EXP panel to check. Cultivation level, Nascent Soul, Late Stage 1, 0.6 million/1. 0.6 million. Dermic Dao, Dao of Fire, 15 million. Gale Domain, 5.000.000/5, 0.000.000. Sword Domain, 10.000.000/10, 0.000.000. Amplitude, 200 Deduction, 10,000 EXP once Cultivation Method. Purple Cloud Sword Sutra. Peacock Visualization Experience Points, 920. 88 million. I only have more than 900 million EXP left. It's still not enough. Jiang Xi shook his head and did not dwell on this issue. Instead, he focused his attention on the Dao of Fire that he had just broken through. He was still undergoing the Qingyan Dao trial, and improving his strength was his top priority. 50 million EXP for upgrading is still acceptable. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would have to spend tens of billions of EXP for upgrading. Now that he had broken through, the next step was to improve his Dermic Dao. However, there was now a problem. He was in the state of a spiritual body in the Tongtian Mountain River painting. His body outside was in the midst of meditation and cultivation, so he couldn't move. In other words, he couldn't provide a large amount of spiritual energy by eating spiritual fruits. In that case, it would be impossible to increase the EXP of the Dao of Fire in a short period of time. My current cultivation level is at the perfected nascent soul realm, and the maximum amount of EXP that I can gain every day is 4,200 points. Experience points are magical. It's different from the experience points gained from killing monsters in games. Without the assistance of spiritual energy, I can increase my experience points. Even if I'm at the perfected nascent soul realm, my body can only withstand so much EXP every day. However, in terms of Dermic Dao, I can increase it by 8,400 EXP every day. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci laughed. It was because of a battle that happened a long time ago. When he first embarked on the path of martial arts, he had a battle with Shun Quan in Pak Sun Province on Earth. At that time, he used the EXP panel to improve his martial arts techniques because he had improved too much in a short period of time. It exceeded the limit that his mental consciousness could bear, and he almost died. When he woke up, he discovered that the limit of his mental endurance had increased. The daily EXP increase in his martial arts techniques had become twice that of his level. Even if his martial arts techniques evolved into Dermic Dao, the multiplier remained the same and had always existed. I didn't expect that my desperate efforts in the early years would come in handy now. Now, he could use all the 8,400 EXP that he could gain every day to improve the Dao of Fire. He would improve it step by step and see how far he could go in the Qingyun Dao trial. Soon, Jiang Ci persisted for 30 days in the second trial space of the first Qingyun Dao trial. He killed the roaring flame giant with one sword and passed the trial. You have passed the second trial of the Qingyun Dao, EXP +2. 1 million. Hearing the prompt, Jiang Ci laughed again. That was the same as the Ling Wan Road of the Jade Pool. After each trial was completed, there would be EXP rewards. However, the EXP given here was more. The first trial of the Qingyun Dao gave him 2 million EXP. According to the increase, he would gain 100,000 EXP for each subsequent level. It's a good bonus. I'll definitely get more at the end. Jiang Ci was even more motivated as he stepped on the next step. The space changed, and the trial scene this time was a world of rugged rocks. Trial taker, please kill 100 golden-winged condors within 30 days. 100 massive golden-winged condors suddenly appeared in the air, each with a wingspan of tens of thousands of feet. They covered the sky and emitted a menacing aura as they pounced on Jiang Ci. Let's see my strength after the breakthrough first. Chapter 322. The golden-winged rock condor has the top bloodline of the demon race. Rumor has it that it's the descendant of the golden-winged rock. Jiang Ci held the killing shadow sword and charged forward. The Dao runes that were filled with the light of leaf fire instantly spread to a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The Dao of leaf fire descended. The Dao of leaf fire that had just broken through was integrated into Jiang Ci's sword. Whoosh! The dark red sword shadow that was 100,000 feet long roared and swept out. It killed more than half of the golden-winged rock condors with one strike. Not bad, it's very strong. Although the experience of the Dao of leaf fire did not increase by much, it did not even reach the first level. However, after changing from a leaf fire domain to the Dao of leaf fire, the attribute of the Dao of leaf fire had undergone a qualitative change. Under the blessing of the Dao runes, the power of his sword increased sharply. The Dao of leaf fire is a rare Dao technique. If the experience of the Dao technique is higher, my ranking in the finals will be higher. Jiang Ci's eyes were glowing. Next, he would continue to improve his Dao technique experience using the time of each level of the Qingyun Dao trial. On the green jade platform in the purple clouds continent of the Tongtian Mountain River diagram, when Wei Sheng saw the scene of Jiang Ci killing dozens of golden-winged rock condors with one sword, his sullen face finally eased a little. However, in the next moment, the expression on his face stiffened again. It was because Jiang Ci had once again repeated the rhythm of the first two levels of the trial space. He only left a golden-winged rock condor behind and then began to cultivate again. This little guy. Wei Sheng was a little helpless. Of course, he discovered that Jiang Ci had already broken through and comprehended a rare Dao of heaven and earth. Although he was surprised, he was also puzzled. Since he had already broken through, shouldn't he go all out and rush up? If he continued to cultivate using the time of each level of the trial, he shouldn't be able to improve much, right? Cultivating a rare Tao of heaven and earth, even if one's talent and comprehension were high, it would take a decade or 100 years to improve. What could the Qingyun Tao do in such a short amount of time? Besides, there were so many people watching. Couldn't he perform well and be more proactive? Wei Sheng had indeed been feeling uncomfortable during this period of time because the five poisons had been using Jiangxi's negative attitude towards the competition and mocked him from time to time. Even though everyone knew that Jiangxi was cultivating, Jiangxi was still cultivating. But as an enemy, the five poisons ghost did not care so much. The only one who made Wei Sheng feel better was another genius from the Kanglan Star region, Mu Ning. He's working hard and is about to enter the top 10. Outside, on the pale blue planet, the huge painting of mountains and rivers hanging in the sky only showed the ranking of the Qingyun Dao trial. That genius called Ji Wei is too terrifying. Others are still working hard on the first two Qingyun paths, but he's already challenging the fourth one. Mu Ning from our Kanglan Star region is also not bad. He ranked 13th in the trial. By the way, what's Jiangxi's ranking? I haven't seen him for a long time. I remember he was counting down last month. When everyone looked around and found that Jiangxi was still at the bottom of the list, they immediately became lively. It can't be. The hope and glory of the blue planet have been destroyed, just like that. I don't believe it. With Jiangxi's strength, even if he want to hide, he should have rushed into the top 10,000 by now, right? He's already in the bottom 10,000. It seems that the glory of the blue planet still has to be fought for by Feng Si of the Tsangyan sect. He has already rushed into the top 10,000. For a moment, there was a flurry of discussion. There were all kinds of guesses whether they believed in Jiangxi or not Jiangxi. Of course, most of them didn't believe it, due to the fact that they couldn't see the specific scene of the trial. Everyone could only judge the situation of the trial based on the rankings. Hence, many people thought that Jiangxi's previous performance in the division battle might have been short-lived. Now that it was the finals, his strength couldn't keep up with the countless geniuses of the 9 regions, soaring rainbow planet. Yuan Zhangshua happily drank 3 cups of wine, and his hearty laughter echoed throughout the entire palace. Good. Just like that, I'll stay at the bottom. The lower, the better. He was now full of hatred for Jiangxi. The reason was simple. He didn't know who it was, but someone spread the news that he had a conflict with Jiangxi. Now, his competitors in the Soaring Rainbow sect were all using this matter to attack him and take the opportunity to weaken his strength. If the sect leader wasn't his great-grandfather, he would have been kicked out of the list of successors by now. And the source of all this was because of River Word. In the blink of an eye, it was the second year of the Qingyun Dao trial. 96 million people basically passed the first Qingyun Dao trial. The second Qingyun Dao trial became a watershed. Almost every trial space could eliminate at least 1 million people. By the time they reached the third Qingyun Dao trial, there were only more than 800,000 people left in the trial. The competition for the ranking of the trial was also extremely intense. In particular, the top 10 places were constantly changing. Except for Ji Wei. This terrifying genius had already rushed to the 6th Qingyun Dao trial. The second place was still in the 4th. He was 2 major ranks ahead. It was almost certain that he was the first place in the trial. However, the most speechless thing was that Jiangxi, who was crawling slowly in the Qingyun Dao trial like a snail, was actually still alive. He had already reached the 3rd step of the 2nd Qingyun Dao trial. His ranking in the trial had also climbed from more than 10 million to more than 8 million. On the huge green jade platform of the Purple Clouds continent, silhouettes appeared one after another. They were all people who had been eliminated by the Qingyun Dao trial and had reappeared there. Many of them seemed to have just taken an exam and were comparing their answers. Which step were you eliminated at? I was at the 4th step. The soul-devouring ants of this Qingyun Dao trial are too strong. I died as soon as the battle began. We're the same then. I'm also at the 4th step, and I killed more than 30 soul-devouring ants. Oh, I'm at the 4th step of the 3rd Qingyun Dao trial. Damn it, I'm 2nd, After everyone compared their results, they turned their attention to the ranking of the trial. Due to the fact that only the two immortals and those Tao integration powerhouses could check each illusory space. Hence, the eliminated geniuses could only pay attention to the trial of others through the ranking. The people of the Kanglan Star region naturally paid attention to Mu Ning and Jiang Ci, the two representative geniuses. Then, they discovered the abnormality of Jiang Ci's ranking in the trial. They quickly deduced the total time taken to pass the trial and the rank of the Qingyun Dao trial. Jiang Ci persisted for 30 days in each step of the trial in the Qingyun Dao trial before passing it. This guy wants to use this time to cultivate and make a breakthrough. He's already very strong. Using the rules to waste time like this is too embarrassing. There are so many powerhouses watching. Their discussion attracted the attention of the people from the other star regions. Hence, Jiang Ci's name spread among the geniuses of the various star regions. Soon, almost all the people who had been eliminated found out. There was a genius with good strength in this 9 regions genius battle. He was using the trial time of the finals to cultivate. Such a situation was rare. Everyone immediately became interested and began to pay attention to Jiang Ci. Chapter 323. The number of people paying attention to Jiang Ci gradually increased. Of course, there were more than 10 million geniuses who had thought about it before. They wanted to persist in each trial space for a full 30 days and use that time to cultivate. However, they did not succeed in the end. Firstly, without Jiang Ci's strength, they couldn't easily kill 99 trial targets and leave only one alive. Secondly, they couldn't do such a thing under the watchful eyes of so many powerhouses. Time passed, and when the 3rd year ended, the Qingyun Dao trial was in its 4th year. The number of people who were still persisting in the trial was less than 10,000. Ji Wei was still in first place in the trial. He was a genius with breathtaking talent and was about to complete the 8th Qingyun Dao. He had left the others far behind. For example, the person in second place was still working hard on the 6th Qingyun Dao. However, that was not the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was looking at one person, Jiang Ci. Why hasn't he been eliminated yet? Why is he still alive? Not only was he alive, but he had also reached the first step of the 5th Qingyun Dao and was ranked in the top 10,000. In the past 3 years, everyone looked at Riverward's ranking. It was like a snail, steadily climbing up step by step. Many people were numb. At this point, everyone was clear that Jiang Ci was going to persist in each trial space for a full 30 days. Although Wei Sheng, the Dao integration powerhouse of the Kanglan Star region, was still a little helpless, his expression was getting better and better. He was even a little expectant that Su Changyu might be able to give him a surprise. The reason being, he could tell that Jiang Ci's dermic Dao strength was improving bit by bit. Even if the 5 Poisons old geezer would still mock him from time to time, he would pretend that he didn't hear anything. As Jiang Ci's ranking rose, the 5 Poisons old geezer would only mock him less and less. In the sky above the purple clouds continent, with their powerful immortal senses, Immortal Iliang and Immortal Chuha could monitor the situation of everyone's trial at the same time. That little guy is taking things one step at a time and fighting steadily. I admire his attitude. Immortal Iliang said with a smile. Don't you think that his dermic Dao is improving a little too quickly? He only comprehended the Dao of fire 3 years ago. Now, he has already surpassed the first level. Immortal Chuha said solemnly. What's so special about that? One word, genius. Immortal Iliang chuckled. Genius? Someone like Ji Wei was a true genius. After 3 years, he did not stop for even a moment. He was about to reach the 9th Qingyun path. As I recall, it has been over 1,000,000 years since anyone has reached this stage in the finals of the 9 regions genius battle. Immortal Chu has said, you're just a little old-fashioned. Geniuses aren't made from the same mold. Let's wait and see. I think Jiang Ci can give us a surprise. Immortal Iliang cast his gaze towards the illusory space. He could see that Jiang Xi was seated in the lotus position, cultivating. Immortal Chuha didn't argue. He had high hopes for Ji Wei. He was not the only one. In fact, almost everyone was optimistic about Ji Wei. Of course, no one would compare Jiang Xi with Ji Wei, because they were not on the same level at all. Ji Wei was about to reach the 9th Qinyan path. Jiang Xi had just reached the 5th Qinyan path. Look, Ji Wei is starting to challenge the 9th Qinyan path. Immortal Chuha's eyes lit up. Immortal Liang also hurriedly looked over. At the same time, the Tao integration experts below also shifted their attention from Jiang Xi to Ji Wei. After all, this concerned the record of the 9 regions genius battle and was more worthy of attention. No matter what Ji Wei's final result is, he has created a new record. Yeah, in the past million years, the best result in the finals of the 9 regions genius battle was the 9th step of the 8th Qinyan path. While everyone was discussing, in the illusory space, the cold-looking young man with a lock of white hair in front of his forehead stepped onto the 9th Qinyan path with a long sword in hand. In the first trial space, there were still 100 perfected nascent soul dragon pythons. However, the Tao runes of the heaven and earth Tao flowed into space. Soon, Ji Wei fought with those dragon pythons. However, he was injured in just a moment. This is the first time he's been injured. Immortal Chuha's eyes flashed. Immortal Liang remained silent. Then, Ji Wei erupted, and the space above the boundless lake in the trial space shattered. His figure shuttled through the countless fragments and attacked those dragon pythons. His movement technique was strange and unpredictable. In the end, Ji Wei killed half of the dragon pythons before being torn to pieces by the remaining ones. He was eliminated. However, just half of the dragon pythons gave him 5 billion points. No one could shake his first-place position. Immortal Liang sighed and said, "What a terrifying young man. His strength has already surpassed that of many tribulation transcenders." Immortal Chuha also said, "Yeah, once he reaches the Tao integration realm, or even the primordial soul realm, his strength will be comparable to the two of us." Ji Wei's current cultivation was at the perfected nascent soul realm, and he was unable to fully display the power of his Tao integration realm. If he reached the primordial soul realm or the Tao integration realm, he would be able to display even more power. As for tribulation transcenders, these two immortals were very clear that once Ji Wei transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he would far surpass them. Below, on the huge green jade platform, whoosh, Ji Wei's figure reappeared on the platform. He was still expressionless as he found an empty corner and sat down cross-legged. He didn't approach others, and others didn't approach him. In the distance, those Tao integration realm powerhouses looked at this young genius that was rarely seen in a million years with complicated feelings. They had suffered below. Each of them had cultivated for thousands of years, but their Tao integration realm was inferior to that of a junior. At the same time, those more than 10 million geniuses who had been eliminated, when they saw Ji Wei's figure appear, they understood that Ji Wei had also been eliminated. Although they couldn't see Ji Wei's trial scene, they could see the changes in his ranking points. They knew that Ji Wei had passed the 9th Qinyan path before dying. Everyone was silent. The gap was too big. At this time, Jiang Xi was in the first trial space of the 5th Qinyan path. The trial targets here were also 100 dragon pythons. At this point in the trial, he had already figured out the situation of the trial targets. The trial targets of the 9 trial spaces were different. The trial targets of the first trial space were all dragon pythons of the monster race. The second trial was a strange life form flame giant. The third trial was a golden-winged condor of the monster race. However, the trial targets of the 9 Qinyan paths were arranged the same for each level, except that their strength would increase with each level. After reaching the 5th Qinyan path, the strength of each trial target was at least equivalent to the top 10,000 geniuses of the finals. However, with Jiang Xi's current strength, he could still easily deal with the 100 dragon pythons. He had already killed 99 of them, but there was still one that he had yet to kill. When Ji Wei was eliminated in the first stage of the ninth Qingyun path, Jiang Xi didn't know about it. He was still working hard to cultivate and improve. Jiang Xi only discovered this situation when he passed the first trial and checked his ranking. Chapter 3:24. After entering the next level of the trial space, Jiang Xi still maintained his previous pace and left one trial target alive. Then, with a thought, he summoned the interface of a light board. It was his ranking in the trial of the Qingyun Dao. Trial participant, Jiang Xi points, 1989900 ranking. 752. I'll be in the top 5,000 after a few more levels. Jiang Xi's eyes flickered. He finally discovered that there were some changes in the information of Ji Wei, who was in the first place. He was still in the first place, but there were two more words behind his name. Trial participant. Ji Wei eliminated. Besides, Ji Wei's points were also 5 billion more than the last time he looked at the ranking. 5 billion? Each of the trial targets of the ninth Qingyun Dao has 100 million points. With such a huge increase, he must have passed the ninth trial, but he didn't pass the first level of the trial space. Jiang Xi was amazed. Even if he didn't pass the first level, he was still a pervert. After passing the first 8 Qingyun Dao trials perfectly, he still needed 100 points to reach 10 billion. However, the first level of the ninth Qingyun Dao trial already had 10 billion points. Clearly, the trial of the ninth Qingyun Dao trial was extremely difficult. Ji Wei actually managed to kill half of the trial targets of the first level of the Qingyun Dao trial. What terrifying strength! Jiang Xi shook his head and got rid of the shock in his heart. He didn't compare himself to Ji Wei and was still competing with himself. He would improve a little every day and continue like that. It would only end when he reached his limit. He looked at the changes in the experience points panel. Dao of Fire, 8, 725/50, 000,000. Amplitude, 256, 96. According to the conversion of experience points, the Dao of Fire is worth 72 million experience points, which is equivalent to more than one level. Of course, the Dao of Fire is a rare Dao technique. Even if it's only one level, my strength has obviously improved. In terms of amplitude, although it has only increased by 96 times, the increase in actual combat power can't be so simple. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart and had a clear understanding of his own strength. The amplitude was only for spiritual power. The other aspects of the Dao of Fire were not reflected. For example, the Dao runes of leaf fire, the power of the flames of leaf fire itself, and so on. When all of these were put together, the increase in his strength would be more than that. Before the finals of the 9 Zones Genius Tournament began, he had the strength to rank in the top 300. But now he had the strength to be in the top 100. Time passed, and another year passed. It was now the 5th year of the Qingyun Dao trial. Mu Ning, another genius from the Kanglan Star region, finally made it to the 7th place and was eliminated. And there were only 3 people left who were still in the trial. Wild Waves, currently ranked 4th in the trial. Blood Boy, currently ranked 8th in the trial. Jiang Xi, currently ranked 85th in the trial. Of the top 10, only 2 were not eliminated. However, no one paid attention to Wild Waves and Bloodchild. Their eyes were now focused on Jiang Xi. Almost everyone was thinking the same thing. How far could this genius, who had crawled step by step like a snail, reach in the end? In the starry sky of the purple clouds continent, in the sky of the towering mountain river diagram. Immortal Liang was all smiles. Immortal Chu, he remained silent. Clearly, Jiang Xi's performance had exceeded Immortal Chu He's expectations. Below, on the huge green jade platform, most of the Dao integration powerhouses also fell silent. Only Wei Sheng was smiling more and more. Good lad, well done. Mu Ning from the Kanglan Star region had already made it to the 7th place. However, Jiang Xi was different. His disciple, Xin Tian, was Jiang Xi's sworn brother in that case. they were family. Hence, Wei Sheng paid more attention to Jiang Xi. Now, Jiang Xi's performance had really exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that Jiang Xi would be able to get into the top 500 in the Qingyun Dao trial. In the end, he had already reached the 85th place. Wei Sheng was in a better mood. He had a hunch that Jiang Xi would bring him more and more surprises. Besides, the five poisons old fogey that annoyed him had completely shut up. The disciple of the five poisons old fogey had made it to the top 10 in the beginning. However, as the others put in more effort, he only managed to get 124th place in the end. Hence, if anyone continued to talk about Jiang Xi's negative attitude toward the competition, they would be asking for trouble. Who knew what ranking Jiang Xi would eventually reach? In the outside world, on the Kanglan Star, it was the hope and glory of the Kanglan Star region. That title was given to Jiang Xi by the Kanglan Star region's people. It was too inspirational. He went from being in the bottom 10 million to being in the 85th place. He had never given up on getting there. What ranking could Jiang Xi make in the future? Everyone was looking forward to seeing Jiang Xi make it as high as possible. Of course, Jiang Daodu was also paying attention. She had been waiting outside the training room of Daoda Manor and had never left. After seeing Jiang Xi's latest ranking, she smiled knowingly. Soon, Kuang Lang, who was in 4th place, and Xue Tong, who was in 8th place, were eliminated one after another. Kuang Lang stopped in the 9th step of the trial space of the 7th Qingyun Dao trial. Xue Tong was 1 step lower and fell in the 8th step of the 7th Qingyun Dao trial. Out of a total of 96 million geniuses, Jiang Xi was the only one left who was still persisting in the Qingyun Dao trial. In the 5th step of the trial space of the 6th Qingyun Dao trial, Jiang Xi knew about the situation when he saw the word eliminated in the ranking information. 1st place, Ji Wei, was eliminated in the 1st step of the 9th Qingyun Dao trial. 2nd place, Yan Jiufeng, was eliminated in the 2nd step of the 8th Qingyun Dao trial. 3rd place, Mo Hong, was eliminated in the 1st step of the 8th Qingyun Dao trial. The remaining 4th to 30th places were all eliminated in the 7th Qingyun Dao trial. It seems that the 7th Qingyun Dao trial is another watershed. Jiang Xi came to that conclusion after analyzing it. However, he was still not in a hurry and maintained his previous rhythm as he moved forward steadily. To him, time was power. He improved a little every day. Be it the various major star zones outside or the Tongtian Mountain River diagram, there were 2 immortals, 3,600 Dao integration cultivators, and more than 10 million geniuses who had been eliminated. They were all watching Jiang Xi train. He was the last trial taker. Under everyone's gaze, it was the second half of the 5th year of the Qingyun Dao trial. Jiang Xi finally made it to the top 30 of the trial. 29th place. He rushed to the 2nd step of the trial space of the 7th Qingyun Dao trial. The trial targets of this step were still strange life forms, the flame giants. Jiang Xi finally found it strenuous to deal with them. It was because the power of the Tao of fire could not be perfectly displayed on the flame giants. After putting in a lot of effort, he only managed to kill 99 flame giants. The speed of improvement in dermic Tao strength can no longer keep up with the increase in the difficulty of the trial. Jiang Xi understood that there was not much time left for him to improve the Tao of fire. Charge to the limit. Don't give up until you reach the limit. After the Qingyun Dao trial ended, there would be other battles, and there wouldn't be such a good opportunity to improve then. He continued to advance steadily. Chapter 325. The 3rd, 4th, and 7th steps of the 7th path of the Qingyun Dao. Jiang Xi stubbornly passed and persisted for a full 30 days each time. At this point, the trial of the Qingyun Dao had been going on for exactly 5 years. However, after reaching the 7th step, Jiang Xi knew that it was his limit. Not only was the trial getting more and more difficult, but his strength had also reached a certain level. Forget it, let's stop here. He looked at the changes in the experience points panel. Tao of Fire, 15, 025/50 000 amplitude 370 36. It was a huge improvement. The comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth was divided into 10 levels. According to the conversion of Dharmic Tao experience, the Tao of fire had just reached the third realm. With the enhancement of the Dharmic Tao, the amplitude would also increase. Jiangxi's spiritual power amplitude had increased by 170 times compared to before the trial of the Qingyun Tao. As for his actual combat strength, it was much more than that. Next, the trial will become more and more difficult. Even if I can continue to improve the Tao of fire experience, it will only increase by a little. It's difficult to produce a qualitative change in strength. Now I'll start going all out, charge. Let's see what ranking I can achieve in the end. Jiangxi's eyes gradually became excited and his blood boiled. The culling shadow sword was also vibrating gently and getting ready to attack. After holding in for so long, he could finally go all out. He was now ranked 12th in the trial. At the same time, the two immortals and the group of Tao integration powerhouses saw Jiangxi in the illusory space and knew that he was about to really exert his strength. Among the top 20, only Ji Wei, who was in first place, and Yin Jiufeng, who was in second place, had made it to the 8th Qingyun Tao. The others had stopped at the 7th Qingyun Tao. As for Riverward, how far could he reach in the end? It's been 5 years, and this kid is finally going to go all out. I wonder if he can make it to the 8th Qingyun Tao. Judging from his performance in the recent trials, it's probably going to be difficult. However, it shouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the top 10. Many Tao integration powerhouses made guesses. All the geniuses who had already been eliminated instantly became lively when they heard the words of the Tao integration powerhouse. They couldn't see the scene in the illusory space, so they didn't know the specific situation of Jiangxi's trial. What a freak. Does he really want to hear me play? Muning shook his head. His final ranking was 7th. If Jiangxi's ranking was higher than his, then according to the previous bet, he would lose. Our sect master once said that Jiangxi's strength is at most in the top 300 of the finals. This is too illogical. Looking at the way he's wasting time, he must have made a breakthrough in the middle of the battle and wanted to advance further. I reckon that after these few years, seeing that he hasn't improved much, he doesn't want to persist anymore. No matter what the result is, this is a strong opponent. Even if Jiangxi fell at this step, he would still be ranked 12th in the trial. There was no doubt about his strength. While the crowd was discussing the matter, Ji Wei's expression remained indifferent as he sat alone in a corner of the green jade platform. No one dared to approach him. There were also people who wanted to approach him, but they were all frightened by his aura that kept others at arm's length. Ji Wei only glanced at Jiangxi's ranking slightly and didn't pay much attention to it. The reason being, even if Jiangxi exploded, he wouldn't be able to catch up with his results. On the other hand, the young girl in a red dress, Yin Jiufeng, who ranked 2nd in the trial, looked at Jiangxi's ranking curiously. She wanted to know more about Jiangxi's strength, such as his Dharmic Tao realm, moves, and so on. Unfortunately, when she was collecting information about the opponent previously, she didn't pay much attention to Jiangxi. Now, she couldn't see the situation of Jiangxi's trial and could only see the ranking. It seems that he should be a sinister and cunning person. His ranking was so low previously, so he must have hidden a lot of things. Yes, I have to pay attention. If I encounter him in the arena later, I can be on guard in advance. Yin Jiufeng said seriously, which was rare in the illusory space, the 8th step of the 7th Qingyun Tao. It was a world that resembled purgatory. In the darkness, there were only wisps of pale flames that were constantly jumping. Trial taker, please kill 100 silver yikshaws of the demon race within 30 days. All of a sudden, 100 tall figures walked out of the darkness. Each figure had a pair of short silver wings and a pair of silver horns on their foreheads. The pale flames were jumping on their bodies. They were the silver yikshaws of the royal bloodline of the demon race. It was a powerful race that made countless human cultivators tremble in fear. As soon as Jiangxi entered, his aura was raised to the highest, and he was ready to fight. Human die. The 100 silver yikshaws roared in unison and attacked Jiang Xi with their white-bone tridents. The trial targets of the 7th Qingyun Dao are all equivalent to the geniuses in the top 100 of the finals. These silver yikshaws have the royal bloodline of the demon race and are stronger. With that thought in mind, Jiang Xi's sword flashed, and countless sword shadows whizzed out. Clang! 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 The silver yikshaws waved their tridents and easily blocked the countless sword shadows. In the next moment, they arrived in front of Jiang Xi. The white-bone trident, accompanied by terrifying pale flames, was swung up and smashed towards riverward. The surging demonic aura was terrifying. If one's willpower was weak, their mind would be affected. However, Jiang Xi was not afraid. He was determined and his body swayed. Under the gale domain, his speed reached the extreme, and he managed to dodge the ferocious attacks. The sword domain alone is still a little weak. With a thought, Jiang Xi used the sword domain as the core and integrated the Li Fire Dao and gale domain into it. Countless dark red sword shadows appeared again. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, they whistled and raged like a gust of wind. However, this time, the countless sword shadows were not scattered by Jiang Xi. Instead, they suddenly condensed and merged into one sword. Countless sword shadows condensed on the killing shadow sword. The 3 Dao techniques combined, and the Dao runes that were emitted were extremely strange, as if they were connected to this space. Roar! Those silver yikshaws seemed to have sensed the danger and let out a thunderous roar. The terrifying sound waves swept over 1,000 kilometers. Another wave of demonic qi surged forth. Boom! Under the powerful force, 130,000-foot-long white bone tridents tore through the darkness. They completely covered the position where Jiang Xi was. If he could not block it, he would be directly turned into meat paste. Haha, it's over. Jiang Xi laughed, revealing a strong sense of confidence. After the 3 Dao techniques combined, the power of the sword technique increased tremendously. At the same time, the wind and fire were born together. Under the influence of the Li Fire, his gale domain was also strengthened. His speed was even faster than before. All of a sudden, Jiang Xi disappeared into the dark space. Only the pale flames could occasionally illuminate his figure. Swoosh! Swoosh! A dark red sword shadow kept flashing in the darkness. Those silver yikshaws with demonic aura roared and fell one after another. He passed the 8th step of the 7th Qingyun Dao. He rose to 7th place in the trial. It was worth mentioning that this was the first time Jiang Xi displayed the fusion of Dao techniques in the Qingyun Dao trial. It was the strongest attack. Chapter 326. In the sky above the purple clouds continent. Immortal Iliang and Immortal Chuha's eyes lit up. The two of them had seen the battle between Jiang Xi and Mu Ning during the division battles. They knew that Jiang Xi had a Dao technique fusion technique. The fusion of 3 great Dao techniques was Jiang Xi's strongest ability at the moment. He was finally willing to use it at this point in the finals. This little guy's Dao technique fusion technique is even stronger than the last time. It's rare for young people to fuse 3 Dao techniques, but this little guy is getting better and better. Immortal Iliang said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, the geniuses who participated in the 9 regions genius battle would basically specialize in one Dao technique because they had less years of cultivation. Very few people could be like Jiang Xi, who not only had 3 decent Dao techniques, but could also fuse them together. Although the fusion is still a little uneven, it has the uniqueness of the sword Dao and the nature of the wind and fire. The power of his sword is not inferior to the 6th realm of rare Dao techniques. Immortal Chuha also nodded, which was a rare sight. Their attitudes were relaxed and serious, respectively, as they judged Jiang Xi's strength. At the same time, the Dao integration powerhouses were even more surprised. He can think of a Dao technique fusion technique at such a young age, and his strength has increased so much in an instant. This is interesting. With this technique, he has the strength to compete for the top 10. There was one more contender for the top 10. Wei Shen was also very surprised. Jiangxi's performance had refreshed his opinion of him again. In the beginning, he thought that Jiangxi could enter the top 500 of the finals, then the top 300, and now the top 10. Haha, the more surprises, the better. Next, on the 9th step of the 7th Qingyun path, the trial target was 100 powerful Rakshasas from the Ghost clan. However, Jiangxi used the fusion of 3 great Dao techniques to pass the trial faster than the previous step. The reason was very simple. It was because the Dao of Fire was very effective against the Ghost clan. After that, Jiangxi did not stop and stepped on the 8th Qingyun path under everyone's watchful eyes. In the first trial space, there were 100 dragon pythons. Each dragon python exuded a rare Dao aura of the Dao of heaven and earth, possessing the strength of the top 20 in the finals. With 100 of them added together, it would be even more powerful. Currently, there were only 2 people who had passed this stage, Ji Wei and Yin Jiufeng. Although Mo Hong, who was ranked 3rd, had made it to this stage, he did not pass it. After that, Jiangxi's performance in this trial astonished all of the Dao integration stage powerful beings once again. Just now, many Dao integration powerhouses asserted that Jiangxi could only reach the 9th step of the 7th Qingyun Dao. But now, in the face of Jiangxi's actual performance, he could only shake his head. This was because Jiangxi had combined the 3 Daos into one. He had killed all 100 dragon pythons that possessed the rare Dao of heaven and earth. After passing this stage, he would be able to make a breakthrough. Jiangxi's ranking rose to 3rd place. A genius who rose from the bottom all the way to the top 3 hasn't appeared in tens of thousands of years. However, the next stage won't be that easy. The flame giant is a strange life form in the universe and is naturally good at controlling the power of flames. Regardless of whether he passed or not, he's already very strong. If he were in the previous 9 regions genius battles, he would definitely get 1st place in the trial. While the Dao integration powerhouses were surprised, they no longer dared to assert what Jiangxi's limit was. Then, Jiangxi ascended to the 2nd trial of the 8th Qingyun Dao. Ji Wei was the only one who passed this stage, and Yin Jiufeng only killed 32 flame giants. Each of the 100 flame giants was 100,000 meters tall and had a ferocious aura like a god fiend. The Dao aura that they exuded was also a rare Dao of heaven and earth. In the face of such a powerful trial target, Jiangxi was drowned in the sea of fire in just a moment. Soon, he was injured. Not to mention their large size, they're actually so fast too. The explosion of flames gave these flame giants extreme speed. Boom! Jiangxi rushed out of the sea of fire with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. His entire body was as red as a piece of fine iron that had been burned red. There were many serious injuries on his body. Have I reached my limit? Then it's the last fight. I'll kill as many as I can. Jiangxi went berserk. He gave up on defense and fought with all his might. He unleashed his speed and sword techniques to the extreme. In the space of fire, there seemed to be thousands of Jiangxi. The dark red sword shadows were like a curtain. They kept flashing around the god-fiend flame giants. Kill, kill, kill. 10, 20, 30. The Dao integration powerhouses were completely shocked. Jiangxi's performance was beyond their expectations. In the end, Jiangxi killed 45 flame giants. He was torn into pieces by the other flame giants and turned into ashes. However, his ranking in the trial had surpassed Yin Jiufeng, who was originally in 2nd place. Jiangxi's ranking in the trial was fixed at 2nd place. This ranking was spread throughout the 9 regions of the Dao Alliance through the sky, connecting mountain and river diagram. The human world remembered Jiangxi's name. Almost everyone was shocked by Jiangxi's ranking. There were also many people who cheered for Jiangxi. In the past 5 years, those who had been paying attention to the 9 Regions Genius Tournament had all heard of him. Everyone knew that Jiangxi's journey had been arduous and difficult. Step by step, he had never stopped. His ranking had risen little by little every day. In the end, he had risen from the bottom 10 million to the second place. This was too inspiring. Jiang Xi is the glory of the blue planet. He is the glory of the entire blue planet. Wu Kuei, the sect leader of the Sanyan sect, said excitedly. He had assigned the title of the highest honor on the blue planet to Jiang Xi. I hereby announce that I will choose one of the vital star systems under the jurisdiction of the Sanyan sect and give it to Jiang Xi. Wu Kuei said at the end. At Dao Manor, Xian Tian rushed back from the Sanyan sect and told Jiang Dao the news. The little girl's eyes lit up when she heard the news they were rich. A vital star system had tens of thousands of vital stars. It was enough to support the rise and prosperity of a top immortal Dao sect. With this, the mountain sea star trade would have the foundation to soar. The Dao Alliance Heavenly Court was located in the middle of the 9 regions. It occupied a boundless continent that was light years in size. At this moment, in a remote palace in the flowing time palace of the Dao Alliance Heavenly Court. By Lass, that third brother of yours isn't simple. He actually obtained the second place in the finals. The geniuses in the finals are all chosen from the trillions of people in the 9 regions. Mo Qian was very emotional as he told Li Baibai the news. Li Baibai smiled. Of course, you have to work harder too. You can't fall behind the 3 of you. Otherwise, as your master, I will lose face. Mo Qian smiled. Li Baibai smiled and continued to cultivate. Chapter 327. Soaring Rainbow Planet. In a luxurious palace. Yuan Zhangshua, the manager of Soaring Rainbow Planet. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the sky above Soaring Rainbow Planet, at the Skyspan Mountain River diagram that covered the sky. On it was the ranking of the 9 regions Genius Battle Qingyun Path Trial. The top 10 names of the trial were all shining with golden light. The second place was Jiang Xi. Even though Yuan Zhangshua was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, his body was uncontrollably slumped on the chair in the palace. It's over. It's all over. Because of the conflict between him and Jiang Xi, the news had long spread in Soaring Rainbow Sect. Now, because of Jiang Xi's rise in the 9 regions genius battle, his future in Soaring Rainbow Sect was ruined. Soon, an early-stage essence soul elder of Soaring Rainbow Sect arrived at the palace. Yuan Zhangshua, the sect master has assigned you to guard the flying hell planet. Leave this place quickly. Yuan Zhangshua shuddered, as if he had been struck by lightning. The flying hell planet was the place where Soaring Rainbow Sect suppressed criminals. Soaring Rainbow Sect controlled hundreds of thousands of planets with life, and all the criminals they wanted were locked up in the flying hell planet. The environment there was extremely harsh, and being sent there was worse than death. However, he could only go, because now he did not even have the right to die. On a remote planet of life in the pale blue planet, Patriarch Qing Xian hid in the mortal world, and his current appearance was no different from a mortal youth. After he finished looking at the final ranking change on the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the blood in his eyes flickered. The bloody light in his eyes pulsed. And then he quickly left this place and disappeared from this planet. Such a genius is no longer someone I can deal with. If he wants to deal with me, he only needs to say a word, and countless forces will help him find my traces. I can't stay in the 9 regions Dao Alliance any longer. Leave immediately to the extraterritorial battlefield. With the Blood Chi Spirit Fruit, I can use it to help me reach Dao integration through endless slaughter. The youthful patriarch Qing Xian was extremely decisive. He steered the flying ship and kept shuttling through the starry sky outside the 9 regions Dao Alliance. As for Earth, he still had a glimmer of hope. He was a determined person, and it was difficult for him to give up on something. In the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, Purple Cloud's continent, on a huge green jade platform, Wei Sheng's figure flashed and arrived in front of the 5 Poisons old freak. The face of the 5 Poisons old devil, who was still in shock, changed, and he hurriedly tried to avoid him. However, he discovered that a power that far surpassed the Tao of heaven and earth had bound him, making him unable to move. High Immortal, the Five Poisons ghost's face was filled with bitterness. One of the two immortals in the starry sky had made a move. Many thanks, exalted immortals. Wei Sheng cupped his fists towards immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He. Then he smiled at the Five Poisons ghost and said, "Five Poisons, you give me your evaluation. How did Jiang Ci from our Kanglan Star region perform this time?" "Excellent, excellent." The Five Poisons devil gave a hollow laugh. Phew, the power that bound him had disappeared. The Five Poisons old devil hurriedly flashed to another place, hiding far away. Wei Sheng didn't chase after him. He was in a particularly good mood and stroked his curly beard proudly. This was even better than winning a fight. Jiang Ci, that little guy, he got second place in the trial. He sighed. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since the Kanglan Star region had been so proud? This time, not only did Jiang Ci get second place in the trial, but there was also Mu Ning who got seventh place in the trial. One had to know that this trial was a competition of 96 million geniuses from 3,600 star regions. 2 geniuses from the Kanglan Star region had rushed into the top 10 of the trial. This was a record that hadn't been seen in millions or even tens of millions of years. In the starry sky, Immortal Chu He frowned and said seriously, "It's not good to make a move like this. It's against the perfected cultivator's order." Immortal Yi Liang chuckled. "It's just fun. It's no big deal." Whoosh. At this time, Jiang Ci's figure appeared on the green jade platform. Countless gazes instantly converged on him. However, Jiang Ci was frowning and pondering. It's a pity that the flame giant is a natural fire spirit. It's not only capable of controlling fire, but also has a strong resistance to fire attribute Dao techniques like Li Fire. Even if I combine 3 Dao techniques, it's difficult for me to fully exert my strength. He thought for a moment and then shook his head. If it weren't for the flame giant in the second stage, he would have been able to make it through more. Then, Jiang Ci found that he had returned to the green jade platform. "Jiang Ci, you freak!" Mu Ning yelled and came to Jiang Ci. Because Jiang Ci's ranking had soared at the last moment, he was pushed to the 8th place. It should be said that the original top 10, except for Ji Wei, had all been pushed back by 1 place. In the distance, the other young geniuses who ranked at the top of the trial were also looking at Jiang Ci with complicated eyes. Everyone had seen Jiang Ci climb up from the bottom and then stand above them. A strong opponent. This was everyone's unanimous opinion, and many people didn't know the specific information about Jiang Ci's strength. Even if they had collected information about Jiang Ci before, that information was already inaccurate. At that time, the outside world judged that Jiang Ci would be able to enter the top 300 of the finals. Now, Jiang Ci had the strength to compete for the top 10 of the finals. Ji Wei was the only one who only looked at Jiang Ci for a moment before looking away. His strength had already surpassed all the geniuses. As Jiang Ci's Qingyun Dao trial ended, the next round of the finals of the 9 regions genius battle finally began. 96 million geniuses once again formed a square array according to their respective star regions. 3,600 Dao integration powerhouses stood in the air. 2 immortals were looking down at the crowd in the starry sky. Immortal Yi Liang's voice sounded in the starry sky. The first round of the finals of the 9 regions genius battle is over, and the Qingyun Dao trial ranking has also been finalized. Congratulations to those in the first to the 360th place of the trial. You can directly become disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. At this point, he paused and asked in a deep voice, "Is there anyone who doesn't want to?" The geniuses in the top 360 immediately said respectfully, "I'm willing." At this point, only a fool would say no. Everyone had come to participate in the 9 regions genius battle organized by the Purple Heaven sect with the intention of becoming a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Immortal Yi Liang nodded in satisfaction and then smiled again. Next, the 361st to 13,320 places of the trial will undergo 2 rounds of one-on-one battles to compete for the remaining 3,240 spots. As for the others, I will take back the mark of your entry into the Tongtian Mountain River painting. Your 9 regions genius battle is over. It was over. There was no room for negotiation in the cruel trial. Being eliminated was being eliminated. Almost all of the more than 10 million young geniuses who had been eliminated in this round were indignant and reluctant, but they had no choice but to accept the outcome. Although there would be some luck involved in the first round of the Qingyun Dao trial, at the end of the day, it still depended on one's strength. Chapter 328. Immortal Iliang waved his sleeve, and the more than 10 million people who had been eliminated disappeared. There were only 13,320 geniuses left on the empty green jade platform. Now, there are a total of 12,960 people from the 361st to 13,320 in the trial. The winners will enter and the losers will leave. The 6,480 people who won the first round will enter the second round of the arena battles. The remaining 3,240 people can also enter the Purple Heaven sect directly. Immortal Iliang's voice sounded again. As his words fell, 6,480 combat arenas appeared on the huge green jade platform, each of which covered an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. The 12960 people were arranged in the order of the highest ranking and the lowest ranking before being sent to these arenas. Strength was the fairest way to go about things. While the first round of the arena battles was going on, the geniuses who ranked in the top 360 could take a break. Of course, Jiang Xi was the only one who needed a rest. The others had rested for at least a year. However, Jiang Xi didn't take a break in the end. Before the first round of the arena battles began, he and Mu Ning were called aside by Wei Sheng. The Dao integration powerhouse wanted to give the two geniuses some pointers in person. In a while, Jiang Xi and Mu Ning would be participating in the third round of the arena battles. The two of you did very well. One of you ranked 2nd and the other ranked 8th. This is a record that hasn't been broken in the Pale Blue Star region for millions of years, Wei Sheng said with a satisfied smile. Thank you for the compliment, Lord. However, Wei Sheng suddenly changed the topic. He said sternly, "Do you think you can definitely make it to the top 10 in the arena battles?" Jiang Xi and Mu Ning shook their heads. As long as you don't get cocky, I can tell you clearly. Getting into the top 10 of the trial doesn't mean that you can get into the top 10 of the finals in the arena battles. A cold smile appeared on Wei Sheng's rugged face. He continued, "As far as I know, there are many geniuses who can compete for the top 10 in the finals this time, but they didn't rank high in the trial. It's because their Dermic Dao is not suitable for the Qingyun Dao trial. For example, Lin Ling, ranked 30th, and Li Xianxian, ranked 366th. Both cultivate rare Daos of heaven and earth. One is the Dao of puppetry, the other is the Dao of charm. Moreover, both of them have already attained the 6th level. If it's a one-on-one situation, you can't guarantee that you'll win. Therefore, a low ranking in the trial doesn't mean that one's actual combat strength is weak." Wei Sheng poured cold water on him mercilessly. The faces of Jiang Xi and Mu Ning both turned grave. If that was the case, the competition in the arena battles would be even more intense. The rare Dao of heaven and earth had reached the 6th level. In terms of Dao power, it had already surpassed a complete ordinary Dao of heaven and earth. Many late-stage essence soul cultivators did not have such a dermic Dao realm. Furthermore, the Dao of puppetry and the Dao of charm were mostly strange and notoriously difficult to deal with. A smile appeared on Wei Sheng's face again when he saw the two little fellows' serious expressions. After pouring cold water on him, he naturally had to give him some motivation. He laughed. "Therefore, I hope that the two of you will not slack off and give your all in the upcoming arena battles. Unleash your full strength and strive to enter the top 10 of the finals. The Purple Heaven sect has 9 levels of heaven. As long as you enter the top 10, you can become a disciple of the 3rd level of heaven. At that time, you'll have a meteoric rise. Mu Ning was a little confused. She had never heard of the Purple Heaven sect's 9 levels of heaven. Sir, is there no chance of entering the 4th level of heaven? Jiang Xi asked with a frown. The 4th level of heaven? Haha, it's good that you have this idea. Wei Sheng laughed. Then he said, unfortunately, in the previous 9 regions' genius battles, as long as it was hosted by the Purple Heaven sect, only one person can enter the 4th level of heaven. And this time, Ji Wei's strength far surpasses all of you. This spot has already been reserved by him. The existence of the Purple Heaven sect's 9 levels of heaven was not a secret. Wei Sheng did not doubt that Jiang Xi knew this only one person. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Of course, there was detailed information about the Purple Heaven sect in the inherited memories that his master, Taoist Ge, had given him. In addition to controlling the huge Purple Heaven territory, the Purple Heaven sect also had 9 grotto heavens in the core area of the sect, called the 9 levels of heaven. These 9 grotto heavens were not small grotto heavens opened by Essence Soul or Tao integration powerhouses. Each of them was incomparably huge, covering a vast continent with an area of light years. The 1st level of heaven to the 4th level of heaven were the cultivation residences of countless disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. The 5th level of heaven to the 9th level of heaven were the cave residences of the sect's experts. In the Purple Heaven sect, everyone below the immortal realm was a disciple, and the 5th level of heaven was the cave residences of the Purple Heaven sect's tribulation transcender powerhouses. In other words, the 4th level of heaven was the highest position that the disciples of the Purple Heaven sect could reach before they became immortals. Those who could enter were all the top geniuses of the universe. Even a disciple of the 4th level of nascent soul stage could be compared to a Tao integration powerhouse. Jiang Xi originally thought that after his strength improved this time, he would try to enter the 4th level of heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. If he could enter, the risk of him returning the Purple Heaven Sword Sutra would be greatly reduced. When Wei Sheng saw that Jiang Xi and Mu Ning were silent, he thought that the 2 young people were both disappointed that they couldn't enter the 4th level of heaven. He sighed softly in his heart and smiled. It's already very good to be able to enter the 3rd level of heaven. You have to know that there are many Tao integration cultivators in the Purple Heaven sect who are cultivating in the 1st level of heaven. If you can enter the 3rd level of heaven, it will be easy for you to reach the Tao integration stage in the future. After Wei Sheng said that, he floated away without explaining too much and let the 2 young people slowly digest it. However, the 2 of them didn't feel disappointed at all. As soon as he left, Mu Ning was full of curiosity and asked Jiang Xi about the Purple Heaven 9th heaven. Jiang Xi didn't hide it either. Anyway, when Mu Ning entered the Purple Heaven sect, he would also find out about it at the same time. The first round of the arena battles of the 12,960 people began. Such a one-on-one battle was much more exciting than the Qingyun Dao trial. It was all based on strength. The winner advanced while the loser retreated. The group of geniuses used their strongest means, and none of them dared to hold back. The battle was very exciting, and various Dermic Dao attacks were accompanied by powerful spiritual power that continuously erupted in the arena. The reason being, everyone did not hold back and use their strongest means. They were all aiming to kill each other. Soon, the first round of the arena battles ended. The 6,480 people who won continued to participate in the second round of the arena battles. The top 360 geniuses of the Qingyun Dao trial were all watching these battles carefully. The reason being, there might be some of their opponents among the victors. It was now an excellent opportunity to understand their opponents. Jiang Xi observed the battles in the arena. On the other hand, he secretly opened the experience points panel to check. There were no changes in his cultivation level, Dermic Dao, and so on. The main thing was the balance of his experience points. He had also obtained a large amount of experience points through the Qingyun Dao trial. Experience points 123, 548 million. The balance had exceeded 1 billion again. Chapter 329. In the Qingyun Dao trial this time, apart from the breakthrough and improvement of the Li Fire Dao, the other gain is the experience points reward for passing each level of the trial. The first level of the Qingyun Dao trial rewards 2 million experience points. From now on, the reward for each level will be increased by 100,000. In the end, I passed the first level of the 8th Qingyun Dao trial and was rewarded 3 million experience points. All the trials added up to a total of 962 million experience points. Jiang Ci calculated in his heart. Now his experience points had exceeded 1 billion again. It was definitely more than enough to deduce the Gale Dao. However, it was definitely not enough to deduce the next realm of the Sword domain. He still needed more experience points. The new source of experience points is almost here. Jiang Ci smiled gently. Although the specific ranking of the finals had not been decided yet, he had now confirmed that he had entered the top 3,600 of the finals. He had a chance to comprehend the ancient Dao source world. That was the source of all Dao, and it was said that one could see the Dao of heaven and earth with the naked eye. In his eyes, it was all experience points. The arena battles were not like the battles outside, where space was limited. Both parties had limited space and could only fight. There was no other choice. Hence, the 2 rounds of the arena battles of the 12,960 people were carried out very quickly. In the end, there were only 3,240 victors left. In addition, there were the top 360 geniuses of the Qingyun Dao trial. At this point, the top 3,600 of the finals of the 9 regions genius battle had all been determined. Immortal Iliang's massive figure was high in the starry sky. He looked down at the crowd and said leisurely, "The 3,240 victors, congratulations, you have also entered the Purple Heaven sect. As for the 9,720 people who failed, it's a pity that you can only go this far. However, I hope that you don't give up. The 9 regions genius battle is not the only way to enter the Purple Heaven sect. If you work hard and cultivate, you can also become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect through other methods. Of course, even if you don't enter the Purple Heaven sect, it doesn't mean that you can't become a powerhouse in the future. There is no end to cultivation, and there are thousands of Dao techniques. There will always be a path that suits you." Immortal Iliang's voice echoed in the sky above the continent. The eyes of the 9,720 geniuses who had failed, who were initially disappointed, lit up again after hearing those words. Haha, being able to pass this stage doesn't mean that we are inferior to those people before us. We're still young. Our path has just begun. The nascent soul stage is just a stage of cultivation. There's still the essence divinity stage, Dao integration stage, and even the immortal stage. We still have a chance to catch up to them. I want to go back and cultivate in seclusion for 1,000 years. I won't come out until I reach the Dao. Seeing that everyone had regained their confidence, Immortal Iliang nodded with a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent them out of the skyspan mountain and river diagram. His attitude towards these 9,720 people was completely different from his attitude towards the 10 million people. This was because the people who were eliminated in this round were not lacking in talent. They just lacked a little bit of strength and luck. There were only 3,600 geniuses left on the green jade stone platform, and many of them had smiles on their faces. Especially the 3,240 people who had just won. They were smiling even more. After all, victory always made people happy. Immortal Iliang looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Next up is you all. I'm sure there are people who have long heard of the existence of my Purple Cloud sect's 9th heaven." Many of the 3,600 geniuses' eyes lit up with anticipation. The Dao Alliance had 3 core groups and 6 sections. Amongst them, the Violet Heaven sect's reputation was on par with that of the Taoist path, the Buddhist path, and the Sword School. The Purple Heaven sect's 9 levels of heaven was spread among many powerful clans and forces in the 9 regions. Those geniuses who came from extraordinary backgrounds were very clear that even the weakest first-level Sky Realm cultivator would not be able to achieve such a feat as long as they could enter. Their chances of reaching the Tao integration stage in the future would be greatly increased, however. There were still many people who did not understand the existence of the 9th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. Therefore, Immortal Yi Liang smiled and explained. The Purple Heaven sect has 9 heavens. The first 4 heavens are where millions of disciples cultivate. From the first to the 4th layer, the best is of course the 4th layer. As everyone knows, no matter how many resources there are, they are still limited. It is impossible for everyone to enter the best level 4 heavens. So, next, you will have to determine the final ranking of the finals through the arena battles. Which heaven you can enter will be allocated according to your ranking. At this point, Immortal Yi Liang was stunned. Even the geniuses below could see his astonished expression. While everyone was puzzled, he smiled and said, "I have good news. Iron Mountain True Monarch told me just now. According to the rules of the previous tournaments, there's only 1 level 4 heaven spot. However, this year's 9 regions genius tournament can have 2 extra spots." These words excited many of the geniuses who had the strength to fight for the top 10. They were so excited that their faces flushed red. 3 level 4 heaven spots. Jiang Xi's breathing quickened involuntarily. A chance. Even if Ji Wei took 1 spot, there were still 2 spots to fight for. The Tao integration experts were even more astonished. The rules that had been in place for so many years had actually changed this year. It should be the higher-ups of the Purple Heaven sect. They saw that the strength of this tournament's geniuses far exceeded the previous ones, so they added 2 extra spots for level 4 heavens. The 9 regions genius tournament this time is indeed extraordinary. There are already 3 geniuses who cultivate special Tao of heaven and earth. There are also a few youngsters like Yan Jiufeng and Mo Hong. If they were in the previous tournaments, they would also have the strength to fight for first place. In the starry sky, Immortal Yi Liang looked at the excited faces of the geniuses and nodded in satisfaction. It would be a problem if they were not excited. The Purple Heaven sect had 9 heavens, and level 4 heavens represented the highest status for the disciples. He continued, "Next, I'll talk about the distribution of the level 1 to level 4 heavens, as well as the specific rewards for the finals. Before the 9 regions genius tournament began, we announced some rewards. As long as you enter the top 3,600 of the finals, you will become a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. You will also receive a minimum of 100 million low-grade spirit crystals and a chance to comprehend the ancient Tao origin world. Everyone will have a chance to comprehend the ancient Tao origin world. As for which level 4 you will enter and how many spirit crystals you will receive, that will be determined by your ranking. 3600 will enter the level 1 heavens and receive 100 supreme grade spirit crystals. 11 to 360 will enter the level 2 heavens and receive 1,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. 4th to 10th will enter the level 3 heavens and receive 10,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. The top 3 will enter the level 4 heavens and receive 100,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. Let me emphasize that the rankings here are not for the trial, but for the upcoming arena battles. The geniuses became excited again as soon as Immortal Yi Liang finished speaking. The Purple Heaven sect was too generous. 100 supreme grade spirit crystals were equivalent to 100 million low-grade spirit crystals. The top 3 would receive 100,000 supreme grade spirit crystals, which was equivalent to 100 billion low-grade spirit crystals. It was comparable to a top-tier Immortal Tao sect. Moreover, these rewards are distributed according to the rankings of the arena battles. Those who have been ranked low in the trial would now have a chance to charge to the top. Chapter 330. They're so rich. Jiang Xi's eyes widened. The Mountain Sea Star trade had been developing for more than 20 years, and the soaring Rainbow Star trade had increased it a little. Until now, it had only reached 1 billion. However, it would be very difficult for him to take out 1 billion low-grade spirit crystals at once. That was the difference between liquid assets and fixed assets. Now, as long as he entered the top 10, he would be able to obtain 10 billion low-grade spirit crystals. Of course, Jiang Xi also knew that spirit crystals were the least valuable among the 3 rewards. As long as he entered the Purple Heaven sect, even if it was the lowest first heaven, he would be able to obtain more resources. The resources he would obtain in the future could not be measured by money at all. It would be far more valuable than the spirit crystal reward. Not to mention, there was also a chance to enter the ancient Tao origin world. That was something that could not be obtained even with money. Many of the geniuses were filled with battle intent. Since the rewards would be distributed through battle, it would be a competition of strength. It would be absolutely fair. At that moment, Immortal Ilyang's tone changed, and he chuckled. There is no absolute fairness in the laws of the universe. Therefore, not everyone will have the chance to participate in the 3rd round of the arena battles. We will choose 360 people from the winners of the previous 2 rounds of the arena battles. They will fight one-on-one with the top 360 people in the previous trial. Immortal Ilyang's voice was ethereal as it echoed in the starry sky. The 3,240 geniuses who had just won 2 rounds of the arena battles were filled with battle intent. Because of the huge rewards, their battle intent surged. Hearing this, they immediately became nervous. Some could participate, and some could not. The list is as follows: Li Xianxian, Wan Ming, Lan Xiongjiu. When Immortal Ilyang finished reading out the 360 names, whoosh! The geniuses whose names were not read out immediately had a change of expression. They were indignant. Some of the more hot-tempered ones could not suppress the anger in their hearts and even asked loudly, "Exalted Immortal, why are you so sure that we are inferior to those 360 people?" Some of the bolder ones echoed, "Yes, we're not bad in the arena battles either." I'm indignant. Let us participate in the 3rd round of the arena battles. Let our strength speak for us. They had gone through the Qingyun Dao trial and 2 rounds of the arena battles. They had already come this far, and none of them were willing to give up. Immortal Chuha, who rarely spoke, suddenly snorted coldly. A power that far surpassed the Tao of heaven and earth descended. Bang, bang, bang. Under the powerful pressure of the immortal Tao, everyone knelt on the ground. This included the Tao integration stage experts. It's fine if you don't like it. Just leave my Purple Heaven sect. Immortal Chu He's voice was low, but it sounded like thunder. Who else is not convinced? Speak now. He was dressed in black armor, and his face was upright and serious. His words were emotionless. It was quiet. If you're not convinced, you can just leave. It was a simple sentence, but it was overbearing. The geniuses who had been shouting about their dissatisfaction had all quieted down. Their faces were filled with terror and disbelief. Some people did not understand why the Zixiao sect would treat them so overbearingly. They were all geniuses. Under the indiscriminate pressure, Jiang Xi also knelt on the ground. He felt very helpless. This was truly an unexpected calamity. Was there something wrong with these people's brains? Even after cultivating for several hundred years, he still did not understand this principle. What kind of existence was Purple Heaven sect? Of the 3 schools and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance, the Taoist path, the Buddhist Sangha, and the Sword School didn't care about anything. The true ruler of the 9 realms was the Violet Heaven sect. Didn't you see that the leader of the Heavenly Court was a member of Purple Heaven sect? Jiang Xi knew this very well from the very beginning. The 9 Realms Genius Tournament was, to put it bluntly, used by the immortal Tao sects, who stood at the peak of the universe, to select disciples. They were just disciples. Of course, they had to add the word genius, but genius was nothing. The 9 realms of the Tao Alliance occupied the most fertile territories in the universe. They nurtured countless life forms, and there was no shortage of geniuses. Ordinary geniuses like them would come in batches. As long as they had enough time, they could have as many as they wanted. The only ones who were truly valued by Purple Heaven sect were geniuses like Ji Wei, who only appeared once in a million years. After a round of intimidation, Immortal Chu he retracted his aura and calmed down once more. Now that the good cop was over, it was time to play the bad cop. Immortal Liang's friendly laughter once more echoed through the stars. I've already told you that there is no such thing as absolute fairness in the laws of the universe. If you want to obtain fairness, you must first have strength. You are all geniuses of the human race. In the future, immortal Tao experts might be born among you. Thus, I hope that you can truly understand that strength is the most important thing. Don't be killed by your own naivety. Of course, there is no need to doubt the 360 people we've just selected. They are definitely fair. That's all I have to say. Now, let the third round of arena battles begin. The 360 people we've just selected will fight against the top 360 people in the trial. The Purple Heaven sect will still decide the two sides. A moment later, the enormous green jade platform began to transform. 360 arenas appeared once more, each one tens of thousands of square kilometers in size. Jiangxi's expression turned solemn, because no one knew who their opponents would be. If they encounter a freak like Ji Wei, it would be over. Whoosh! Immortal Liang waved his sleeve, and the 720 people disappeared, appearing in pairs on the 360 arenas. The 360 battles were about to begin. Since the beginning of the first round of arena battles, the various vital planets of the Tao Alliance. Through the Skyspan river diagram in the sky, one would be able to see the battles. The third round of arena battles could be said to be a showdown between the peak geniuses of the human race. Trillions of people were paying attention to this battle. 720 people. The winner would advance, and the loser would retreat. Who would win? Jiangxi. Jiangxi will definitely win. He will definitely enter the top 10. Mu Ning is also the glory of the Blue Star region. He also needs our support. Go Mu Ning. The people of the Blue Star region, and even the entire Blue Star region, were roaring and cheering for the two of them. The shepherd boy, who had a pure nature, was not that bad in terms of popularity. Brother, go for it. Zhang Daodu looked up at the enormous Skyspan river diagram. On her shoulder, the thumb-sized remnant Dao integration stage ghost, Yin Tiansheng, was also watching the arena battles. The Tao Alliance's 9 Zones Geniuses Tournament is famous throughout the universe. The human race occupies the best territory in the universe and has also seized the most providence. These geniuses were born with the providence of heaven and earth. How enviable! In Tiansheng's side, aren't the ghosts also blessed by the heavens? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to become one of the peak races in the universe, Zhang Daodu continued. With the restriction on Yin Tiansheng, she had a rough understanding of the situation of ghosts. Master, you must be joking. If it weren't for the existence of the demons, the human race would have already destroyed the ghosts. Yin Tiansheng smiled bitterly. Zhang Daodu shook her head. Even without the demons, the ghosts wouldn't have been destroyed because the human race needs an enemy. The universe is fair. If the human race doesn't have an enemy, the universe will definitely create a new one for the human race. Yin Tiansheng was stunned for a moment and fell in a deep thought. Zhang Daodu smiled and continued to look at the Skyspan river diagram in the sky. The words just now were what Jiangxi had said to her when he sealed the monsters on Earth. She had only made some slight changes. At that time, she had asked Jiangxi why he didn't destroy all the monsters on Earth. Jiangxi's answer was that he wanted to find an enemy for the humans on Earth. A race without an enemy would be destroyed sooner or later. Because nature was fair. If you didn't have an enemy, nature would create a new one for you at that time. If you weren't familiar with a new enemy, you might face a disaster. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. This was one of the survival rules that Jiangxi had taught Zhang Daodu. If you want to become stronger and live forever, you had to have a sense of danger. Chapter 331. The 360 arena battles began at the same time. On the combat arena that was tens of thousands of square kilometers, Jiang Ci and another figure appeared at the same time. Who's my opponent? Jiang Ci looked at the other side. Xing Feng. It was a handsome young man, but at this moment, he had a sullen expression on his face. It's actually Jiang Ci. If it was before the Qingyun Dao trial, Xing Feng wouldn't take Jiang Ci seriously at all. However, things were completely different now. During the arena battles, very few people were willing to face Jiang Ci. It was because everyone knew too little about Jiang Ci's strength. The most they knew was the information about Jiang Ci's strength in the first stage of the 9 Regions Genius Battle. Besides, during the previous Qingyun Dao trial, only the 2 immortals and those Dao integration powerhouses could check the situation in the illusory space. Hence, they had no idea how strong Jiang Ci was, what realm his Dermot Dao was at, and what powerful moves he had. If they didn't know their opponent well, they would be at a disadvantage. As long as there's still a chance, we can't give up. The ranking of the trial doesn't completely represent one's strength. I'm good at speed, so I can kill him with my speed. Xing Feng quickly made a judgment with a sullen expression. Kill. With a flash of lightning, he disappeared on the spot. Xing Feng, ranked 372nd in the trial, cultivates the rare Dermic Dao, the Dao of lightning, and is good at speed. Jiang Ci was also confident. Whoosh! The Gale Domain and the Dao of Fire descended at the same time. The wind and fire merged and circled around him. His speed immediately reached the highest. It was a battle of speed. The 2 of them disappeared from the ring. Those who were weak couldn't see it at all. In the outside world, the people who were watching the battle through the Tongtian Mountain and River painting could only see an empty ring. Only powerhouses above the Essence Soul realm could see it clearly. In the ring, Xing Feng's figure flickered like lightning, and his ability to accelerate instantly was even faster than Jiang Ci's. Good opportunity. With his instant acceleration, he appeared beside Jiang Ci. He slashed out with his saber. Kacha! Puffed. 2 sounds sounded at the same time. 2 figures reappeared on the arena. Jiang Ci's left arm was broken, but there was a sword in Xing Feng's heart. In this battle, Jiang Ci won. If he entered the top 360 of the finals, he would get at least 1,000 top-grade spiritual crystals and become a disciple of the second sky of the Purple Heaven sect. When the 2 of them returned to the Green Jade platform, Xing Feng asked Jiang Ci unwillingly why. His speed was clearly faster. Although your speed is fast, your attacks are not as fast as mine, Jiang Ci said softly. Xing Feng was stunned. Jiang Ci shook his head. Although he had won, he did not relax at all. After all, he had also lost an arm. To be able to reach this step, none of them are weak. The Dao of Lightning is also a rare Dao technique. If his Dao technique was even more profound, my attack speed wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Because it was a battle of speed, it started quickly and ended quickly as well. In the other arenas, there were still many battles going on. Jiang Ci did not say anything more and turned his eyes to the other arenas. Now was a good opportunity to observe his opponents. Mooning's song can not only hurt the body, but also destroy the soul. This is not the Tao of life, but the Tao of death. Jiwei. Hiss, this freak didn't even move. He just shattered the void and turned his opponent into nothingness. What's that? Poison. What a terrifying move. The opponent was silently struck by it. Jiang Ci watched many arena battles at the same time and learned more about the strength of the other geniuses. For example, this was the first time he had watched Ji Wei's battle at such a close distance. It was much more intuitive than watching the videos before. Although what everyone was showing now might not be their full strength, he could already see a lot. None of these geniuses who have the strength to compete for the top 10 are easy to deal with. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. Only by entering the top 10 could they have a chance to compete for the top 3. Swish, swish, swish. Figures appeared on the Green Jade platform from time to time. 360 arena battles ended one after another. Jiang Ci and Mu Ning from the Pale Blue Star region had successfully passed. In other words, all the top 360 geniuses had one, except for a few who had failed. Those who had failed could only accept it helplessly, although they were unwilling. After the third round of arena battles ended, Immortal Ilyong's leisurely voice sounded again. Next is the fourth round of arena battles. This time, our Purple Heaven sect will choose 20 people from those who won just now to compete for the top 10. Many of the 360 geniuses who had just one changed their expressions. This move again. This is too domineering. In this way, the 340 geniuses who were not chosen would have no chance of entering the top 10. They would be directly assigned to the second heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. But this time, no one dared to say anything. Immortal Chuha's earlier display of intimidation had made everyone realize one thing. In the eyes of the Purple Heaven sect, they were not as important as they thought. Immortal Ilyong saw that everyone was silent and nodded in satisfaction. He smiled and said, "We have already decided on these 20 people based on the situation of their previous attacks." Based on the situation of their previous attacks, many people's expressions changed. Some of them had hidden their moves and did not use them. Thus, many people became nervous again. Jiang Ci frowned. He shouldn't have any problems. However, he did not have absolute confidence in the Purple Heaven sect's decision. After all, the Purple Heaven sect used standards to judge. While everyone was nervous, Immortal Ilyong did not keep them in suspense and directly announced. The list of 20 people is as follows: Ji Wei, Chang Xian, Yin Jiufeng, Wan Ming, Mu Ning, Qing Yu, Quang Lang Xiao, Jiang Ci, Xiao Guanqing. The duels will be in the order I just announced. The first will be against the second. The third will be against the fourth. Many people who had their names called secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Those whose names were not called were naturally incomparably dejected, their faces filled with bitterness, but soon, everyone turned their attention back to the duels of the 20 people. After the duels were arranged according to the order, everyone became lively. Chang Xian is too tragic. He actually fought against Ji Wei. There is no difference whether he chose or not. Wan Ming against Yin Jiufeng is not good either. Yin Jiufeng's fire fist is too strong. Everyone discussed animatedly. Those who wanted to watch a good show did not mind if it was more exciting. The handsome young man called Chang Xian had a bitter smile on his face. The joy that had just risen was instantly suppressed. 20 people, 10 duels in the arena. Everyone paid close attention to every duel. This was because whoever won this round of duels would enter the top 10 and become a third heaven disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. The 3,600 Dao integration experts standing in the air were also paying attention to the duel arrangements. Jiang Ci against Xiao Guanqing. Many Dao integration experts laughed. This time, there'll be a good show. That Jiang Ci is actually going against a disciple of the Five Poisons Devil. Many Dao integration experts laughed and looked at Wei Sheng and the Five Poisons Devil. The Purple Heaven sect arrangement was really a coincidence. Chapter 332. Five Poisons. Your disciple is in danger. He actually went up against Jiang Ci. A Dao integration stage expert joked. So what? In terms of fighting on the arena, my Five Poisons Dao is not inferior to anyone. Ranking in the trial did not represent one's true strength. My disciple obtained my Five Poison Essence. This Jiang Ci is unlucky to have showdown with my disciple. The Five Poisons Old Ghost coldly snorted. You sure talk big. Wei Sheng sneered. Just watch. The Five Poisons Old Ghost said with a gloomy face, no longer speaking. Wei Sheng's heart sank as he frowned slightly, feeling a little worried. He and the Five Poisons Old Ghost had been enemies for many years, so he was naturally aware of the power of the Five Poisons Dao. Although the Dao of Five Poisons had 5 in its name, it included more than 5 poisons. The more poisons one fused into this Dao, the stronger one's Dao would be. Similarly, the Dao of 5 poisons was not suitable for the Qingyun Dao trial. Just as the Five Poisons Ghost had said, Ranking in the trial did not represent one's true strength. His disciple, Qiao Guanxing, ranked 124th in the final trial. But in a true battle on the arena, the advantages of the Tao of 5 poisons were revealed. In the third round of arena battles, just now, Qiao Guanxing easily disposed of his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Purple Heaven sect as one of the final 20 people. I just don't know how many types of poisons this little 5 poisons has fused. If there are more than 3,000 types, it will be troublesome. Wei Sheng's gaze landed on riverward. The fourth round of the arena battles was about to begin. On the green jadestone platform, the 20 selected people were observing each other's opponents. Jiang Xi's gaze locked onto a young man with a strange face. This person's clothes were brightly colored, with all kinds of strange poisonous beasts embroidered on them. Just looking at them would make one's heart turn cold. He's Qiao Guanxing, a genius from the True Xin region's Tuluo Star region. He cultivates the rare Dao technique, the Dao of 5 poisons. His master is the Dao integration stage expert, the 5 poisons devil. Jiang Xi's expression was calm, but his heart was not at ease. Before the start of the finals, Earth had sent him the information of Qiao Guanxing's strength moreover. He was ranked at the front. He had also seen Qiao Guanxing make a move in the previous round of battle. This person's poison was soundless and could target both the body and the soul. It was even weirder than Mu Ning's Tao of life. When fighting against such a genius, the slightest carelessness would lead to defeat. Qiao Guanxing was also observing Jiang Xi, and a strong desire to fight rose in his heart. His eyes were like those of a snake, flashing with a shrewd light. His long tongue slid out and licked his face. True geniuses were all prideful and believed that they were not inferior to others. Qiao Guanxing wouldn't admit defeat in advance, just because Jiang Xi came in second place in the Qingyun Dao trial. Unless Jiang Xi was like Ji Wei, whose strength far surpassed theirs. On the green jade platform, there were only 10 fighting arenas left. Each area was still tens of thousands of square kilometers and was covered by a formation boundary. Immortal Iliang waved his sleeve, and the 20 people disappeared. The battle for the top 10 began at the same time. Jiang Xi and Qiao Guanxing appeared on one of the arenas. Their auras instantly rose to the peak. Jiang Xi, today I'm going to let you know that the ranking in the trial does not represent one's true strength. Even if I'm in 124th place, I can still kill you, the one in second place. Qiao Guanxing sneered and licked his face with his snake-like tongue. Cut the crap, let's fight. Jiang Xi refused to admit defeat. There was a buzz. The sword's shadow trembled slightly, and the space in the combat arena began to vibrate. His body swayed, and he dashed out. He left behind several phantoms, and it was unknown which one was the real body. On the opposite side, Qiao Guanxing was surprisingly calm. The weapon in his hand was a snake staff. The powerful Dao runes, mixed with thousands of chilling auras, immediately spread out. There's more than 5 poisons in the sky above the 10 arenas. Oh no! Wei Sheng's expression changed. His spiritual senses discovered that Jiang Xi had already been poisoned as soon as the arena battle began. There were thousands of poisons, but it was not easy to integrate them into one's dermic Dao. At this moment, the 5 poison Dao that Qiao Guanxing cast had already fused 5,000 poisons. Rare dermic Dao, 5 poison Dao, level 5 realm. The strength that Qiao Guanxing unleashed was not inferior to Jiang Xi's. Could it be that Jiang Xi has no fate with the top 10? Wei Sheng could not help but worry for Jiang Xi. With this defeat, he could only enter the Purple Heaven sect's second heaven. Below, almost instantly, Jiang Xi approached the shocked Qiao Guanxing. Under the Gale Domain, with Jiang Xi's speed, the other party had no chance to react. After all, this combat arena was only tens of thousands of square kilometers in length and width. Whoosh! With a slash of his sword, Qiao Guanxing suddenly dissipated like a bubble. Oh no! Jiang Xi was shocked. The Qiao Guanxing in front of him was actually an illusion. He's poisoned. Jiang Xi reacted immediately. The Tao of Fire descended instantly. In addition to the Gale domain, the wind helped the fire. However, these attacks were not targeted at Xiao Guanqing, but at himself. Because fire suppressed poison, Jiangxi's body was being roasted by the Tao of Fire. The pain of being in purgatory filled his mind. His skin and flesh were quickly burned, and many of his bones were clearly visible. This method was very dangerous. If he did not control it well, he would be burned to death. However, the poison that had silently entered his body was also burned to ashes. Crash, the space in front of Jiang Xi shattered like a water curtain. Now's the time. He revealed his eerie white bony arm, holding a long sword, and suddenly stabbed out. What? He actually cured my poison. That's a Tao technique that combines 5,000 types of strange poisons. Xiao Guanqing, who had already attacked Jiang Xi's side, was shocked. Chi, the sword pierced through the space and pierced Xiao Guanqing's body. Jiang Xi won. Swoosh! The two figures reappeared on the green jade platform. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Xiao Guanqing roared unwillingly and smashed the ground with force. If he lost this round, he could only enter the second heaven. However, his strength was qualified to enter the third heaven. The difference of one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. On the other hand, Jiang Xi breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call, and he almost lost. It's really impossible to guard against poison-related Tao techniques. If the poison was detoxified a little slower, Xiao Guanqing would have burned him to death. Looking at his unscathed body, Riverward chuckled. Fortunately, be it the Qingyun Dao trial or the arena battle, the injuries he suffered were all temporary. Once the battle was over, his body would recover. In the sky above the green jade platform, Wei Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Xi's reaction was quick and ruthless enough. He thought of burning himself with fire to detoxify the poison in his body. He smiled and looked at the 5 poisons old ghost who was not far away. However, this time, he did not go over to engage in a verbal exchange. It was not worthwhile. The 5 poisons old ghost's face was extremely sullen. The disciple he valued the most actually lost. What a ruthless little guy. He sighed. Faced with such a result, he was speechless. Not only was Jiang Xi strong, he was also so ruthless to himself. Against such a ruthless person, his disciple deserved to lose. Chapter 333. Very quickly, the 10 arena battles had all ended. The victors were the 10 strongest geniuses of this year's 9 Zones Genius Tournament. This time, not only were there golden rankings, but the Skyspan River Diagram had also spread their appearances throughout the 9 Zones Dao Alliance. Ji Wei, Yin Jiufeng, Mo Hong, Mu Ning, Jiang Xi, Li Xianxian, Feng Lu, Lin Ling Quang Lang, and Xiang Nantian. The 10 of them stood in a row. Immortal Iliang stood in the starry sky and chuckled. Very good. Your performance just now has proven your strength. However, the competition is cruel. If you want better treatment and resources, you'll have to continue to work hard. Next up is the 5th round of matches. The victors will advance, and the losers will withdraw. This time, the arrangement of the matches, he purposely paused here. Apart from Ji Wei, the 10 strongest geniuses of the human race were all nervous. At the same time, they were all silently praying that they could not meet that freak, Ji Wei. They were already in the top 10, and the 3 spots for the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect were right in front of them. If they met that freak, they would be gone. We'll draw lots to decide. Immortal Iliang continued. Draw lots, fuck. The geniuses, including Jiang Xi, were all speechless. They still had to be nervous. This arrangement was completely based on luck. Then, Immortal Iliang waved his sleeve. A wooden box that blocked out spiritual sense appeared in front of everyone. There were 5 pairs of balls inside, and each pair was marked with the same number. The 2 who drew the same number would fight each other. The 10 of them stepped forward to draw lots. Ji Wei was the first, and he expressionlessly took out a ball. The number was 5. Thus, The other 9 became even more nervous. Second, Yin Jiufeng. The number was 1. Third, Mo Hong. The number was 3. Fourth, Muning. The number was 5. Whoosh. The crowd of Tao integration experts and geniuses instantly became lively. As a Tao integration expert of the pale blue star region, Wei Sheng could only shake his head with a wry smile. Muning's luck was too bad. In this year's 9 Zones Genius Tournament, there were 3 geniuses who cultivated special Taos of heaven and earth: Ji Wei, Mu Ning, and Mo Hong. This could be seen from the fact that the Purple Heaven sect had given 3 spots for the 4th heaven. Everyone had high hopes for these 3 geniuses. Now 2 of them have met. The loser would lose the opportunity to fight for a place in the 4th heaven. No matter how he looked at it, Mu Ning was going to lose. The remaining 6 geniuses who had yet to draw their lots let out sighs of relief. Jiang Ci patted Mu Ning on the shoulder and comforted him. "Good luck, little brother." She wasn't gloating over his misfortune. She was sincerely comforting him. But Mu Ning was very calm. He smiled and said, "Didn't you say so? It's not time to admit defeat yet." "Good luck," Jiang Ci encouraged. Then, Jiang Ci's group of 6 also finished drawing lots. 10 people and 5 matches were announced. Ji Wei, Mu Ningyin, Jiufeng, Lin Linger, Mo Hong, Li Xinxian, Jiang Ci, Wild Wave Xiang Nantian, and Feng Lu. Wild Waves? Jiang Ci didn't underestimate his opponent. He would treat any opponent seriously. "Jiang Ci, pay attention to Kuang Lang," Mu Ning reminded. "Kuang Lang." Jiang Ci's expression changed slightly, and he glanced at the young man with snow-white hair. According to the information that Earth had sent him previously, Kuang Lang cultivated an ordinary Tao technique, the mystic water Tao, and he had already reached the 8th realm. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that his performance didn't quite match his name. He was neither wild nor reckless, and he was inconspicuous. Besides, he had rushed up from the 360th place in the Qingyan Tao trial. There were only a few people who could do that. In general, Kuang Lang was the steady type, be it the Qingyan Tao trial or the 3 rounds of the arena battle. He barely passed the top 10 out of 20, that was the problem. The 8th realm of the ordinary Tao of heaven and earth was only equivalent to the 4th realm of the rare Tao of heaven and earth. The strength of such a Tao technique was definitely the lowest among the top 10. In fact, the 10 people who lost just now were stronger than Kuang Lang in Tao techniques. He entered the top 10 with the mystic water Tao. Jiang Ci immediately became wary. Not simple. In the sky above the arena. This Kuang Lang is not simple. Wei Sheng sighed softly. Yes, he entered the top 10 with only an ordinary Tao of heaven and earth of the 8th realm. Such a situation has never happened in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Other Tao integration powerhouses chimed in. I've specially checked his information. Before the 9 Regions Genius Battle, this kid had lived on a remote planet in the 9 Regions Genius Battle. There's very little information about him. A Tao integration powerhouse from the 9 Nether Star region frowned slightly. Kuang Lang was from the 9 Nether Star region. While everyone was thinking about this, the 5th round of the arena battle began. Jiang Ci and the other 10 people appeared in the 5 arenas. Each arena was still tens of thousands of square kilometers in size and was shrouded in an array formation barrier. Since the competition had progressed to this point, no one bothered to bicker before the competition. They were all the top geniuses of the human race and wouldn't be affected by bickering at all. They attacked directly. Kuang Lang's previously silent posture suddenly changed, and he began to laugh wildly. I've endured it for so long, and now I can finally attack with all my might. Jiang Ci, you are qualified to see my strongest means. Frost. Woo. Suddenly, ice and frost raged in the arena, sweeping and howling like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. This is a rare Taoist technique, the Frost Tao, and it's already at the 6th realm. This kid hit it too well. This Taoist technique is almost the same as the other top 10 geniuses, and he has an ordinary Taoist technique, the mystic water Tao, at the 8th realm. I just don't know if he has fused his Taoist techniques. The Frost Tao evolved from a water-type Taoist technique. He has cultivated it to such a high level. It's impossible that he hasn't fused it. The Tao integration powerhouses were shocked by Kuang Lang's sudden outburst. Jiang Xi is in danger. Wei Sheng let out a long sigh. He had thought that the two geniuses of the Blue Star region could still strive to enter the top 5. However, Mu Ning encountered Ji Wei, and Jiang Xi encountered another person who hid his strength so well. Among the geniuses in this competition, only Jiang Xi had fused Taoist techniques. Now, there was another one. There were very few people like Jiang Xi and Kuang Lang who could reach a high level in several Taoist techniques. This was because most of the cultivators who participated in the 9 regions genius competition were young. They rarely had the opportunity to cultivate multiple Taoist techniques. Even if they did, they would only specialize in one. In the arena, Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. The Frost Tao, this old fox. Through the Taoist rhymes, he recognized that Kuang Lang's rare Frost Tao was already at the 6th realm. His Taoist technique was far superior to his. Moreover, frost itself restrained fire and gale. In addition, this arena with an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers looked very large. In fact, it was only 100 kilometers in length and width. In the eyes of cultivators at their level, it could only be said to be very small. This was a bit of a disadvantage for those who were good at speed. The distance was short, and it was difficult to fully utilize the advantage of speed. Therefore, the current situation was very bad for Jiang Xi. Chapter 334. On the contrary, in this narrow space, the power of Tao techniques, such as the Tao of Frost, could be exerted to a greater extent. Therefore, when the 6th level of the Tao of Frost descended, Jiang Xi's Tao of Fire and Gale domain were suppressed within 100 meters of his body. The power of Tao runes and domain couldn't get out at all. Kill! Kuang Lang shouted. The frost saber slashed out with a majestic aura. Jiang Xi's figure flickered. Under the situation of wind and fire, he constantly changed his position in the roaring frost arena. He was looking for an opportunity to get close to his opponent. His speed wanted to reach the extreme. But then, crack! Frost quickly condensed around Jiang Xi, limiting his range of movement. At this moment, Kuang Lang's saber slashed out and attacked in front of him. Clang! 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 Jiang Xi's sword light flashed continuously, blocking Kuang Lang's frost saber. He can actually block my Tao of Frost. Kuang Lang's expression changed slightly. The opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. Can I only use that move? Kuang Lang's eyes focused. Although he was arrogant, his mind was extremely calm and clear. The frost saber suddenly had an additional Tao rune like ripples of water. Tao of mystic water. Then the saber slashed out again. Like a frost dragon, flying and roaring, it swept through the arena. Jiang Xi's space of movement was completely restricted. This move could only be blocked, not dodged. Sure enough, he also knows the Tao technique, fusion technique. Jiang Xi was somewhat helpless. He had already expected this. The rare 6th level of the Tao of Frost. The ordinary 8th level of the Tao of Mystic Water. The power of the fusion was not inferior to his 3 great Tao technique fusion technique. It's not time to admit defeat. Jiang Xi remained calm. His strongest attack was also used again. With the sword domain as the core, the Tao of Fire and Gale domain were all integrated into it. 3 great Tao techniques fusion. A sword suddenly slashed out a dark red sword shadow, like a gust of wind, pierced through the space and passed through the frost. Boom! Deafening booms continuously reverberated within the combat arena. Another person was left standing, and another had fallen. Kuang Lang won, but his expression was very ugly. He looked at the silver-white armor on his body. This was a battle armor formed by the fusion of the Tao of Frost and the Tao of Mystic Water. It was his strongest defense. However, at this moment, there was a hole in the chest of the armor, a fatal point. If it wasn't for the Tao of ice restraining wind and fire, I would have been the one to fall. Kuang Lang's expression was complicated. Whoosh! Jiang Ci returned to the green jade platform and shook his head. What a pity, what a pity. His Tao technique just happened to be countered by the wild waves. The Tao of fire and the gale domain couldn't unleash their full power. In terms of the power of their strongest attacks, it was hard to say who was stronger. However, this defeat meant that he had no fate with the fourth layer of heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. My absolute strength is still not enough. If my Leaf Fire Tao was one level higher, I would have been able to defeat him. Or if I make a breakthrough in either the Gale domain or the Sword domain, even if my Tao and Dharma counter each other, I can still win. Jiang Ci shook his head and pushed his disappointment aside. What a pity, what a pity. Wei Sheng and many other Tao integration experts were also sighing. What Jiang Ci could understand, they could naturally understand as well. Just now, Jiang Ci had almost won. He lost because his Tao and Dharma countered each other. As everyone knew, the more Tao techniques fused, the stronger the power of a Tao fusion technique. Although Jiang Ci's single Tao technique realm was not as high as Kuang Lang's, with the fusion of three major Tao techniques, he was not inferior to Kuang Lang. In addition, the arena battle was not suitable for speed. If it was in a more open place, Jiang Ci might have a higher chance of winning. That young man Mu Ning is also hiding something. Suddenly, a Tao integration expert exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the arena where Ji Wei and Mu Ning were fighting. At the same time, Jiang Ci and the others, as well as more than 3,000 other geniuses, were also paying attention to this battle. Mu Ning is also hiding his strength. Many people exclaimed. In the arena, the two young men who possessed special Tao of heaven and earth were each displaying their own techniques. When the Tao of the void descended, the void had already shattered. Ji Wei's body split into thousands, shuttling through the various fragment spaces. The longsword in his hand strangely appeared around Mu Ning. But Mu Ning did not move, playing his bamboo flute. The faint sound of the flute spoke of the silence and emptiness of the night. Fourth song, Full Moon. Jiang Ci's eyes flashed. He could also tell through the array formation barrier of the arena. The full moon song that Mu Ning was playing now was stronger and of a higher realm than the last time they fought. This was the 5th level of the special Tao of life, equivalent to the 10th level of the rare Tao of heaven and earth, a complete rare Tao of heaven and earth. It far surpassed the other geniuses except for Ji Wei. Facing Ji Wei's surprise attack, Mu Ning's flute suddenly turned lower. Boom, boom, boom. Close to 10,000 translucent feet appeared in the arena space, kicking towards the fragmented space. Ji Wei's thousands of figures were instantly reduced to nothingness. The expression of this young man, who had always been cold, also changed. Mu Ning's strength had exceeded his expectations. No one can stop me. Ji Wei regained his calm. Whoosh, 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 waves of ripples appeared in the void. The shattered space was like a mirror, becoming even more shattered. Ji Wei's feet moved, and he traveled through the shattered space at an extreme speed. Nearly 20,000 figures appeared in the arena at the same time, each of them exuding a terrifying and strange aura. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. In the starry sky, immortal Iliang shook his head. This young man is going straight for the Tao. He's very ambitious. He wants to step into the Tao immortal realm in one step. This kind of ambition hasn't appeared in many years. Immortal Chuha was also stunned. More than 100 million years. Immortal Iliang answered for him. The two immortals were instantly filled with emotions, and they felt a small blow. Below, in the air above the green jade platform, his Tao of nothingness is actually at the 8th level. A Tao integration expert couldn't help but exclaim. It's 2 levels higher than what was shown in the previous trial. What a terrifying young man. A Tao integration expert laughed bitterly. If they were only cultivators who had just entered the Tao integration stage, it would be very difficult for them to easily defeat this young man. The group of Tao integration experts couldn't hide their voices. Therefore, the 3,000 or so geniuses below also heard them. 8 levels of the special Tao of heaven and earth. No wonder he was so far ahead of them. He was a genius that only appeared once in a million years. Everyone felt a deep sense of pressure, being in the same generation as such a genius. It was an honor, but also a tragedy. Jiang Xi let out a long breath, releasing the pressure in his heart. According to the spiritual power amplitude on the experience panel, he calculated. The maximum amplitude of a rare Tao of heaven and earth was twice that of a normal Tao of heaven and earth. And the maximum amplitude of a special Tao of heaven and earth was twice that of a rare Tao of heaven and earth. In other words, Zhi Wei's spiritual power amplitude had already reached 1,600 times. I'm only 370 times. Chapter 335. 370 times versus 1,600 times. The difference was too great. Jiang Xi shook his head and continued to watch the battle. It was obvious that after Zhi Wei displayed his strongest move, Mu Ning had lost this battle. Swoosh! Zhi Wei reappeared on the green jade platform expressionlessly and then occupied a corner by himself. Mu Ning, on the other hand, was heartless. After leaving the arena, he was beaming with joy. Aren't you disappointed at all? Jiang Xi was very puzzled. The strength that Mu Ning displayed just now was definitely the strongest apart from Zhi Wei. He had a chance to enter the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. What's there to be disappointed about? I've displayed all my strength, but I still lost. There's nothing I can do. As long as I know that I'm still improving, I might catch up one day. Mu Ning's eyes were pure. Speaking of which, how did you lose? He asked Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi had a constipated expression. According to Mu Ning, he belonged to the category of people who had not displayed their strength. He briefly explained the situation of his battle with Kuang Lang. Haha, I think you're the one who should be disappointed the most. Mu Ning laughed. Next, the other 3 arena battles were also carried out at the same time. Once again, it proved that the geniuses who could enter the top 10 of the finals were not simple. Yin Jiufeng, who was ranked 3rd in the trial, had reached the 6th realm of his rare Tao technique, the Tao of Crimson Flames. A pair of fiery fists were incomparably violent, smashing Lin Ling, Er's thousands of puppets into pieces. Even Lin Ling, Er's Tao of puppets, was also a rare Tao technique, and was also at the 6th realm. Unfortunately, she was still no match for Yin Jiufeng's fiery fists in the arena. Li Xianxian, who cultivated the rare Tao technique, the Tao of Charm, was dressed in a light muslin and was extremely seductive. Her every frown and smile made one's blood boil. But coincidentally, she met Mo Hong, who cultivated the Tao of Righteousness. The scholarly Mo Hong displayed the Tao of Righteousness, a special Tao technique, to the extreme. Although it was only at the 4th realm, it perfectly countered the rare Tao of Charm of the 6th realm in the battle between the scholar and the fox. The scholar won in the end. The final battle between Blood Boy and Feng Lu was much more ordinary. The two of them cultivated the rare Tao techniques, the Tao of Blood Fury and the Tao of Gale respectively. Both of them were at the 5th level. Unfortunately, in terms of killing, Bloodchild's Blood Fiend Tao was superior. Furthermore, Blood Boy gave off the feeling that he had walked out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had rich combat experience. There was madness in his eyes, but he was extremely determined. Jiang Xi seemed to see the figure of old ancestor Qing Xian in the Bloodchild. He did not forget the threat that had been lurking in the dark. Bloodchild was very similar to old ancestor Qing Xian, but the latter was slightly stronger. In addition, through this battle, Jiang Xi had also witnessed the power of the Gale Path in advance and learned a lot. On the arena, Xuetong's 10,000 blades struck out and killed Feng Lu. At this point, the top 5 had all appeared. Zhi Wei, Yin Jiufeng, Mo Hong, Kuang Lang, and Bloodchild. The 5 of them had different expressions. Some were cold, some were lively, some were indifferent, some were arrogant, and some were crazy. Immortal Iliong had a kind smile on his face as he spoke again. The 5 battles were very exciting. You are all the most talented geniuses of the human race in this era. However, as I said before, resources are limited. The 5 of you who win will enter the final round of the round-robin competition. Each of you will have 4 battles, and the top 3 will be determined according to the number of victories you have. Among the top 5 geniuses, other than Ji Wei, the other 4 heaved a sigh of relief. They finally did not have to rely on luck anymore. Soon, the 5 of them began their battles. Jiang Xi and the others, who had just been defeated, could finally enjoy the show. This Kuang Lang is really strong. I didn't expect him to hide so well. Mu Ning shook his head. Just now, Kuang Lang had used the fusion of the Tao of Frost and the Tao of Mystic Water to defeat Mo Hong and Feng Lu in succession. The narrow arena gave Wild Waves an advantage in disguise, even though Mo Hong's 4th level of the Path of Righteousness was equivalent to a rare 8th level Tao of Heaven and Earth. He was still no match for Kuang Lang. This guy hid too well. Moreover, after he completely revealed his strength, he no longer hid his personality. It was completely in line with his name. He was very wild and unrestrained. This Kuang Lang was not the same Kuang Lang. In a battle between experts, victory was often decided in an instant. Therefore, the results of the round-robin matches for the top 5 were out very quickly. Ji Wei won all 4 battles. Yan Jiufeng won 3 and lost 1. Kuang Lang won 2 and lost 2, Shuetong won 1 and lost 3, and Mo Hong lost all. Top 3: Ji Wei, Yan Jiufeng, Kuang Lang. This result was out of everyone's expectations. Kuang Lang, who had unleashed all his strength in the battle with Jiang Xi, actually rushed all the way to 3rd place and entered the 4th level of the Purple Heaven sect, and Mo Hong, who was favored by the Purple Heaven sect before the competition, lost all 4 battles. Kuang Lang's previous low profile and his current arrogance formed a huge contrast. At this moment, whether it was in the Sky Span Mountain River diagram or outside, everyone remembered his name. He had truly become famous in the universe. In addition, because of Kuang Lang's rise, the scene of Yan Jiufeng unleashing all her strength was not as shocking. When she fought with Ji Wei, she displayed the rare 9th level Tao of Crimson Flame. She could be said to be the contestant who was best at hiding her strength. Being able to get 2nd place was well-deserved. Of course, what made everyone feel the most regretful was still Mu Ning. Mu Ning's Tao was obviously stronger than Yan Jiufeng's and Kuang Lang's. But he was unlucky, so there was nothing he could do. In comparison, there were very few people who felt sorry for Jiang Xi now. Jiang Xi also realized this point. If they were to draw lots again without considering luck, it would indeed be very difficult for him to get into the top 3 with his strength. There are too many monsters. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. It was not time to admit defeat yet. The road had just begun. At this moment, Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu, he finally came down from the starry sky. Their figures returned to normal, and they arrived in front of the 3,600 geniuses. But they did not speak. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. In the starry sky, a figure wearing blood-red armor silently appeared. This person had an iron-blooded aura, and he emitted a powerful aura, as if he faintly merged with the entire starry sky. It was true Lord Iron Mountain, who had appeared once before the finals. Greetings, true Lord Iron Mountain. The 2 immortals, 3,600 Tao integration experts, and 3,600 young geniuses all bowed in unison. True Lord Iron Mountain's resolute face scanned the crowd, and his hoarse voice resounded throughout the starry sky. Very good. After 10 years, the strongest geniuses of the human race have been selected. This year's finals of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament is the most exciting one in tens of thousands of years. According to the rules, the 361, 3600, 11 to 360, 4 to 10, and top 3 will enter the top 4 heavens of the Purple Heaven sect. In terms of cultivation resources, the Purple Heaven sect is the best in the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance. I hope that after you enter the Purple Heaven sect, you can use these resources to continue cultivating diligently. 10,000 years later or 100,000 years later, you will be able to see your figures in the forest of human powerhouses. His words made the hearts of the 3,600 geniuses surge with emotion. 10,000 years, 100,000 years. In other words, they had to at least reach the Tao integration stage. No, the Tao integration stage was too low. True Lord Iron Mountain's expectations for them were obviously above the Tribulation Transcender stage. True Lord Iron Mountain continued, "Next, report your locations. A year later, I will send people to your planets to bring you to the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, and from there, you will go to the ancient Tao origin world. You should also properly bid farewell to your families, as this will be a long cultivation journey." Chapter 336. Planet Songlan, Waterfront City, Lil P Manor. Jiang Ci woke up from his meditation in a cultivation room covered by a defensive formation. His spiritual sense left the sky-piercing mountain river diagram. It's finally over. Jiang Ci let out a long sigh. He didn't leave the cultivation room immediately. His emotions were a little complicated. Before opening the sky-piercing mountain river diagram, Immortal Iliang had said something when the 3,600 geniuses reported their coordinates. This made everyone understand why true monarch Iron Mountain had said, "This is a long journey. It's going to be a long journey of cultivation." He wants them to bid farewell to their families, because it was indeed a long journey. Next, the 3,600 geniuses would head to the ancient Tao origin world to cultivate for 30 years. It was worth mentioning that the ancient Tao origin world had a mystical place. The flow of time was different from that of the original universe. 30 years in the ancient Tao origin world was equivalent to 108 years in the original universe. By the time they left the ancient Tao origin world, more than 100 years would have passed. However, this wasn't the end. Next, they would enter the Purple Heaven sect's 9th heaven to cultivate. Just like Li Bai by entering the Tao Alliance's flowing time hall, they couldn't leave easily if they didn't succeed in their cultivation. "Once I leave, I don't know when I'll be back again." Jiang Ci shook his head and buried these emotions in his heart. He stood up and walked out of the cultivation room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jiang Daodu standing in front of the door. She was pleasantly surprised and smiled. "Big brother, is it okay to congratulate me this time? Top 10 can barely." Jiang Ci pretended to be deep in thought. "Huh, you're bragging again. Let's go. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Let's have some fun." Jiang Ci didn't continue arguing with her. He pulled her along and was about to go shopping. However, Jiang Daodu didn't follow. "Big brother, Oldin already told me." Jiang Daodu was very calm. "What did he say?" Jiang Ci turned around to take a look about the ancient Tao origin world. Oldin said that time passes very slowly there. 1 year is equivalent to 6 years in the original universe. Jiang Ci fell silent. "Will the next time we meet again be 100 years later?" Jiang Dudu asked again. "Yes." Jiang Ci sighed softly. "Roar. That's great." Jiang Dudu suddenly became excited. Seeing the confusion on Jiang Ci's face, Jiang Dudu laughed. "Allow me to keep you in suspense. You'll know in 100 years." Jiang Ci felt helpless. Why was this reaction different from what he had expected? However, he did not pursue the matter. In any case, the two of them could communicate with one another using their communication beads. Immortal Iliang had already told everyone that the ancient Tao origin world was also within the range of the Eye of Heaven. In the end, the two of them didn't go shopping. Jiang Dudu had gone to deal with the matters of the Star Trade Group. She had placed great importance on the Mountain Sea Star trade. With the rise of Jiang Ci in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, The business of mountain and sea star trade in the pale blue star region was getting better and better. With more business, there would naturally be more things to do. Therefore, Jiang Ci was left alone to guard Lil P Manor. I can't relax in this 1 year. Jiang Ci entered a state of cultivation again. The arena battles in the final stage of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament had made him fully aware of this point. Some geniuses were not that bad, even if they did not use cheats. Talent was a cheat to begin with. Of course, if the cultivation time was taken into account, then no one could compare to him. He had cultivated for less than 50 years, but he was already comparable to those geniuses who had cultivated for hundreds of years. It was truly heaven-defying. In addition, apart from these realizations, Jiang Ci also discovered a problem that was worth paying attention to. After my spiritual consciousness enters the sky, piercing mountain and river painting, my body will be in a state of meditation and cultivation. I won't be able to refine spiritual objects to obtain large amounts of spiritual qi. As a result, I won't be able to use the experience points panel to quickly increase my cultivation or Tao experience. If I encounter a similar situation in the future and am in danger, then I'll be in trouble. The experience points panel will be greatly reduced. During the 5 years of the Qingyan Dao trial, he had been thinking about this problem. He had to think of a way to refine spiritual objects at any time and place so that he could increase his cultivation whenever he wanted. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ci came up with an answer. Avatar. In layman's terms, it was an avatar. In Master's inherited memories, there are many secret techniques and strange techniques, among which is the method to refine an avatar. I can be sure that the cultivation levels of the main body and the avatar are definitely not the same. It might be possible to use Dao techniques. The only problem is that I don't know if the experience points panel can be used on the avatar. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I have to give it a try. I could take advantage of this 1 year to refine an avatar. Jiang Ci quickly went through these ideas in his mind. After making a decision, he began to prepare to implement it. Refining an avatar was not as simple as splitting the body in half with a crack. It was not as simple as plucking a strand of hair. Those were all great mystical abilities. At least, Jiang Ci did not find any in Taoist Ji's inherited memories. I need the Origin Enlightening Spirit Pearl as a carrier for the avatar. I also need the Spirit Accumulation Fruit to restore my spiritual consciousness. Taoist Ji's avatar method was to first refine a new body with the help of external objects. Then, he would separate a part of his spiritual consciousness and inject it into it. After nourishing it, he would finally refine it into an avatar. It's just that these two things are rare. It's very difficult to buy them outside with money. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci smiled. He might have worried in the past, but there was no need for that now. He took out the communication pearl and moved his spiritual consciousness. The communication pearl projected a 3-dimensional phantom. The eye of heaven was equivalent to a heavenly network that covered the entire universe. Using the communication pearl, one could connect to this heavenly network. However, ever since he stepped into the starry sky, Jiang Ci used the communication function of the heavenly network and rarely used other functions. Enter the Purple Heaven Sect's Treasure Pavilion. With the control of Jiang Ci's mind, the 3-dimensional phantom in front of him changed into a virtual mall. Only the disciples of the Purple Heaven Sect could enter the Treasure Pavilion of the Purple Heaven Sect, and he was now a disciple of the 3rd heaven of the Purple Heaven Sect. His privileges were second only to those of the 4th heaven. There was no problem. Search for the Origin Enlightening Spirit Pearl and the Spirit Accumulation Fruit. Jiang Ci didn't browse other items, but directly found what he needed. In the 3-dimensional phantom virtual mall, almost instantly, 2 items appeared. Origin Enlightening Spirit Pearl, 50 points for 1. It's a special magic treasure with no attributes. It's usually used to refine an avatar. Only disciples of the 2nd heaven and above can buy it. Spirit Accumulation Fruit, 10 points for 1. It can heal spiritual consciousness injuries below the unification stage. Only disciples of the first heaven and above can buy it. Note: 1 point equals 100 top-grade spirit crystals. The treasure pavilion of the Purple Heaven sect seemed to know that it was Jiangxi's first time here, so it specifically reminded him how to exchange points and spirit crystals. Jiangxi looked at his account balance again. Balance: 10,000. 12 top-grade spirit crystals. After conversion, it was only 100 points. It's really shady. Chapter 337. Account balance: 10,000. 12 supreme-grade spirit crystals. 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals was one of the rewards for Jiangxi winning the 9 Regions Genius Battle. After the 9 Regions Genius Battle ended, the Purple Heaven sect transferred the money to his account in the Tao Alliance Crystal Bank. As for the 12 supreme-grade spirit crystals, he had saved them in the Tao Alliance Crystal Bank. 60 points is equivalent to 6,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, which is equivalent to 6 billion inferior-grade spirit crystals. Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat. He still had to buy what he needed. He filled in the address, completed the debit, and waited for the express delivery. Not only did he need to refine a clone, but Jiangxi also knew that he needed to upgrade his equipment. The superior-grade spirit artifact, Long Sword, could not keep up with his strength. During the 9 Regions Genius Battle, he had only materialized supreme-grade spirit artifacts in the Tongtian Mountain River painting. Therefore, he changed his equipment in the Purple Heaven sect's treasure pavilion. He bought a supreme-grade spirit artifact, Long Sword, with 10 points, which was still very similar to the Killing Shadow Sword. He bought a supreme-grade spirit artifact battle suit with 20 points. After spending these 2 items, he spent another 3,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. He had just received the 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystal from the 9 Regions Genius Battle, but he had already spent 9,000 of them. 9 billion inferior-grade spirit crystals. It was equivalent to 9 mountains and sea star markets. Jiang Dudu had to work hard for nearly 200 years. It's all in terms of strength. It's not a loss at all. Jiangxi comforted himself. While waiting for the express delivery, he received thousands of requests for visits and invitations. They were all from the top immortal Tao sects and ancient forces in the Kanglan Star Zone and the neighboring star zones. Jiangxi only picked a few important ones, such as the Tsungyun sect master Wu Kuei, the 4-symbol sect master Ishan, and the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court's Kanglan Star Law Enforcement Commander Earth. Everyone gathered in Dao Manor for a day and then left. Jiangxi's status now was different from 10 years ago. In comparison, he was not inferior to the leaders of the major forces who were in the late-stage Essence Soul realm. Moreover, he had more room to rise. During this gathering, the Tsungyun sect master Wu Kuei also fulfilled the promise he made to the public after the Qingyun Dao trial ended. At that time, Jiangxi had obtained 2nd place in the trial. Wu Kuei promised to give Jiangxi one of the life galaxies under the Tsungyun sect's actual control. Jiangxi didn't decline. He took the astrolabe and started picking. In the end, he chose a galaxy called the Silver Platter Galaxy without batting an eyelid. This was a medium life star system with more than 40,000 life planets. Wu Kuei didn't say anything either. He immediately applied to the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance to transfer control of the Silver Plate star system to Jiangxi. Jiangxi changed the name of the Silver Plate Galaxy to the Milky Way Galaxy, because it was originally the Milky Way Galaxy. Among them, the asteroid belt that surrounded the solar system was located in the Milky Way. Why did Taoist leave behind the interstellar coordinates of the blue planet in his inherited memories? It was because Earth was located in the blue star region. This did not arouse Wu Kuei's suspicion. After all, the asteroid belt had existed for a long time. It was just a slightly mysterious celestial body in the universe. Only some adventurous space hunters would pay attention to it. A top immortal sect like the Tsungyun sect, which ruled more than 80,000 life star systems, rarely paid attention to such small matters. As a result, Jiang Ci was promoted from the Lord of Earth to the Lord of the Milky Way. The actual jurisdiction of the Milky Way galaxy was handed over to Jiang Daodu. In the future, this would be the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star trade. After dealing with these human affairs, in just 3 days, a courier came to his door. Of course, it wasn't an ordinary courier. It was a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator. He was dressed formally and looked very serious. "Senior brother Jiang Ci, this is your thing." Judging from his words, the other party seemed to be a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. However, Jiang Ci didn't delve into it. After signing for it, the other party quickly left. Next, Jiang Ci returned to Earth alone and began to refine a clone at the same time. He didn't stop deducing Dao techniques. The Sword Domain and the Gale Domain were the key points of the next breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Earth, Kunlun Mountain Range, Jade Pool's secret realm. Jiang Ci passed through the stone door at the lake at the top of the Tongtian Mountain and came out of the second cave of the Jade Pool's secret realm. "I don't know where the Tongtian Tower is hidden." Jiang Ci shook his head. In fact, 20 years ago, when Earth was facing the crisis of the Qing Xin sect, he, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai had entered the second cave of the Jade Pool secret realm to find a way to deal with the head of the Qing Xin sect. Then, they found out that the Tongtian Tower had disappeared. The three of them also looked for it for a while. But in the end, they found nothing and couldn't find it. Moreover, Jiang Ci had another discovery. With his strength at the nascent soul stage, he couldn't see through the second cave of the Jade Pool secret realm. His range of activity was limited to the green Jade Pool Lake. When he reached the edge of the lake, he couldn't get out. There was a formation enchantment that he couldn't detect. Mysterious. Now, his actual combat power had already reached the nascent soul stage, but he still couldn't see through it. In this year, Jiang Ci came here many times. He wanted to re-enter the Tongtian Tower and ask Enai Shang what the Tongtian Mountain River diagram had to do with the Tongtian Tower. Not only the name, but also the Lingwan Road and the Qingyan Path. They were too similar. "Looks like I can only wait until my cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage." According to Enai Shang, there would only be great benefits for him when he reached the nascent soul stage. In the short term, there was no chance. He was about to set off for the ancient Dao source world, and he didn't know when he would be back. Then, Jiang Ci returned to Xiantian City. In a secret darkroom, his 3 servants, Hu Yin, Chu Zhe, and Qiu Hong, were still guarding here. "Lord Jiang Ci," the 3 of them bowed respectfully. "After I leave, I'll leave Earth to the 3 of you. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can send a message to me or my elder brother," Jiang Ci said in a deep voice. "Don't worry, Lord." Jiang Ci nodded. In the past 10 years of the 9 regions genius battle, the number of golden core cultivators on Earth had increased by a lot. However, there were still no nascent soul cultivators. Even if there were nascent soul cultivators, Hu Yin and the other 2 could easily deal with them. After all, Hu Yan's talent was not bad. He could comprehend a Dao domain at the golden core stage. Now, Hu Yin was already at the nascent soul stage and was even stronger. After giving these instructions, Jiang Ci's spiritual consciousness scanned the vibrant land of Earth. Then, he entered the teleportation array with some sadness. The space changed, and his figure appeared in the main hall of the Moon's Moon Palace. He didn't leave the dilapidated palace immediately. Instead, he entered an inconspicuous side hall where he had set up an array formation. Inside the formation array was a handsome young man with the same figure and appearance as him. Main body. Clone. The 2 of them spoke at the same time and laughed at the same time. Of course, this was a self-directed conversation. Their thoughts were connected, and they only had one consciousness. This feeling is quite strange. One consciousness could control 2 bodies. At the same time, the 2 bodies could do different things. Chapter 338. His main body and avatar stood opposite each other. Experience panel. Jiang Ci muttered in his heart. Cultivation. Main body, Nascent Soul, 1.06 million/1. 0.6 million in the later stage. Avatar, Golden Core, 397500, 397500 in the later stage. Tao Technique. Tao of Fire, 50 million/50 million in the 10th stage. Gale Domain, 5 million/5 million in the 10th stage. Soar Domain, 10 million/10 million in the 10th stage. Amplitude, 1,000 times. Tao of Fire. Deduction, 10,000 experience points per attempt. Cultivation Technique. Purple Firmament Soar Manual. Peacock Visualization Experience Points, 500. 3 months ago, his avatar was successfully refined. The result was almost the same as Jiangxi's previous imagination. His avatar could also use the experience panel. From the data on the panel, it could be seen that the cultivation of his main body and avatar were not connected, but they could share Tao techniques. After all, Tao technique comprehension belonged to the soul. The consciousness of the two bodies was unified. If a Golden Core cultivator has this Tao technique, he should be able to kill an invincible nascent soul cultivator with a slap, right? This thought popped up in Jiangxi's mind. After the avatar was successfully refined, he found that the experience panel could be used, so he used spiritual items to quickly increase the avatar's cultivation. As it already had the spiritual sense of a perfected nascent soul cultivator, it did not need to nourish and refine its spiritual sense. It could directly reach the perfected Golden Core stage. As for the later nascent soul stage, it had to be nourished by the Golden Core. There's no rush. I'll nurture it slowly. When my avatar reaches the nascent soul stage, it can really be used. Jiangxi was full of expectations. In any case, it would only take 10 years to complete. When he entered the ancient Tao source world, it would actually only be 2 years. In addition, not only had his avatar's cultivation reached the perfected Golden Core stage. In this year, Jiangxi had refined a large number of spiritual items. With the help of spiritual energy, he used the experience panel to raise his Tao of Fire to the 10th stage, a perfected rare Tao of heaven and earth. Its amplitude had also reached 1,000 times. If I had this Tao technique strength a year ago, I should have been able to get into the top 3. Unfortunately, Jiangxi shook his head. At that time, the top 10 geniuses, except for Ji Wei, far surpassed the others. Only Mu Ning's Tao technique strength was equivalent to a perfected rare Tao of heaven and earth. Jiangxi knew that there were no regrets. He could only continue moving forward and catch up later. Where there are gains, there are losses. The Tao of Fire has reached perfection, but there are problems with the fusion of the 3 Taos. Thinking of this, Jiangxi felt helpless again. In the past year, he had tried countless times to use the Tao fusion technique, but he had failed every time. He also had a rough guess as to the reason for his failure. There are 3 levels to Tao: true meaning of the Tao, Tao domain, and Tao of heaven and earth. When one cultivates the Tao of heaven and earth to perfection, this Tao technique will be equivalent to a flawless state. If I want to fuse it with other Taoist techniques, the difficulty will greatly increase. His master, Taoist Ge, did not explain much about the Tao fusion technique in his inherited memories. Because Taoist Ge specialized in array formations, he did not study much in terms of Tao fusion. Therefore, Jiangxi could only wait to find out the answer in the future. The Tao fusion technique was a wonderful technique to increase one's strength, so he definitely wouldn't give it up. Jiangxi pondered for a moment and put this thought aside for the time being. However, after reaching perfection in the Tao of Fire, I can consider using Tao refinement to cultivate a primordial spirit. In order to cultivate a primordial spirit, one not only had to reach perfection in the nascent soul realm, one also had to possess a perfected Tao of heaven and earth to cultivate a primordial spirit. After completing this process, the primordial spirit would undergo a qualitative change and condense into a primordial spirit. Similarly, this was also a process that consumed time. It could be as short as 100 years or as long as 1,000 years. It depended on the strength of the Tao of heaven and earth. Cultivated the speed of cultivating a primordial Tao of heaven and earth was definitely not as fast as cultivating a rare Tao of heaven and earth. And rare Tao of heaven and earth was naturally not as good as unique Tao of heaven and earth. The body of my main body and my clone are different, but the soul and Tao technique are interlinked. The process of cultivating a primordial spirit can be left to my clone. Jiang Ci smiled. The first use of a doppelganger was revealed. Next, his main body would cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years. But his clone in the outside world would have 108 years. This was equivalent to his cultivation speed increasing by 6 times. It was worth mentioning that this method of using the difference in the flow of time between the main body and the clone to cultivate was not common in the cultivation world. Riverward also understood this principle because it was rare to see a place where the flow of time was different from that of the original universe. Currently, he had only heard of the ancient Tao origin world, and the qualification to enter the ancient Tao origin world was obviously very difficult. 3,600 people were finally selected from the hundreds of millions of people, but they could only enter the ancient Tao origin world to cultivate for 30 years. One could imagine how difficult this was. Pale blue planet, waterfront city. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator arrived at Bean Bean Manor. This person had the appearance of a young man, and the supreme-grade spirit artifact battle armor on his body was embroidered with purple patterns. When he saw Jiang Ci, he bowed respectfully. Kaluo greets senior brother Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for this. Then, he asked, "You call me senior brother, so you're also a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect?" "Senior brother, I'm a first heaven disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. According to the rules, disciples of lower heavens have to address disciples of higher heavens as senior brother, and immortals of the fifth heaven and above have to address them as martial uncle," Kaluo said with a smile. Jiang Ci was enlightened. So that's how it is. Seniority in the Purple Heaven sect was not determined by cultivation, but by the 9 heavens. Thinking about it, disciples of the first 4 heavens had more than one type of cultivation. There were nascent soul, and Tao integration. If seniority was determined by cultivation, then it would be a mess. I wonder if senior brother has arranged everything here? If so, we can set off now, Kaluo asked. It's almost done. Give me a moment. Jiang Ci nodded. Then, the two of them walked out of the cultivation room. Jiang Daodu, Xin Tian, Wen Yoxin, Wen Feng, and Shun Wanzi were standing outside. Jiang Daodu did not say anything. Xin Tian laughed heartily and said, "Jiang Ci, when you get there, you have to cultivate hard. If I catch up with you next time, it will be embarrassing." "Haha, big brother, go ahead." Jiang Ci also laughed. "Take care, martial uncle." When Clan's siblings said, "You two have to cultivate hard too. If I come back and see that your cultivation has fallen, I will punish you." Jiang Ci showed the demeanor of an elder. Then he looked at Shun Wanzi and said, "Old Shun, the scale of the mountain sea star trade is getting bigger and bigger. Please help me support your chairman." Shun Wanzi nodded vigorously and said, "Jiang Ge, don't worry." Finally, Jiang Ci walked to Jiang Daodu, who had been silent. "I'm leaving." "Okay." The two of them looked at each other. They did not say much, but their emotions were already intertwined. Jiang Ci rubbed the little girl's hair and smiled like before. Then, he flew away with Kaluo. Jiang Daodu looked at Jiang Ci's back. Her eyes were filled with determination. "Brother, you have to come back alive. Otherwise, I will find you even if I have to kill my way to the king of Hell's palace." The same words rang in her heart every time Jiang Ci left. It was like a promise that would never change. Chapter 339. Yoxin, Wenfeng, Old Shun, it's time for us to get to work. Let's do something big. Jiangdu waved her little hand, hiding her dejected mood. Let's do something big. The Wen siblings and Shen Wanzi were all filled with motivation. Xian Tian was relieved to see this. Earlier, he was still worried that Jiang Daodu would be upset or something like that after Jiangxi left. Now that they had something to do, they would temporarily forget their negative emotions. Kid, you have to come back alive. Xian Tian sighed in his heart. Cultivate. Cultivate. We can't let this kid be the only one in the limelight among the 3 strongest on Earth. Jiang Xi and Kaluo flew to the teleportation hall in Waterfront City. Gong Shi, who had been promoted to captain of the guards, was waiting respectfully in front of the hall. Greetings, Lord Jiangxi. His exaggerated manner of greeting hadn't changed, even though he had been promoted. Gong Shi knew very well that all of this was because of Jiang Xi. This was because his good friend Shen Wanzi was now working for Jiang Xi. It was because of this relationship that he had been able to obtain the position of captain of the guards in the fiercely competitive Sangyan sect. Jiang Xi nodded lightly and entered the teleportation array with Kaluo. Kaluo then began to set the teleportation coordinates, his hands constantly forming seals. These seals were extremely profound, and even Jiang Xi couldn't see through them. The teleportation coordinates of the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court are the Dao Alliance's top secret, Jiang Xi thought to himself. Otherwise, the Purple Heaven sect wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to send people to pick up 3,600 prodigies. At the end of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, some prodigies had asked this question: why couldn't they teleport to the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court themselves? Immortal Iliang's answer was simple and straightforward. They had to wait until they left the ancient Dao origin world before they were qualified to receive the teleportation coordinates of the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court. Jiang Xi could vaguely guess the purpose of this. It was most likely to test the identities and loyalty of the 3,600 prodigies. The Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance was the human race's highest authority. After all, the teleportation coordinates couldn't be casually leaked even in the inherited memories that Daoist Ge had given him. There was no such teleportation coordinate. In fact, he didn't even mention the Dao Alliance or the Heavenly Court, as if there was some sort of taboo topic. While Jiang Xi was thinking about this, Colorado had already set the teleportation coordinates. He cautioned, "Senior apprentice brother, the Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance is 100 trillion light years away from here. Even if you use a teleportation formation, it'll still take a very long time. You have to be patient." Jiang Xi nodded gently. It was just teleportation. However, when the teleportation light disappeared, his expression changed, because there was a strong sense of spatial transformation. Even though he was already at the full circle of the original infant stage, his entire body felt like it was about to be torn apart. Normal interstellar teleportation, even if it was across star zones, would only take 3 to 5 breaths. This time, however, it lasted for half an hour. When these changes subsided and they landed on the ground again, Jiang Xi even felt like vomiting. Blurg, blurg, it wasn't Jiang Xi who was vomiting. Instead, there were many voices coming from the side. The teleportation had already ended, and he appeared on the other side of the teleportation formation. Jiang Xi endured the discomfort and looked up to survey his surroundings. This was a gigantic stone platform. Clouds and mist swirled around it, and he could see several gigantic stone pillars that soared into the sky. At this moment, more than half of the 3,600 prodigies had already arrived. He was quite late. Not far away, many of the weaker prodigies were supporting themselves with pale-faced hands as they retched. This is the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court's Southern Heavenly Gate teleportation platform. Colorado's voice sounded. Southern Heavenly Gate? Jiang Xi's heart stirred. The first time he had heard of the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court was many years ago, when he became Daoist Ji's disciple on the first moon. At that time, Daoist Ge had asked him who the master of the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court was. At first, Jiang Xi didn't pay much attention to the Heavenly Court. Now that he heard the Southern Heavenly Gate, he couldn't help but think of something. This was because there were too many similarities between this and the legends on Earth. Why did the Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court both have southern heavenly gates? Jiang Xi, you're here too. Just as Jiang Xi was in a daze, Mu Ning's voice sounded from his side. The young shepherd boy had also arrived. With a shout, the other prodigies on the teleportation platform all looked over. Jiang Xi, you're here. Yin Jiufeng, Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, Lin Ling, and the other top 10 prodigies all greeted Jiang Xi. Even Ji Wei nodded at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi nodded back at them one by one. Prodigies were mostly proud and aloof. They would only lower their proud and aloof attitude when facing someone with similar talent. After Jiang Xi finished greeting them, Mu Ning continued excitedly. Jiang Xi, I've finally seen the great world I've always dreamed of. This place is too big. I thought it was like the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. The Kangling continent and the Purple Clouds continent in the starry sky were all illusions. I didn't expect to see such a vast and magical celestial body in the original universe. A continent that's even bigger than a planet. He had a pure personality and never hid anything in his heart. After seeing Jiang Xi, an acquaintance, he could no longer hold back his words. At this moment, Jiang Xi was speechless. His face was filled with disbelief. This was because after the clouds in front of him dissipated with the wind, he realized this southern heavenly gate teleportation platform was only a floating island. Although the area was very large, it wouldn't be crowded even if millions of people stood there. However, compared to this vast world, the southern heavenly gate teleportation platform seemed very small. Below was a boundless continent with no end in sight. A huge heavenly gate stood at the entrance of the continent. Above the continent, there were countless floating immortal mountains and immortal islands floating in the air. The immortal island where the southern heavenly gate teleportation platform was located was only one of them. Above the immortal mountains and immortal islands, there were layers of 5-colored auspicious clouds supporting them. Palaces and pavilions floated above these 5-colored auspicious clouds. That was where the Tao Alliance's heavenly court was located. When he looked up at the sky again, he saw stars circling above the 9 heavens. The huge stars seemed to be right in front of him and within reach. In the horizon, there were 10 suns radiating with scorching light. On the other side, there were 10 great Eons radiating with chilling light. These scenes truly illustrated what it meant to have a square sky and a square earth. Could this be the legendary immortal realm? Jiang Xi's throat moved. Astonishment. Beside him, Kaluo chuckled when he saw Jiang Xi's expression. Anyone who came to the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court for the first time would have the same reaction. No one knows if this is the immortal realm, but I once heard from an uncle master in the sect. The continent where the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court is located is more than 100 light years in length and width. Kaluo sighed. 100 light years. Jiang Xi was even more astonished. It was larger than 100 solar systems. The universe was indeed mysterious. Such a massive celestial body could not be explained by science. Senior brother, I've completed my mission, so I'll return to the sect first. I wish you success in your cultivation in the ancient Tao origin world. Kaluo smiled. Thank you. Jiang Xi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Then, Kaluo activated the teleportation platform and left. Chapter 340. As he looked at the scenes that seemed like a paradise, the shock in Riverward's heart was unable to calm down for a long time. At the same time, more and more figures appeared on the Southern Heaven Gates teleportation platform as the geniuses arrived. It was everyone's first time in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, and they were all shocked to see this. Jiang Xi, the junior brother who sent me here, said that the continent below is filled with all sorts of strange and mysterious places. There are all kinds of wondrous places and even mortal countries. I really want to go down and take a look. Mu Ning looked around excitedly. I think you should give up on that idea as soon as possible. This place doesn't look simple. Jiang Ci shook his head. He looked around and saw that they were the only ones on the Southern Heaven Gates teleportation platform, and no one was guarding it. However, Jiang Ci's intuition told him that such an important place could not be left unguarded. As expected, after a while, all 3,600 geniuses arrived. One of the multicolored, auspicious clouds in the sky floated down, and 3 figures appeared on the teleportation platform. 2 of them were immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He. The other person wore silver armor and held a halberd. He was obviously a general. Greetings, exalted immortal. The geniuses bowed respectfully. Rise. Immortal Yi Liang smiled. Not bad. Looks like you haven't been relaxing in the past year. Many of you have improved. Since everyone is here, let's set off. After that, he looked at the silver-armored general. Thank you, divine general. The general's eyes flashed as he made a hand seal. The Southern Heaven Gates teleportation platform lit up with a dazzling light. The 2 immortals and 3,600 geniuses disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, everyone discovered that they were already in a magnificent hall. Is this the ancient Tao origin world? Someone asked. He asked the question on everyone's mind. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. It didn't seem like it. After observing for a while, he found that the floor of the hall was carved with countless complicated and terrifying runes. They were very profound. This is the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court's Tao Origin Palace. The ancient Tao origin world and the origin universe belong to 2 different universes. Ordinary interstellar teleportation arrays are unable to reach that place. Only through the cosmic channel here can one enter that place, immortal Yi Liang explained. The geniuses came to a realization. What you're about to experience is going to be even worse than what you experienced when you teleported to the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. Endure it. Immortal Yi Liang chuckled. He formed a hand seal with both hands, and the countless runes on the ground of the Tao Origin Palace lit up. Immediately after, the expressions of the 3,600 geniuses changed drastically. Even Ji Wei, who had always been cold, had a change in expression. This was because everyone could sense a strange distortion of space and time enveloping them. It was very unbearable. This time, not only did his body feel like it was being torn apart, even his soul felt like it was being torn apart. His entire body was being distorted along with time and space. Vaguely, Riverward could see that they were in a multicolored, twisted passageway. Both time and space were undergoing drastic changes. After an unknown period of time, everything calmed down. Many geniuses who had just finished vomiting vomited again. Jiang Ci's face turned pale. It was too unbearable. Immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He watched from the side. When everyone had more or less recovered, immortal Yi Liang, who had always played the good cop, smiled and said, "This is the ancient Tao origin world." In the next instant, cries of surprise rang out. Such dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Spiritual mist condensed from it can be seen everywhere. Look, the 5-colored light in the sky is the Tao of heaven and earth. Amazing, truly amazing. My speed of comprehension has increased by dozens of times. The geniuses looked around with excitement. Jiang Ci also felt suffocated by the scene before him. However, he still maintained his usual vigilance and quickly observed his surroundings. He saw that they were currently on a huge platform that towered in the sky. The runes and formations on the surface of the platform were exactly the same as the ones in the Tao Origin Palace. When he looked down, he saw that there was a huge, majestic city below him. The platform was located at the edge of the city. At first glance, this huge city gave people the feeling that it had existed since the beginning of time, as if it had existed since time immemorial. The Tao of heaven and earth was faintly visible in the sky. It glowed with multicolored light and flowed slowly above the huge city like a river. As expected, it was visible to the naked eye. He looked into the distance. It was a gray and misty world, filled with various visible Taoist rhymes. They were accompanied by gray air currents that drifted with the wind. Moreover, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense. In addition to the spiritual mist, he even saw spiritual liquid condensed from spiritual chi on a small mountain nearby. It formed a small waterfall and converged into a spiritual pool below. At this moment, Immortal Liang said, "All right, stop being so surprised. All right, put away your surprise. You'll be cultivating here for 30 years. You'll have plenty of time to appreciate these. Now, I have a few requests for you." The 3,600 geniuses immediately calmed down. First, be obedient. Second, work hard on your cultivation. Thirdly, and this is the most important thing, survive. After 30 years, I hope that you will still be the same 3,600 geniuses. Not a single one of you will be missing. Immortal Liang had a rare, serious expression on his face. The group of geniuses also withdrew their relaxed attitudes, and their attitudes became solemn. They were here to cultivate, not to enjoy the scenery. After saying that, Immortal Liang turned his gaze to the other side of the platform. A gray-robed old man was standing there silently. Immortal Liang said respectfully, "Lord Emissary, I'll leave these youngsters to you. Don't worry." The gray-robed old man chuckled. Jiang Xi and the others were shocked. Only now did they notice the gray-robed old man. They hadn't sensed his existence at all. The gray-robed old man said, "Little guys, follow me." The 3,600 geniuses bowed to Immortal Liang and Immortal Chu, he before following the gray-robed old man and flying down to the huge city below. These two immortals were only here to send them off. They didn't have the right to cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world. Immortal Liang asked, "How many do you think will die this time?" Immortal Chu, he replied, "This batch is much stronger than the previous batches. About 20% will die." 20%? That's more than 700 people. If you want to become an expert, you don't just need talent. What's more important is your temperament and will. Jiang Xi and the other geniuses followed the gray-robed old man and landed in the huge city. They walked along a wide stone path towards the depths of the huge city. So many little guys came? Based on their cultivation and numbers, they should be the winners of the 9 Regions Genius Battle. 9 Regions Genius Battle. Speaking of which, I was just like them. I barely made it into the top 3,600. Sigh, more than 80,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the people from my batch are already dead. Chapter 341. A loud voice came from the sky before fading away. They saw 3 immortals in battle armor flying over them. Their auras were even stronger than Immortal Liang and Immortal Chu He. Jiang Xi and the others were speechless upon hearing their conversation. Tao integration cultivators usually had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Their lifespan would only increase after transcending the tribulation to become an immortal. Their lifespan would increase by 10,000 years after transcending a tribulation. Tribulation transcenders would only have a lifespan of 80,000 years after transcending the 7th tribulation. According to that immortal's words, someone who had lived for 80,000 years was at least an 8th tribulation transcender. Very strong. Jiang Xi, it seems that even the top 10 geniuses of a 9 Regions Genius Tournament aren't guaranteed to reach the immortal realm, Mu Ning said with a serious expression. The path of cultivation is accompanied by too many dangers. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. Just like his master, Taoist Ge. This genius, who had been valued by the Purple Heaven sect as a Tao integration cultivator, had died before becoming an immortal. At this moment, the other geniuses were also thinking about the words of the 3 immortals who had just passed by. They also thought of Immortal Liang's final request, to survive. Everyone's heart sank at the thought of this. When everyone fell silent, the gray-robed old man introduced with a smile. "This is 9 Heavens City, the only city in the ancient Tao origin world. The ancient Tao origin world is jointly managed by the 3 schools and 6 sects. Apart from you little fellows, the humans of the 9 regions are the only ones in charge. Other cultivators who have contributed to the ancient Tao origin world will more or less receive some cultivation rights in the ancient Tao origin world. The humans who come here to cultivate will temporarily reside in 9 Heaven City during their cultivation period. The same goes for you for the next 30 years. You'll have to choose a residence. However, you must remember that there are many experts here, and most of them are immersed in cultivation. Don't disturb them, or you'll deserve to be killed. All the geniuses immediately fell silent. Looking at the 2 sides of the street, one could see that the interior of this ancient city was very simple. The buildings on both sides of the street were gray stone houses more than 3 meters tall. Only in the depths of 9 Heaven City could one see some taller buildings. At this moment, many powerful cultivators could be seen sitting cross-legged on the rooftops of the stone houses. They raised their heads and comprehended the way of heaven and earth that was visible to the naked eye. Because these experts were in the midst of cultivation, their bodies naturally emitted waves of powerful pressure. The geniuses were shocked and understood what the gray-robed elder meant. If they disturbed these experts, even if they were killed, they deserved it. That was indeed the case. The qualification to cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world was extremely precious. Moreover, time was limited. No one was willing to waste even a second. The geniuses carefully followed behind the gray-robed elder. Soon, they arrived in the depths of 9 Heaven City, in front of a crude palace. The palace was 1,000 meters tall and about 1,000 kilometers wide. It was also the largest building in the entire city. 3 ancient characters that were completely different from the common language of the Tao Alliance were carved onto the enormous signboard of the palace. However, the meaning of the ancient characters was clearly conveyed to everyone's minds. 9 Firmament's Palace. Jiang Ci pretended to be as shocked as everyone else, but his heart was in turmoil. Because these 3 ancient characters were too similar to the ones in the Jade Lake Secret Realm on Earth. The Jade Lake Secret Realms, Sky-Piercing Mountain, and Sky-Piercing Tower had similar ancient characters on their steels. Jiang Ci had already imprinted these ancient characters in his mind. From the structure of the characters, it could be seen that they were from the same era. 9 Heavens Palace is the abode of Tao, Lord 9 Heavens. Don't speak loudly after you enter, the gray-robed elder warned. Tao, Lord 9 Heavens. The geniuses were shocked. 9 Heavens City, 9 Heavens Palace, and Tao, Lord 9 Heavens. 9 Heavens City was the only city in the ancient Tao origin world. Tao Lord 9 Heavens' status was self-evident. Jiang Ci's gaze was also solemn. Immortals were divided into Tribulation Transcender, Tao Immortal, and Tao Ancestor. Immortals in the Tao Immortal stage were called True Immortals. For example, True Immortal Iron Mountain, whom they had met in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, was a Tao Immortal. And those who had the 2 words Tao Lord were immortals of the Tao Ancestor stage. Tao Lord 9 Heavens. He must be a powerful cultivator who stood at the peak of the human race. However, why did the gray-robed elder bring them to the abode of such a powerhouse? One of the geniuses couldn't help but ask, Lord Emissary, why are we here? Haha, of course there are benefits. Since someone asked, there's no harm in telling you in advance. The gray-robed elder laughed. His eyes glowed as he said to everyone, you'll be able to obtain cultivation resources in the ancient Tao origin world. Not only is there heaven and earth spirit chi far denser than the original universe, but there's also heaven and earth Tao visible to the naked eye. More importantly, there are inheritances here that the original universe doesn't have. Inheritances? Everyone was shocked. Follow me. The gray-robed elder didn't give a direct answer. He led everyone into 9 Heavens Palace and walked along a stone path. Here, they saw many cultivators. When these cultivators saw the gray-robed elder, they all bowed respectfully and didn't say anything. When they left, they looked enviously at Jiang Ci and the other geniuses. Soon, they arrived at a side hall. There were dozens of simple and unadorned stone pillars in the hall, and they looked very ordinary. "Lord Emissary, is this where the inheritances are?" Someone asked. "This is where the inheritances are chosen." The gray-robed elder shook his head with a smile. He then explained, "There's only one reason why the human race can stand at the peak of the universe. It's because we value inheritances. Over the countless years, 44 pinnacle powerhouses have left their inheritances altars in 9 Heaven City to pass down their Tao arts." "Pinnacle powerhouses," someone exclaimed. Then they remembered that they couldn't speak loudly here and hurriedly covered their mouths. Everyone was excited. What was a pinnacle powerhouse? Ji Wei, Yan Jiufeng, Mu Ning, and some other geniuses with extraordinary backgrounds naturally understood what this meant. The so-called pinnacle powerhouses of the human race were at least Tao lords. Jiang Ci's breathing quickened. The further one went on the path of cultivation, the more obvious the importance of Tao arts became. Tao arts cultivation was like walking a path. The Tao of heaven and earth was only a minor Tao. If one followed the minor Tao, they would have a chance to step onto the great Tao. For example, a Tao immortal perfected lord was a cultivator who had walked the complete Tao. A Tao lord was a pinnacle powerhouse on the Tao. The Tao art inheritance left behind by such an expert was the guiding light for one to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. Although I have the experience panel, I still need to deduce and spend countless experience points to advance my Tao arts. If I have the guidance of these inheritances, the success rate of my deduction might be greatly increased. Jiang Ci quickly thought of this and became excited. Chapter 342. Just as everyone was feeling excited about the Tao arts of the peak experts, the old man continued to speak. 9 Heaven City has a total of 44 inheritance altars. Humans who come to the ancient Tao origin world for the first time can choose to cultivate. Regardless of whether you belong to the 3 gates or 6 sects, you can choose one of the altars to comprehend and cultivate. Each opportunity is limited to 10 days. Only 10 days. Yan Jiufeng was an impatient person. He immediately interrupted the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man didn't mind. He chuckled and said, 10 days is enough for little fellows like you. Just a glance at the Tao arts of the peak experts can benefit you greatly. It's like eating food. If you eat too much at once, it'll be useless if you can't digest it. The geniuses were enlightened. These stone pillars correspond to the 44 inheritance altars, and each of them contains a Tao art. You have an hour to use your spiritual sense to comprehend the Tao arts, and then choose an altar suitable for you. Now, let's begin. The gray-robed old man smiled again. 1 hour. Everyone didn't dare to waste any time and hurriedly observed the stone pillars. Jiang Ci looked at them one by one, and he could comprehend them with his spiritual sense. This is the moon ice altar. It was as if he had fallen into an illusion. He saw a cold moonlight sprinkle down between heaven and earth. Then he quickly came to his senses. It looks like the baleful Yin energy, but it's at an extremely high level. Is it the baleful Yin Tao? Or is it the baleful Yin Tao? Jiang Ci didn't have time to think about this. He dispersed his thoughts and continued to look at the next pillar. Chaos Origin Altar, 9 Heavens Altar, Void Universe Altar, Azure Lotus Altar, Great Might Altar. He saw a gentle breeze blowing through these altars, and the spring wind and rain gave birth to all living things. He also saw a soaring sword intent tear through the sky and enter his mind. There was a wisp of flame that burned tenaciously. There was also a Buddhist light that illuminated the world. Soon, an hour had passed. Time's up. The old man's voice sounded. Everyone woke up from their observation and comprehension. All of them wished to continue, and their eyes were filled with desire. They had only comprehended a single Tao art from the stone pillars, and they had already gained something. How much would he gain from comprehending and cultivating at the inheritance altar? Line up properly. One by one, tell me your choice. The gray-robed elder smiled. I choose the everlasting altar. I choose the altar of the 9 firmaments. True mystic altar. The geniuses announced their choices one by one. Most of the 44 inheritance altars belonged to peak experts from the 3 gates and 6 sects. Some of them were directly named after the 9 sects. Of course, some weren't. For example, the inheritance altar from Sword's Gate, named the Green Lotus Altar. Jiang Ci followed behind, deep in thought. He was making his final decision. Primordial Chaos, Heavenly Sun, Xian Hua, Green Lotus for inheritance altars. The Primeval Chaos altar is a wind-type Tao art. The Heavenly Sun and Xian Hua are fire-type Tao arts, and the Green Lotus altar is a sword-type Tao art. It just so happens to correspond to the 3 great Taos that I cultivate: Gale, Parting Fire, and Sword Tao. Which one to choose? At present, his attainment in the Leaf Fire Tao was the highest. If he chose the Heavenly Sun Tao or the Torch Altar, his progress would definitely be the fastest. After a moment, it was Jiang Ci's turn to announce his choice. Standing in front of the gray-robed elder, he said, I choose the Green Lotus Altar. After some thought, Jiang Ci had a definite answer. His Sword Tao was still at the Tao domain level. However, it was clear that the core of his Tao art had always been the Sword Tao. Even the Tao fusion technique that he was able to use previously had the Sword Tao as its core. After making his choice, Jiang Ci waited by the side. Mooning came over and asked, Jiang Ci, I chose the Creation Altar. What did you choose? Green Lotus. Jiang Ci smiled gently. Oh, that's the inheritance altar of Sword's Gate. It's very powerful. It's a pity that there are very few peak experts who cultivate the Life Tao. There's only one creation altar to choose from. Mooning was still a straightforward person, he continued. However, I listened carefully just now. Most people chose the Purple Firmament altar, followed by the Daoming altar. I don't know why. Jiang Ci's heart skipped a beat. The Purple Firmament altar was naturally left behind by the peak experts of the Purple Firmament sect. The Daoming altar was left behind by the peak experts of the Tao sect. Logically speaking, the Tao sect should be the number 1 sect. Why did most people choose the Purple Firmament altar? Was it because they were all disciples of the Purple Firmament sect? However, this choice did not limit one's sect status. I know this. I once heard from the elders in my family that our Purple Firmament sect patriarch was once the number 1 expert of the Tao Alliance. Just as the two of them were puzzled, a woman's voice came from the side. They turned around and saw a girl in a red dress. She was the 2nd place of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, Yin Jiufeng. Back then, was it? Jiang Ci and Mu Ning had new doubts. I'm not sure about the details. Yin Jiufeng shook her head. Jiang Ci wanted to ask more questions, but the selection of the 3,600 geniuses had finished. The gray-robed elder smiled and said, I just said that each of you has 1 chance to comprehend the altar. Time is precious. Now let's go to the inheritance altar and truly comprehend and cultivate. The geniuses' eyes immediately lit up. Soon, they arrive at a large hall in the 9 Clouds Palace. There was a row of tall stone doors in the hall. There were a total of 44 doors. On each stone door, there were ancient words that did not belong to this era. They indicated the location of the altar within the stone door. At the same time, a white-robed elder with a kind face was sitting cross-legged at the side of the hall. Lord Priest, I brought this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament's youngsters to the inheritance altar to cultivate. May I ask who is free? The gray-robed elder bowed respectfully. I knew that the youngsters were coming, so I'm free today. The white-robed priest smiled. The gray-robed elder smiled and looked at the geniuses. Thank the Lord Priest first, then go in and comprehend. Remember, you only have 10 days. Thank you, Lord Priest. The geniuses bowed in unison. Rise, rise. The white-robed priest nodded with a smile. He had a very good attitude towards the young geniuses of the human race. Then, the 3,600 geniuses entered the stone doors according to their respective inheritance altars. Muning was very happy. He waved his hand at Jiang Ci and entered the creation altar first. Because he was the only one who cultivated the Tao of life, he was very relaxed. In comparison, there were too many geniuses who chose the purple firmament altar and the Tao name altar. One had 600 people, while the other had 500 people. There were not many people in the azure lotus altar, only 9. Most of the geniuses cultivated the Tao of heaven and earth of the 5 elements, followed by the Tao of time and Tao of space. Although there were many geniuses who used the sword, there were not many who had truly comprehended the Tao of sword. After all, the Tao of sword was a special Tao. Without talent, it was impossible to cultivate it. The best Tao was the one that suited oneself. These geniuses were not stupid. They would not blindly pursue the strongest Tao. Chapter 343. The 9 people who chose the green lotus altar, led by Jiang Ci, entered the stone door with the words Green Lotus engraved on it. What came into view was a huge inheritance altar. A sharp sword Taoist rhyme filled the space. Everyone did not waste any time and quickly sat cross-legged on the altar. Jiang Ci took a deep breath in anticipation, closed his eyes, and connected his spiritual sense to the altar. Suddenly, his mind fell into the illusion of the Tao technique. A clear pond appeared in front of him. On the surface of the water, there was a green lotus swaying in the wind. As time passed, 1 green lotus became 4, then 100, 1,000, and 10,000. After 10,000, the number of green lotuses began to decrease again. 1,000, 100, 4, and 1. The cycle repeated, a total of 9 stages. It was very simple. However, Jiang Ci's mind was completely immersed in this simple process. Finally, a divine light flashed in his eyes, and 4 words appeared in his mind, Green Lotus as a sword. However, even though he knew these 4 words, he still could not figure it out. It was like knowing that 1 + 1 = 2, but not knowing why it equals 2. It was the same principle. Forget it. Let's try the deduction effect first. Jiang Ci did not forget his previous idea. The Tao technique inheritance left behind by a peak powerhouse was a guiding light for enlightenment and cultivation. The deduction function of the experience points panel was also equivalent to a kind of enlightenment and cultivation. Now that he had the Sword Tao inheritance in the Green Lotus altar as a reference, the deduction efficiency should be higher. Immediately, Jiang Ci thought in his heart under the reflection of the green lotus in the pond. Use the sword domain to deduce once. After the deduction was completed, he carefully felt the changes in the Tao technique in his mind, and his eyes lit up. It's effective. Although the change was very subtle, he still noticed it with his sharp spiritual sense. The sword domain had a trace of shrinking and condensing. If there was a change, it meant there was an effect. In comparison, when he was deducing the sword domain in the original universe, there might not be a change even after thousands of deductions. Let's try the Purple Cloud Sword Manual and the sword domain together. Riverward once again recited the deduction in his heart. After this deduction, he could not help but be excited. The effect is even more obvious. If the efficiency of a deduction was 10 times faster than before, then it was 100 times faster now. The effects of the Violet Firmament Sword Scripture had long been verified. When he first comprehended the true meaning of the sword, it was largely due to the deduction of the Purple Firmament Sword Scripture. Although the Purple Firmament Sword Scripture was a cultivation technique, the content of the technique was similar to the general outline of the Sword Tao. It was of great help to his sword cultivation. At this rate, I'll probably succeed in 1 or 2 years. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci felt helpless. There wasn't enough time. These new geniuses only had 1 chance to comprehend the inheritance altar for free, and the time limit was 10 days. Jiang Ci didn't think too much about this problem. Time was precious. He would think about these things after this opportunity was over. Deduce, deduce, deduce. As he carefully sensed the changes in the green lotus in the pool, he silently deduced in his heart. During this process, he couldn't feel the passage of time. All of the geniuses were completely immersed in the Tao arts of the inheritance altar. Time's up. The white-robed priest's voice sounded in everyone's mind. Instantly, everyone was startled awake from their deep comprehension. Is it over? The geniuses walked out of the stone door, feeling unsatisfied. Many of them looked at each other and felt the same. There was too little time, only 10 days. Yan Jiufeng was an impatient person. As soon as she came out, she asked the gray-robed elder, Lord Emissary, what are the conditions for coming to the inheritance altar again? The other geniuses also looked over, wanted to know the answer. In a while, find a stone house to stay in, then use the communication pearl to enter the sky-piercing mountain river diagram. Recite the sky-piercing mountain again, and you'll know how to obtain the opportunity to comprehend it. The gray-robed elder said with a smile the 9 regions genius competition was over. They could still enter the sky-piercing mountain river diagram? The geniuses were shocked. After the 9 regions genius competition, the Violet Firmament sect didn't take back their imprints. As for the participants who failed, their imprints were taken back. At this time, only Riverward was endlessly shocked in his heart. But he maintained calm on the surface, and no abnormality could be discerned. Sky-piercing mountain. Before the 9 regions genius competition, he had heard of the sky-piercing mountain river diagram for the first time. Because of the eye of heaven, he didn't feel much. But now, hearing the 3 words sky-piercing mountain, Jiangxi's heart could no longer remain calm. The Jade Lake mystic realm had a sky-piercing mountain, the exact same name. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that there was no relationship between the two. Then, what was the relationship? Unfortunately, Jiang Xi had no one to ask the answer to this question. He wasn't stupid enough to say it out loud. Then, everyone followed the gray-robed elder and left 9 Clouds Palace. The gray-robed elder's mission to lead the way also came to an end. After the geniuses bowed and thanked him, they dispersed and went to find a place to stay. Jiang Xi didn't go too far. He searched nearby. After all, 9 Cloud City was very big. There were stone houses everywhere, and they were all of the same size. There was nothing to choose. The doors of these stone houses had to be refined with spiritual sense. He could tell at a glance if there were people or not. Jiang Xi quickly found an unoccupied stone house. After refining the stone door with his spiritual sense, he walked in. The living environment was still very simple and crude. The stone bed, stone table, and stone stool were all gone. It's a bit like cultivation. I came here to cultivate, not to enjoy. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He took out his communication bead with a serious expression. Jade Lake's sky-piercing mountain. Doubt Alliance's sky-piercing mountain. I'll know when I see it with my own eyes. Then he scanned the communication bead with his spiritual sense and entered the sky-piercing mountain river diagram. It's the same place as the 9 regions genius competition. Jiang Xi looked around. It was still the same meteorite in the starry sky. Without hesitation, he said in his heart, "Sky-piercing mountain." Instantly, the river of stars spun. In the next moment, he found himself on a vast continent surrounded by starry skies. Jiang Xi could no longer maintain his composure. He was in disbelief. Looking ahead, he saw a mountain range that wasn't connected together not too far away. Those majestic mountains occupied a vast area. Their peaks seemed to pierce the heavens. In front of each mountain, there was a stone tablet with the following words engraved on it. Purple firmament sky, piercing mountain. Tao named sky, piercing mountain. Vast frost sky, piercing mountain. There were a total of 44 mountains. And these mountains looked exactly the same as Jade Lake's sky, piercing mountain. What was the connection? Chapter 344. Jiangxi. There's no need to be so surprised, right? It's just a slightly taller mountain. Muning's voice came from the side. Jiangxi realized that many geniuses had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Many of them were looking at him in confusion. They had already seen the shocking Tao Alliance Heavenly Court and ancient Tao Origin World. How could they be surprised by these mountains? I'm just surprised by the names of these mountains. Why are they the same as the inheritance altars? Do I have to climb these mountains to obtain the opportunity to learn from the inheritance altars? Jiangxi chuckled. I'm also puzzled. The Lord Envoy didn't explain clearly just now. Muning said. Yeah. Do we have to buy them? Or what? He didn't give us a definite answer. Yin Jiufeng added. The other geniuses, such as Kuang Lang, Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, Lin Ling and the others, also began to discuss. Only Ji Wei stood to the side, resting with his eyes closed. No one dared to barge in without permission. This was because a black-robed elder with a dignified face was sitting in front of the Skyspan Mountains. Seeing that everyone's attention had been diverted, Jiangxi heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at the black-robed elder and found that he wasn't moving either. Only then did he calmly observe the towering mountains not far away. With his current cultivation, he could easily determine the area, height, slope, and so on. And these data were exactly the same as the Skyspan Mountain on Earth. If there's a difference, it's that the Skyspan Mountain is real. And these Skyspan Mountains are in the Skyspan Mountain and River painting. So they're an illusion. But is it really an illusion? Jiangxi asked himself in his heart and sighed inwardly. No matter what, these secrets weren't something he could investigate with his current strength. Not long after, the 3,600 geniuses had all arrived. The black-robed elder, sitting in front of the Skyspan Mountains, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. Silence. At the same time, a wave of pressure spread out. The geniuses were shocked. The gray-robed elder, the white-robed elder, and now the black-robed elder. None of them were simple. I'm in charge of guarding the Heavenspan Mountain. You can call me Lord Mountain Guardian. The black-robed elder said solemnly, Greetings, Lord Mountain Guardian. The geniuses bowed respectfully. The black-robed Lord Mountain Guardian was expressionless as he continued. This is the first time all of you have come to MT Tongtian. Let me give you a simple introduction. There are a total of 44 sky-piercing mountains, which coincide with the inheritance altar. If you wish to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the inheritance altar, the only way to do so is to challenge the Skyspan Mountain. Many people's eyes lit up with excitement. It turned out that it was just challenging the mountain. Once he succeeded, he would be able to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the inheritance altar. However, there were also a small number of people who frowned. They felt that things were not that simple. Jiangxi's expression was also calm. Because he had seen the Jade Pool Heavenly Mountain, he would not underestimate this place. Whichever inheritance altar you choose, go challenge the corresponding sky-piercing mountain. There are guardians on the mountain. Every time you pass a level, you will get a chance to comprehend the inheritance altar. The black-robed Lord Mountain Guardian continued in a deep voice. Guardian. The excited geniuses quickly calmed down. The opportunity to comprehend the inheritance altar was incomparably precious. It was definitely not easy to obtain. However, there were still many people who were very confident. Don't think that it's simple. For countless years, very few people like you have been able to pass the first level on their first attempt. The Lord Mountain Guardian poured a bucket of cold water on the eager geniuses. They couldn't pass the first level. Almost everyone's expression changed. The Lord Mountain Guardian continued to introduce. The Skyspan Mountain has the most levels. It has a total of 32 levels. The second is the Skyspan Mountain, which has 31 levels. Then there are the Blue Lotus Mountain, True Mystic Mountain, Vast Cold Mountain, and so on. They all have 29 levels. These levels are related to the realm of the Tao. The higher the level, the more difficult it is. Under normal circumstances, the highest level a tribulation transcender can reach is the 10th level. If you can pass the 21st level, you will be a peak Tao Lord. When the Lord Mountain Guardian introduced this point, the 3,600 geniuses were shocked. They were all in disbelief. It turned out that a tribulation transcender could only pass the 10th level at most. If one could pass the 21st level, they would become a Tao Lord. In addition, the 44 Tao inheritances left behind by the peak powerhouses represent 44 different schools of thought. As long as a cultivator of each school can pass the 14th level of the Skyspan Mountain, they will be granted the same rights. Not only will they be able to live in Nine Heavens City permanently, but they can also come to the ancient Tao origin world to cultivate at any time. They will also be able to open their own schools in Nine Heavens City and accept disciples. And as long as you pass the 3rd level, you will be able to listen to the teachings of these powerhouses. If you are lucky, you might be able to become a disciple of one of these powerhouses. The Lord Mountain Guardian smiled and poured a bucket of cold water on them. Naturally, he had to give them more confidence. Sure enough, when the geniuses heard this, their eyes lit up with anticipation. Permanent residency in Nine Heavens City. Although they hadn't been in the ancient Tao origin world for long, they could already feel the unique cultivation environment here. If he could continue to cultivate here, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, everyone knew that the difficulty would be very, very high. Under normal circumstances, tribulation transcender powerhouses could only pass the 10th level. The 14th level was definitely beyond the tribulation transcender level. It had to be a Tao immortal or perfected Lord-level powerhouse. And if they passed the 3rd level, they would be able to listen to the teachings of such powerhouses. It sounded easier. If they could become a disciple of a perfected Lord-level powerhouse, then their future cultivation path would be much easier. Not only would it be much easier, but they would also have a powerful backer. Only one person can pass each Skyspan Mountain at a time. Right now, Nine Heavens, Void Universe, True Mystic, Limitless, Blue Lotus, all of these Skyspan Mountains have people trying to pass them. Those who choose these Skyspan Mountains will have to wait for a while. As for the rest, line up and go up the mountain. The Lord Mountain Guardian's face became expressionless again. I'll go first. A voice called out the red-dressed girl, Yin Jiufeng, leaped up and flew toward the Skyspan Mountain. Instantly, many people followed her and flew toward the Skyspan Mountains that no one was trying to pass. The geniuses who were waiting in line all had the mentality of waiting for others to scout the path. They wanted to see how others passed. Soon, in less than 2 minutes, the geniuses who had flown out with Yin Jiufeng returned with bitter expressions. All of them had failed. Then, another group of people went to pass the Skyspan Mountain. However, most people's gazes were focused on the Skyspan Mountain that Yin Jiufeng was trying to pass. This was because Yin Jiufeng was ranked 2nd in this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament. The rare Tao of Scarlet Flames that she had comprehended had already reached the 9th level. If she couldn't pass, then the others would be in trouble. Except for Jiwei. Chapter 345. Jiang Xi, do you think Yin Jiufeng can pass? Mu Ning couldn't help but ask. Probably, maybe. I don't know. Jiang Xi smiled. What a load of nonsense. Mu Ning snorted. 5 minutes later, Yin Jiufeng flew back from the sky-piercing mountain. The lively girl in the red dress had a tense expression on her face. You didn't pass? Mu Ning asked. Sai, it's too difficult. Yin Jiufeng smiled helplessly. Too difficult. Those words made the hearts of the geniuses sink. If even Yin Jiufeng said it was difficult, then they had even less of a chance. At this moment, the Lord Guardian shouted, the Void Universe sky-piercing mountain is empty. Those who have chosen the Void Universe altar, go ahead. Whoosh! A figure flew out and attracted everyone's attention. It was Jiwei. If even Jiwei can't pass, then it's too difficult. Jiang Xi frowned. Those who weren't challenging the mountain were waiting for Jiwei's result. At the same time, the geniuses who had gone to challenge the other sky-piercing mountains were also flying back. Basically, the time they spent was around 2 minutes, and they failed. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, Ji Wei still hadn't come down. Ji Wei has passed the first stage. The Lord Guardian suddenly smiled. Everyone was shocked. Ji Wei was indeed strong. However, Ji Wei's success gave everyone hope. It wasn't impossible to pass the first stage. After another 10 minutes, the Lord Guardian smiled and said, "As expected of a genius rarely seen in a million years, he has passed the second stage." Hiss! Everyone wasn't shocked. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. Freak! Even the second place, Yin Jiufeng, couldn't pass the first stage. Ji Wei had actually passed the second stage. The gap was too big. Everyone felt the pressure. Even geniuses were divided into different levels. Ordinary, peak, peerless. They were only peak geniuses, but Ji Wei was a peerless genius. Even the lively Yin Jiufeng fell silent. Kuang Lang, the third-place genius of the 9 regions genius battle, had an ugly expression on his face. He had tried to challenge the sky-piercing mountain, but he had only lasted for 3 minutes before being defeated. Among the geniuses who had cleared the sky-piercing mountain, this time could be ranked third. But for the arrogant Kuang Lang, he wouldn't allow himself to have such a big gap with others. Why? We're all in the top 3 of the 9 regions genius tournament, and we're all Purple Heaven Sect's 4th Heaven disciples, but he passed the first 2 tests. Kuang Lang clenched his teeth. The other geniuses in the top 10, such as Mo Hong, Bloodchild, Li Xianxian, Lin Ling, Feng Lu, and the others, wore complicated expressions. Jiang Xi and Mu Ning looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Another 3 minutes passed, and Ji Wei flew back from the void universe, sky, connecting mountain expressionlessly. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his brows were slightly furrowed. He stopped at the 3rd stage. After that, Ji Wei didn't linger any longer. His spiritual awareness left the painting, and he went back to cultivate. Only then did the others who had cleared the heaven-span mountain come to their senses. What was the point of wasting time here? With such a huge gap between them, what was the point of watching the show? He might as well cultivate. Instantly, the number of people decreased significantly. No one is challenging the myriad heaven-span mountain and Green Lotus heaven-span mountain now. The mountain keeper's voice sounded. Jiang Xi was talking to Mu Ning and Yin Jiufeng. He was about to go over when he heard the voice. However, he discovered that another genius who cultivated the sword Dao had rushed out before him. Fine, I can observe the situation of the other 8 people. A total of 9 people chose the Green Lotus altar. Jiang Xi didn't insist on who went first. Jiang Xi, Yin Jiufeng, I'm going too. Mu Ning said with a determined gaze. Good luck, good luck. Jiang Xi and Yin Jiufeng said. Then, Mu Ning flew towards the myriad heaven-span mountain. After 5 minutes, Mu Ning still hadn't come out. On the contrary, the 8 sword Dao geniuses who went to challenge the Green Lotus heaven-span mountain failed in succession within 5 minutes. At this speed, they came back down almost as soon as they went up. Looking at the time, Mu Ning should be passing the first round. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and was about to fly towards the Green Lotus heaven-span mountain. Just then, he heard the mountain keeper say with a smile, "This year's geniuses are not bad. Mu Ning has also passed the first round." Fuck! Jiang Xi directly used the Gale domain and accelerated towards the Green Lotus heaven-span mountain. Everyone had a competitive heart. Even the most Buddhist-like people were no exception. No genius would admit defeat easily. The other geniuses' expressions changed drastically. They were even more shocked than when they heard that Ji Wei had passed the first 2 rounds. Because Ji Wei's talent and strength far exceeded theirs, and Mu Ning wasn't in the top 3 of the 9 regions genius battle. At this moment, Kuang Lang's eyes flickered. It wasn't jealousy, but competitiveness. He was in the top 3 of the 9 regions genius battle. Why? Jiang Xi also went to challenge the first round. I only lasted 3 minutes in the first round. He should also be in the same time. Kuang Lang took a deep breath. He wanted to see the results of Jiang Xi's challenge. This was because he had fought with Jiang Xi in the 9 regions Genius Battles arena battles. At that time, the two of them were about the same strength. It was only because he had the advantage of the terrain that he defeated Jiang Xi in the end. Not far away, Yin Jiufeng was closer to Mu Ning and Jiang Xi because of her relationship with them. After the challenge, she didn't leave the sky-piercing mountain and river painting because she wanted to see the results of the two. Mu Ning looks innocent, but he's hiding a lot of things. Jiang Xi's strength is about the same as Kuang Lang's. He probably won't be able to pass the first round, she thought to herself. The other top 10 geniuses didn't leave either. Everyone had a competitive spirit and was unwilling to admit defeat. My Ignis Dao is already perfected. Among so many geniuses, my Dao technique strength is definitely in the top 3. I don't believe I can't pass. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xi quickly arrived at the majestic green lotus ski reach mountain. There was a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. It was very similar to the stone tablet at the Jade Lake ski reach mountain. It was also engraved with ancient words that didn't belong to this era. The content was instantly transmitted to Jiang Xi's mind. Green Lotus Ski Reach Mountain. Attached, point reward rules. The first round rewards 100 points. The second round rewards 200 points. The third round rewards 400 points. The fourth round, so on and so forth. The points reward would be doubled for every additional round passed. For young geniuses who have just entered the ancient Dao origin world to cultivate, they will receive 10 times the points reward for 30 years. In order, 1,000 points, 2,000 points for 1,000 points. The information on the stone tablet made Riverward pleasantly surprised. Points. 1 point was equivalent to 100 supreme grade spirit crystals. After spending once in the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion, he realized the importance of points. He could buy many things in the Purple Heaven Sect treasure pavilion that couldn't be bought in the outside world. For example, the Origin Awakening Spirit Pearl that he needed to refine his clone was very difficult to buy in the outside world. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.